Good morning, everybody. Welcome to City Hall. Welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Wednesday, December 14th, 2005. City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public, and we invite you to join us. For members of the council unable to, for members of the public unable to attend our council meetings, we can be viewed live on your cable station, Channel 35. We can also be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. Colleagues, before beginning with today's agenda, we have a couple of special presentations. First of all, let's welcome our wonderful group from, I believe it's Hamilton High School this morning for a special presentation. Take it away.
I got my ticket. Lord, if I got my ticket. Lord, if I got my ticket. Right away to the heavens at morning. You hear a big talk of the judgment day. You got no time to take away. All the way by and by. Without a doubt. Jehovah will order his train about. Clean out the world and leave no sin. Tell me please, where have you been? Lord, if I got my ticket, can I ride? Lord, if I got my ticket, can I ride? Lord, if I patiently wait. The train is coming and it's never late. So long coming, Daddy, worried my mind. I thought I was late, but I was just on time. Lord, if I got my ticket. Lord, if I got my ticket. Lord, if I got my ticket. Ride away to the hills and
I think we're waiting on one more.
This is a debut for us, so we hope you enjoy it. Originates from Scotland. I think many of you will recognize the tune. No, we're doing La Flamenco. Sound.
by yon bonny banks and by yon bonny graves, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and me true love will ever wont a day, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond.
Hamilton High School.
Colleagues, we'd like to acknowledge our Mayor Villaraigosa and our President Alex Padilla for a special presentation this morning.
Yes, thank you to Hamilton High School. As you could see, there's a reason why we're the creative and entertainment capital of the world. We have more talent than any place I know, and Hamilton High School, thank you so much for sharing that talent with us. A cappella. I'd like to bring up the Honorable Roy Young, Consul General of Belize, the Dean of the Los Angeles Council Corps. Let me just make a few comments and basically a reiteration of what I said a few minutes ago. I think historically, the relationship between a mayor and the Council Generals has been cordial, but not deep. And one of the things that I've said that in a city like Los Angeles, a city where the most diverse anywhere in the world, where we speak 120 languages and have some 30 different nationalities that have the largest population here outside of their country of origin, with the third largest port and the fifth busiest airport, our ability to leverage this incredible diversity that comes from the many countries that are represented here is going to go a long way to making us the Venice of the 21st century. When I say that, I see sometimes people think it's hyperbole, but nothing could be truer. Our portal to the east and the south, our assets that we have here, including the people, is a big reason why I'm so excited about this city. When you look at our small business community and see the many immigrants who have come here from your countries, who are the engine of economic development of this region, it excites me, the vitality, the energy that we have in this city. And so I was informed by the Dean of the Council Corps that we've already met 3 times now in 6 months. I've been to the homes of some of these council generals, and I can tell you there's a vibrant community out there that I'm very excited about. And so on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, I wanted to present to the Dean and to all of you. You'll get one in the mail as well, but we now have some 81 countries represented here in Los Angeles, and 91, thank you, and growing. And so on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, along with the council president, I am happy to present this, but before I do, I'd like to have the council president say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you certainly said it best when we look at Los Angeles. It's really the focal point worldwide for the future of not just the United States of America, but indeed the world. For years, we have reached out and we have nurtured relationships, which is why there's 91 countries represented right here in Los Angeles diplomatically. And as much as we talk about our educational exchanges, and as much as we talk about our cultural exchanges, and as much as we talk about the opportunities that come with the diversity of immigration and emigration to and from the United States, I think Los Angeles in particular stands poised to leverage these relationships to the betterment of people throughout the world. If you look at the role that our Los Angeles International Airport plays in the movement of goods and people, if you look at the role that the Port of Los Angeles plays in the movement of goods and the impact on commerce internationally, really the city of Los Angeles, without hyperbole, is the focal point of international activity and is a window to the future of the United States and the future to the world for generations to come. So to all the consul generals and ambassadors assigned here to Los Angeles, we thank you for your service. We welcome you, and as always, we stand ready to work with you. Thank you.
And so along with the council president, I'd like to present to the Dean of the Council Corps, Council General Belize, Roy Young, this certificate of appreciation signed by all of the members of the council on behalf of the city of Los Angeles, the city where the world comes together. I'd like to present this to you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And maybe we could, I know Mr. Labange would like to speak, but ask all of the representatives that are here, the consuls general that are here to stand, so we can recognize all of them that serve our city so well. Give them a great round of applause. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Tom Labange for a few words, as well as Mr. Smith and then Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. President, Mr. Mayor, Council Generals, it's so nice to you to be here. And Mayor, thank you for organizing in the Office of Protocol. Give the Mayor's Office of Protocol a big hand, and Elga Sharp, Bella Cabulon, and a great job. But as the Mayor spoke of our city, this is a great city, and 225 years ago this September, 44 people walked 9 miles from the Mission San Gabriel to the banks of the then Los Angeles River, not far from where Union Station sits today, and founded this great city on a grant from the King of Spain. I'd like to ask the Council General from Spain to please rise again and give Spain a big hand, because that was a start in this great city. And our great seal of the city of Los Angeles has the history which represents the great time of Spain, the great time of Mexico, the great time of the Bear Flag Republic of California, the great United States. The fruit represents the great climate that we have here in Southern California, Los Angeles, and the beads represent the mission influence that we're here. But all of you are away from your homes, representing your countries here, and it's so special, and I just wanted to thank you. I work closely with the Office of Protocol and the Mayor and our colleagues as we celebrate this great city, and I work closely with many of you who have sister cities. We'd love to be sister cities with all of you. We're kissing cousins. It was a great movie that Elvis made years ago, but we're kissing cousins. But some of you we have a very special relationship with as sister cities, whether it's Berlin or Guangzhou, or Auckland, or Vancouver, or Mexico City, or Bordeaux. And I know I'm going to miss a few in there too, but I want to thank you for what you do for your country, what you do for also the cities and relationships, and also thank you what you do for the United States, because your representatives here are helpful. Because this year, Mr. Mayor, and I know I'm going up to my 3 minutes limit here, it's the 50th anniversary of the Sister City program, which then President Eisenhower started after World War II, because it is people to people. And I recall one time I was in Berlin, and I was there for the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of then the Berlin airlift, and the head of NATO was there. And he told me, I said where I was from. I had a certificate from the mayor and John Ferraro, Mayor Reardon and John Ferraro, and he said how important it was for people to people. And I think that's what you're important about, Mayor, because you're our leader in this effort here to bring us all together. So I salute you, each and every one of you, and congratulate you. And I'm glad you're here in Los Angeles. I hope your posting is extended twice so you can enjoy Los Angeles weather. Thank you so much, all of you, for your service to your countries and Los Angeles.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if my colleague, the great Sister City gentleman Labange, knows this, but there are 91 consulates, 91 countries represented so far in the city of Los Angeles. We consider ourselves the blender of the planet, the microcosm of the earth. And if we can live together here, we can set an example for the rest of the world. I want to especially introduce Dr. Christian Stocks, who's the Consul General from the Republic of Germany, if he would stand up. I happen to be an immigrant my parents were immigrants from Germany. They met in New York, and they raised 8 children in New Jersey, and so I'm first generation, and we had lunch the other day with him. So all of us around this horseshoe are represented by many of your countries that are here today. I personally have traveled to 52 countries on this earth. I have a lot more to do, and I just want to congratulate you all for working with us, Honorable Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. I just rise to thank the mayor for bringing together such a stellar group of people here. This morning, we discussed the Alley Economy Project. And in it, we talked about how the city of Los Angeles is one of the pivotal points in the world economy. And to have you here, President, could not be more symbolic. So I look forward to a growing relationship with the leadership of the new mayor, develop the policies that help us put together education programs, job training programs, and expand our economies throughout the world. This world no longer is about a global issue. Now we're looking as if we were neighborhoods. We're that close with technology. So looking forward to working with you, and thank you for being here, and thank the mayor for this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Zine.
Thank you, Member Grewal. I just also want to acknowledge, and I was able to have some hot chocolate and some refreshments with many of you out on the patio area. And the mayor addressed us all out there. We took a wonderful photograph in front of the Christmas tree, and it is a Christmas tree. We all enjoyed that opportunity, but it's so refreshing to see so many people from so many lands that come to Los Angeles, work in Los Angeles, live in Los Angeles, the opportunities of Los Angeles that we offer, and with the leadership of our mayor, that brings us all together, this chain that continues. It's so positive for all of us. And I know that we talked about what happened in New Orleans and how some parts of the world many, many years ago resolved those issues. The gentleman, the Council General from, give me that country again. Right there you are. How we can use that technology that was developed many years ago to help us here in the United States. So I welcome you all, along with my colleagues and the mayor. We need to do this more often. I received 3 business cards from 3 different countries that I plan to visit, China, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey. So somewhere in the next 3 years, I plan to visit all this. I got to go to China to see my son who's going to Beijing University. But for all of you, God bless you. Have a wonderful holiday, and thank you for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is that it?
Thank you, and I just want to add my congratulations and thank the mayor. This kind of attention and focus on our international city, I remember during the days of Tom Bradley, and so you've brought back, I think, that relationship that is so critically important with so many of our consuls that are here in Los Angeles. So thank you for your leadership on that. Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to have Consul General Roy Young say a few words, but before I do, I want to introduce Alex Kirkpatrick, the Regional Director of the Office of Foreign Missions of the United States Department of State. And I also want to say that City Controller Chick was with us today as well, and I don't see her now, but she was also been a big supporter of the Council Corps as well.
Mr. Council President, Acting Council President, City Councilors, Mr. Mayor, of course, our host for this morning, and friends. Mr. Mayor, I wish to again express our deep appreciation for affording us the opportunity to break bread with you and the councilors. And I do so on behalf of my distinguished colleagues of the Consular Corps. I thank you very much for this certificate of recognition. I like to think that it's not only to recognize me, but my 91 colleagues that are here. And we certainly want to express our deep appreciation for your tremendous hospitality and to thank you for including us on your agenda this morning. We want to think that this is a special day with such a magnificent choir, the Hamilton High School Choir. And so it has been a wonderful day. And Mr. Mayor, since you got elected to office, you have forged a new era of partnership between the city and the Los Angeles Consular Corps. You rightly describe your city as a global city on the hill. And I think in the not too distant future, the city of the angels will be the diplomatic and consular capital of the world. Let me make a commitment on behalf of the Consular Corps that we will work very closely with the city because we share the vision of the mayor to make this the diversity capital of the world and to make Los Angeles rich in diversity, rich in economy, and rich in hospitality. So thank you again for a wonderful day to all the councillors, to you, Mr. Mayor, to your Office of Protocol, to Mrs. Elga Sharp, doing a wonderful job. And I'd like to recognize my colleagues from San Francisco who journey all the way here to be present this morning. And we have the representative from Ukraine and from Vietnam. So thank you very much again for a very special day. Thank you.
Thank you.
And happy holidays to all.
And to you too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we do have a quorum. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'll go through the agenda and call those items special. Madam Clerk.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Padilla, 12 members present, and a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you. First order of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Reyes moves, Mr. Weiss seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those have been approved.
On the regular agenda, items noticed for public hearings, items 1 through 6, the recommendation for council action would be to hold a public hearing and continue the hearing and ordinances to January 11th.
We do have cards on items 2 and 4. Those items will be called special. Any other items called special, colleagues? If not, we'll call the roll on the balance of those items. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes. Tabulate the votes? We don't need a vote on that. Unanimous vote on those. Okay, thank you. Next order of business.
Next item is item number 7, and that is a track map appeal. A plum report has been submitted to the council members and distributed.
So the plum report is now before us, colleagues. We will open the roll on that item, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
That item's been approved. Next order.
Next item is item number 8, and that's a ballot tabulation for Century Corridor Property and Business Improvement District. The city clerk has submitted a report, and the percentage is 82.22% yes, 17.78% no, and a majority protest is not found, and the proposed assessment may be authorized, and there is an ordinance for the assessment.
Okay, that ordinance is now before us, colleagues, on item number 8. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
That item's been approved. Next order.
Next items 9 through 14, are street lighting district ordinances, either confirming the assessments or abandoning.
Colleagues, any called special between 9 through 14? If not, those items are now before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Those items have been approved. Actually, Mr. Smith has joined us as well. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Next items are items for which public hearings have been held, items 15 through 53. Committee reports have been submitted on 38, 44, 45, and 46. And there are commissioners on those items 15 through 18. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
We'll hold the commissioners on the desk. Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Madam President. It's not up there, but I would like to call items 21 and 60 together special.
Okay.
They're both related, and I think some of the public that is here to comment would probably comment on both of those
Okay.
together.
We'll call item 21 special in this set, and we'll call item 60 in the next set. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Perry?
Item 39 till December the 21st.
I'm sorry, item 39?
Yes, please.
And which other?
To continue that till December 21.
December 21, item number 39. Any other specials? Yes, I know Ms.
23.
23. I know I wanted to call 53. Mr. Labange?
Sure, 53, 51, 28, please.
Okay. 53, 51, and 28. Thank you.
Forgot one.
Yes, Ms. Han.
Thank you. I also need item 35 called special.
Item 35. Thank you. Colleagues, any other items special?
And for council's information, on item number 52, there are 2 reports on the file, and both may be adopted.
Okay.
And I believe there's, on item number 29, there is an amendment that is coming and has not been distributed as yet.
We will hold item 29 on the desk. Any other special colleagues? Items 15 through 53? Is that correct?
Actually, it's items 19 through 53.
Thank you, 19 through 53.
Commissioners were being held.
Okay. Hearing, yes, Mr. Parks, any specials?
We just moved the Budget and Finance report on 52.
Move Budget and Finance on 52. Okay. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, we have those items before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Those items have been approved. Next order of business.
Next items are items for which public hearings have not been held, 54 through 76, and there are commissioners 54 and 55. Do you wish to hold those?
Yes, please hold those on the desk.
And that would leave before council 56 through 76.
I know Ms. Han wanted item number 60, other colleagues, and 59 by Mr. Padilla. Any other specials, colleagues? We're not to 92 yet? 82. We're not in 82 yet either. Okay. Hearing no other specials on those items, Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
Those items have been approved. Next order of business.
Next items on the continued agenda, items 81 and 82.
I know I'd like to call 81 and 82, as Mr. Rosendahl would 82 as well, so we'll call both of those special.
And can we do forthwith on number 8 that was approved?
Yes, we'll go forthwith on number 8. Thank you. Madam Clerk, next order of business.
Next item on the continued agenda is item number 83.
And I'd like to ask that be received and filed. That item is, do we need to vote on that, Madam Clerk?
No, that could be a unanimous vote if you wish.
Yes, unanimous vote.
Okay, do you wish to go back to the commissioners?
Yes, we do have a presentation by Mr. Smith, and then we will go to the commissioners.
Madam President, could you go forthwith on number 19 forthwith?
19, go forthwith. I think, yes, and we will have all the commissioners go forthwith today as well. Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yes, Mr. Weiss. Mr. Smith is making a presentation. He was questioning there. Are we ready in Van Nuys? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very unique opportunity today for not only are we making a special presentation to commemorate the Day of the Horse, which is a statewide recognition the second Saturday in December, to recognize the importance that the horse played in the development of the state of California, in particular the city of Los Angeles. We still have very large sections of Los Angeles where the horse is an important part of our community and the economy as well. Chatsworth and the hills of the San Fernando Valley into Mr. LaBonge's district, into Griffith Park and other areas of the city, where horses still play an important part of our economy. A lot of businesses still derive their income and profitability from the horse. And certainly the horse is an important part of the character and makeup of many communities. Today we're joined in Van Nuys by a number of the representatives of the horse organizations of the San Fernando Valley in particular to commemorate this Day of the Horse with the very first ever internet presentation of a council resolution to citizens in another part of the city who are joining us now from Van Nuys. So if we could have Van Nuys on the screen. Welcome to City Hall once again. Speaking on behalf of the horse owners and the horse representative of the San Fernando Valley, Mr. Jerry England. Jerry, would you like to say a few words in this historic moment, first of all, that this is the very first presentation ever made on behalf of the city and our mayor with a proclamation of the Day of the Horse, but also to people that are now 35 miles away from City Hall. Jerry?
Yes, good morning, Councilman Smith. I want to thank you for making this possible. And, you know, it took me 30 minutes to get here this morning, so it was better than 2 hours coming downtown. And I'd also like to introduce the people that are with me. I have on my left, Deb Bauman with the Vaquero Heritage Foundation. And on my right, I have Charlotte Brody with ETI Corral 54. And we would like to thank you for making people in Los Angeles aware of the welfare of horses and the contribution that they've made for the history, economy, and heritage of this city.
And through the miracle of cyberspace, show the resolution we just gave you. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the first cyber presentation in the history of the city of Los Angeles. And congratulations on the Day of the Horse, a statewide event that you and the people in the Valley helped promote and get passed in the state legislature, and in particular here in the city of Los Angeles, the important connection you play to the history of the city of Los Angeles as well as the current economics of it. Congratulations for being part of history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith, and thank you to those representatives, Day of the Horse. I know between you and I, we have the largest equestrian communities here in the San Fernando Valley in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you for that presentation. Colleagues, we're now going to go to our first item, which are commissioners that we have before us. If I could ask, we have a lot of people in the room today, to please keep your voices down so we can have order in the council chambers. Madam Clerk, first item on the commissioners.
The first item is item number 15, and that's confirmation of Cecil L. Murray to the LA Homeless Services Authority.
Yes, Cecil, we'd like to have you, Reverend Murray, come to the table. Reverend Murray, we can sit at the table.
And committee met on that this morning, and I believe a committee report is in the process of being distributed.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Garcetti, followed by Councilmember Zine.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and it's with great joy to present to you today Mr. Chip Murray, Reverend Chip Murray, who is before us in our committee earlier today in Housing, Community, and Economic Development. Somebody who needs no introduction around this horseshoe, but wanted to just say that unanimously the committee supported the mayor's nomination of Mr. Murray for the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, somebody who not only understands the issue intellectually, experientially, but also emotionally, somebody who I think is not only has a record in terms of what he did when he was leading First AME, in terms of housing and services and support that is such an important part of the homeless problem, but somebody who has the empathy to provide the leadership that we need in Homeless Services Authority. So I hope you will join me in unanimously supporting this nomination. I want to thank the mayor for making it, and again thank Reverend Murray for putting himself forward in service, as you always have throughout your life. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilmember Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to see you again, sir.
It's good to see you.
There's never retirement for those that have the calling.
Thank you.
Leading the congregation, leading the community, and now helping those that are in need.
Thank you.
As you step forward for this. I saw you earlier at the council reception and didn't know that you were nominated for this position. But with all the tasks that you performed, all the goodwill you've done for Los Angeles for all those years, another wonderful opportunity to help your fellow human being. And there's so many that are in need in our city and our community where this service will be performed. So again, acknowledgement, congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know of anyone who wouldn't be supporting you, who has been supporting the people of Los Angeles for so many years in this wonderful endeavor. And I wish you well and great success with this. Thank you
so much.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Rosendahl.
Well, I just want to say we are honored to have you coming into public service at this level. You have been in public service all your life, and everybody knew that the ending of that particular role as a minister was the beginning of a new role. And the issues that you will be facing are the most significant issues, in my opinion, that we face. Yes. Homelessness, and we're honored that you are coming on. Why are you taking this position?
Well, because I am a minister, and there is a desperate need, and following the leadership of our beautiful mayor and the council, we can make a difference.
Right. Well, we look forward to your leadership on that.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'd just like to add my congratulations and thank you, Reverend Murray, and your retirement, you coming back. I know you really aren't retired from the City of Los Angeles and your commitment. This is such an important commission. I was there when we actually sued the county to establish LAHSA, so it's a very important commission. I appreciate your willingness to do that. We have one other speaker before we let you go. Councilmember Wesson.
Madam President and members, I just feel compelled to rise and to say that we could not find a better individual to serve on this commission than Pastor Murray. He is a miracle worker, and we look forward to working with you so that we can work the miracles that are needed to make the lives better for those who are homeless and live on the streets.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'd like to actually open the roll on this item for confirmation of Reverend Cecil Murray for LASA. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
That item's been approved. Thank you. Next item.
Next item is item number 16, and that's confirmation of Ms. Lisa Cigino to the Affordable Housing Commission.
Yes, is Lisa here this morning? Good morning, Lisa. If you could come to the front desk, and I'd ask, is Mr. Garcetti here? This is for the Affordable Housing Commission.
Sorry. Excuse me, Lisa. We also had this in committee. Thank you, Madam President. And Ms. Seguino mentioned that there were no conflicts of interest anymore in terms of some of the new roles that she is playing, but brings a wealth of experience from her previous roles in not only around affordable housing, but social justice issues. And we unanimously recommended, and I hope that you will join me in this as well, her appointment today. And thanks again to the mayor for a great nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you, Lisa, for your willingness to serve. Seeing no one on the queue, I'd like to open the roll on your confirmation, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
That item's been approved. Congratulations. Next item.
Item 17 is confirmation of Ms. Ramona Ripston to the LA Homeless Services Authority.
If Ms. Ripston could come to the front. I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Perry. Ms. Perry, we have 2 speaker cards, public speaker cards. Would you mind if we did those first? Is that all right? Okay. Don Garza, followed by Tyrone Roy. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I have the last name. Tyrone?
Wonderful council people, good morning.
Good morning.
Today is a historic day in the city of Los Angeles. A historic day when the ACLU is being put on the LASA Commission. That's the first in the nation, I think. Now, I have some concerns. I am ambivalent, and I'll be honest with you, about this appointment. I have to be. I live in Skid Row. I see the deaths and the suffering that takes place every day. I had the opportunity to walk with Ms. Ramona Ripston when she came and walked with us on our neighborhood watch walk. And she had some wonderful things to say, and I agree with a lot of the things you say. We cannot put people in jail for sleeping on the sidewalks if they have nowhere else to live. We've got to find other options. The problem here is, being a conservative from East Texas, I kind of have a bias, sort of growing up against the ACLU. But that shouldn't interfere with my ability to speak today. The problem is that the ACLU comes in, creates a lawsuit, sues on behalf of the homeless to exist on the street, which I think is a great thing, but then they fly away, and where are the lawsuits to prevent homelessness, to protect the people's rights to actually live in homes instead of living on the streets? We have an issue right now in Lincoln Place. Where is the ACLU in protecting those people in Lincoln Place to have the right to live in a home? But the irony is they will protect those people's right to live in the street. Okay? And those are the issues that I have with this. I'm going to be ambivalent about this because, number one, I don't work for a nonprofit advocacy organization. So I don't have an agenda to try to network with people and try to make a bigger salary for myself. So I have to live with the consequences every day of people fighting and not following through. Leadership is about following through. If you cannot follow through, there is no leadership. You got to finish the job. So my ambivalence comes with this, Ramona. because I got to see you the other night, and I'm grateful. And you talked to me, somebody that actually lives in Skid Row, is the fact that what if what he's doing, Antonio Villaraigosa, what if there is a method to his madness? I had to rule out jealousy because this would have been my idea too. Put all the people that are fighting each other in the same room. See who wins. See how they have to come up with the solutions. But I am dependent on the person I voted for, so I'm not going to hold anything against her, to look out for my welfare, to make sure that the issues that I have are brought forth, and not just on blind faith, except something that I have been very ambivalent about. But I do believe Ramona Ripston when she says she's willing to work with somebody like me that is not living in the suburbs and making that advocacy salary. But at the same time, I also believe a message needs to be sent. We cannot accept these things in blind faith. So basically, I have strong feelings for you, and I have strong feelings against some of the things the ACLU has done, but I also have strong feelings for the things that good things that they have done. But Jan Perry, those of us in Skid Row, we love you, okay? Because without you pushing and pushing and pushing, we can't push back, because without the pushing back, there is no negotiation, there is no compromise, and sometimes there is no lawsuit. But maybe this is an opportunity for LASA to have the people on there that have unintentionally helped to create this mess, along with the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles.
If I could ask you just to conclude, sir.
I'm going to finish in a second.
Thank you.
To actually follow through and come up with some solutions. So Ramona, it's not personal, but as a person living there, I'm not going to kiss people's feet. I have to continue the activist fight to make sure that my voice is heard, because I know that we need housing in the city of Los Angeles, and there are some health issues that we also need to come up, not as a way to say that we're all diseased down there, but MRSA is now a community-acquired illness and not just institutional-acquired illness. So please work on that issue as well, Ramona. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tyrone.
My name is Tyrone Roy. I have, for the last 5 years, been a part of the Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority Advisory Board, and I am currently on the Blue Ribbon Committee to End Homelessness. And having been in this position, I'm for Ms. Ripston being put on this board, and the reason is because nothing has been happening basically since then. As a matter of fact, they seem to be digging a bigger hole than homelessness itself is. An example of that is the recent report of the children being sent downtown, the families being sent downtown among 300 registered sex offenders and who knows how many unregistered sex offenders. LASA seems to be creating more of a problem than it's solving, and I hope with this lady's work with the ACLU, that the way she built that, I'd like to see some creative imagination come into this thing, because the advocacies in homelessness, the coalitions, the various coalitions, they're the same ones who have set by as this dysfunctionalism, this commingling dysfunctionalism, the children being sent downtown. I'm one who happens to believe that there's enough money in the homeless service system to affect reasonable remedy, and but I think we need imagination on this board, so that they can the people who have been heretofore assigned to this board have been people who have literally just rubber stamped a maintenance of homelessness. I think this lady would be an excellent addition. Her and Reverend Murray are that shot in the arm that the homeless services need. There's enough money there already. We need some creative imagination for people who have a care, who demonstrated that they have care prior to their appointments, and she's done just that. And if anybody in the 8th, 9th, and 10th district have an objection to this appointment, they need to take a look at the numbers that are growing. 41% of the people who are homeless are coming out of that 8th, 9th, and 10th district. And if they think that this lady would not be an asset to that, they need to rethink themselves and so far as their representation of these people who are 41% homeless and African American. They really need to really think this, that whatever it is, whatever their personal proclivities to be against this lady or their professional reasons for being against this lady, they need to look at what they've had thus far and what we potentially have a proposition to advance forward for homeless eradication, and look at the desire to solve this problem for the people and put it above and beyond their personal reasonings for why they may not like this lady. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Perry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For the record, you know my previous vote on Mr. Morrell, and I've spent some time with Ramona, and I also want to publicly express my deep appreciation for her coming with Mr. Morrell to Skid Row at night. It was a dynamic evening, and not without surprises, and I think it exceeded everyone's expectations and that to which we were exposed that evening. People obviously mentally ill, in and out of the latrines for reasons other than using the bathroom. Gang members standing openly in front of a liquor store on the corner, not only preying on the people who are living on the streets, but engaged in the art of intimidation. And then Don is right. Don was there too. And I think he, among some of the other folks from the Midnight Mission and representatives from the Central Division LAPD, were probably some of the most compelling speakers that evening. And they tell the story of life on Skid Row far better than I do. And I know that Ramona knows because we've talked about this. I have a good relationship with Ramona, and I respect her and hold her in the highest regard. And this is not personal. And I think that as the leader of the ACLU, she would support my right to publicly say that without threat of harassment or intimidation. And so that's why I feel so comfortable expressing myself. My objection has been over the Justin litigation, and it has been limited to that because it has had such a cataclysmic effect in removing any leverage that we, as city employees, service providers, law enforcement, have had to involuntarily remove people from sidewalks and compel them to go in for treatment or services or even conversation. As recently as last week, we walked through Skid Row again, spoke to a number of people who were elderly, and they just straight out told me, I don't really feel like going in. It's just easier out there, and that's the way it is. Now, that being said, Ramon, I just want to ask you a few quick questions, and then you can hold my time. On the issue of 5150, defined as a person who's a danger to themselves, and to others, what's your position on that? Hold my time.
The position on that is that I think we need to look at it and determine whether it needs to be reevaluated. I'm not quite sure why 5150 stands in the way of doing something about homelessness, because there are 3 segments to that law, and it says danger to yourself, danger to the community, or an absolute danger. And I think that some of the people who live on Skid Row, who sleep in waste and the things that we've talked about, I mean, if that is the problem, I think they can be picked up. The problem is, if we pick up these kinds of people, we have to have some place to put them. To put people in county jail is not the answer. County jail is not a place for rehabilitation. And if we pick up someone, they'll only stay 2 or 3 days. I know. We oversee the county jail. They'll be out in 2 or 3 days again and back on the street. People need long-term treatment and someplace to go.
Okay, here's another idea for you to consider, and I don't think anybody's proselytizing today about putting people in jail, so you can just set that aside. Nobody's advocating for picking people up and directly taking them to jail. And I think when you spend times with Officer McEnany, Captain Smith, and Officer Joseph, you will find that what would be helpful is the establishment of a mental health court to pull people people into a system so that we can compel them to go in for treatment. Treatment does not mean incarceration. Treatment means a way of pulling people into a safety net. And I wanted to know what you thought of the establishment of a mental health court.
Oh, I think
just
we would
before
be
you
in
answer,
agreement about that.
we could have everyone quiet in the chambers.
Hold my time.
Shh. Yes, everyone time. Quiet in the chambers, please.
I think we would be in agreement about that. I advocate treatment, long-term treatment. I think mentally ill people have to be treated, and they deserve to be treated fairly and
But the
humanely.
establishment of a court.
And I think that is possible.
And then the last question I have is the issue of involuntary commitment. I know what, I think I understand what the ACLU's position has been on that issue in the past. What's your thinking on that now?
Well, first of all, I assume that the mayor has appointed me in my individual capacity and not as the executive director of the ACLU. Everyone differs with the ACLU from time to time, even staff members. And I think that that is a compelling question, and I am in the process of rethinking the ACLU position. That does not mean that the ACLU will change its position.
And what about you personally then?
Oh, I think that it has to be rethought. I would like to see what the alternative solution to that is. I haven't seen any language that would change it. I would like to look at it, and depending on what that language is, I might consider approving it.
You might, so you're not there yet on the issue? Your position's evolving?
Well, I'd like to see the language.
Okay, so your
Councilwoman.
position, you're
I'm
learning other...
evolving, yes.
You're evolving, okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mr. Zine. And Ms. Perry, you had 21 seconds left, so you're...
Put it in the bank, huh? Good morning, thank you.
Good morning.
The questions I have, you know, I come from the police background.
I do know that.
We've discussed those issues in the
We have.
past. The litigation, as I understand, there's currently 60 cases pending in courts surrounding...
Not by the ACLU.
Not just homeless. Well, this is from the state attorney's office.
No.
They state that there's 60 cases that are currently being processed through the courts.
By the ACLU?
60 cases pending in state and federal courts. Southern California, currently the ACLU of Southern California has approximately 60 cases pending in state and federal courts. Focuses on issues ranging from prisoner rights to the separation between church and state. 60 cases.
But you've left out, we also sued the state of California for the quality of education it delivers to school children. I mean, we probably do have 60 cases, but some of them have nothing to do with the subjects that we're talking about this morning.
No, I agree. My issue is of conflict of interest. If there are cases, and there are 2 celebrated cases that we know regarding, actually there were 3 lawsuits, 2 pending and 1 settled for $75,000.
There is 1 left, that's all.
Okay, not 2 left?
Not 2 left.
On the homeless situation?
Only 1 left.
Okay. And that's still going through the process?
That was heard by the Ninth Circuit, and we expect a decision within the next month or 2.
And the issue that I have is I know you're a person who has passion for what you believe in, and I know your husband has passion for what he believes in, and I got passion for protecting people and trying to set a policy that's going to work for everyone. I got compassion for the homeless. I also have compassion for the business people and the tourists who have to venture into that negative environment, and clearly it's a negative environment, whether it's Los Angeles or San Francisco or some other area where people are defecating on public roadways and sidewalks, et cetera. The conflict where those matters are taken up on appeal, those matters are taken forward in court, and the conflict being involved in this commission that has between $45 and $60 million a year to utilize to help the homeless, education, whatever the process is, the conflict of interest, if that is in fact the case, involving, because you're so passionate about one issue, the other issue is how do we protect the rights of the public, the rights of the business person, the rights of a, shall we say, civilized society where we follow the procedures, we follow the rules. Restrooms are for a particular purpose, sidewalks are not. Sleeping is for walking, sidewalks are for walking, not for sleeping. The conflict issues and the expenditure of dollars, the $45 to $60 million that comes out of that commission, or it's earmarked from that commission to various organizations. Can you please comment on those?
I don't believe that there is a conflict. I am passionate about solving some of the problems. You know, you talk about that, and that is the one case that is left, the Jones case, the sleeping on the sidewalks. We filed a lawsuit, not because we believe there's a constitutional right for people to sleep on the sidewalk, but when you have 91,000 people who are homeless within the city and the county, and 45,000 shelter beds, at night, people need somewhere to sleep. I agree with you, businesses have to be protected. In our litigation, we asked only that people be allowed to sleep on the streets from 9 p.m. until 6:30 a.m. During the day, they should not stop the normal intercourse of business. We understand that business people have rights. We believe, too, that homeless people have rights. All people have rights, and we respect the rights of everyone.
Now, the expenditure of dollars that the city has to expend to defend the lawsuits, the impact on the police officers, where they want to go out there and make it a safe community. Years ago, we had the Skid Row slasher who was killing the homeless on Skid Row. And I reflect on my 37 years with the police department and how we have tried to enhance public safety, how Chief Bratton and his administration tries to enhance public safety, and how the homeless population, how sad it is, 91,000 people, my heart goes out for them. They don't have the comfort and convenience that you and I have, that many in this room have, a roof over your head, a shower, a bed, food in the refrigerator. They don't have that. But do we then impose upon the traveler, upon the tourist, upon the businessman, a negative environment because we don't have these folks having what others have? Where do we find the balance so we can have the business people, have people come to their business establishments, tourists walk down the streets?
Councilman Zion.
How do we find a solution? How do you, other than lawsuits, which don't solve anything except attorneys make a lot of money and the homeless population continues to grow, making a facility, the Weingart Center, they can't house them all. The LA Mission, they can't house them all. And I feel compassionate about Jan Perry, who diligently tries to serve that district and has this continuing saga that she has to deal with.
I respect Jan Perry, and I think that she does try to do a good job. I agree with a lot of what you say. I believe police officers have rights too. One of the biggest groups of people we represent is police officers. We want to work together. I believe, because of my managerial experience, because I've had a lot of experience in this city, in this county, that I can help solve some of the problems you've just enumerated. And I want to try. I don't need to serve on this commission. I have lots to do, but I want to help solve a problem I think that we should all be very much ashamed of.
Well, we should be, but we are ashamed of it, and it's sad that the second largest city in the country has this problem. I was recently in New York. I did not see this problem in New York. I just came back from a National League of Conference in Charlotte, North Carolina. I didn't see it in Charlotte, North Carolina, but I see it here where we want to make this the safest city. I don't know how they eradicate it in New York, but where I went in New York, and I traveled to many areas in New York, it wasn't there. So what I'm looking at is the investment in people, the investment in the city in a positive fashion, and the expenditure of the ACLU funds, the expenditure of the city funds to defend lawsuits in lieu of doing something that's positive for everyone. I know Lincoln Place is an issue that people are being displaced. We're trying to resolve that issue. They have a home, and they're getting kicked out in the street, which adds to the 91,000. But I'm looking at viable solutions without a conflict of interest.
I
You
don't
could ask
believe
everyone
there's
in
a
the council
conflict of
chambers to
interest.
please be quiet. We still are, thank you.
I don't believe there's a conflict of interest. I want very much to solve some of the problems that you have talked about. I think some cities have done better than we have done. I think we need to look at all those cities. I think this is a multifaceted problem with many different kinds of people. 23% of the homeless people are children. We can't do that to our children. We cannot have a society that overlooks children. We have to solve those problems, and I'm committed to solving them. I'm not committed to working against them, believe me.
And just one final question. So you would say the ACLU would use funds to help instead of to litigate?
I can't commit how the ACLU would use its funds. I have a board of directors. They decide that. I can only decide what the Homeless Authority might do to help people. The ACLU is not part of the Homeless Society. I am an individual, and I have individual rights, and my board respects that right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, that item is now before us. If I can ask the clerk, Mr. Cardenas, you want to speak, or?
Ramona, you and I had a great opportunity to get to know each other better and talk about issues, get to know each other about how we feel about issues and the many, many issues that have not been resolved and the many issues that face us as a community. But one thing that you just said right now jumped out at me. I thought you just said that the ACLU is not part of the homeless community. Did you just say that?
I did not say that.
What did you just say?
I said that the ACLU, that I could not commit the ACLU budget to be used to serve the homeless community. I don't determine how the ACLU spends its money. I have a board of directors. So we are part of the homeless community.
I don't want to get
We are
involved
part
in-
of the homeless.
I apologize if I heard you wrong, but after you said that, I thought there was a sentence there where you said that you're not part of the homeless community.
We own a building at Beverly and Union. We are very close to this community. You know, I do want to say this to you, Assemblyman Curtis. I deeply appreciated the meeting that we had, and you raised some points, and it made me go back to my office and do some research. You know that in the 1980s, 1985 specifically, we did sue the county. And we did sue the county. And we worked with the city, with the then mayor of the city, to sue the county to get more money into solving the problems of homelessness. And it was only because you asked me about why do you pick on the city all the time that I did go back. I had been meaning to email you, but things, my friend Bill Robertson
understand.
died last weekend, and I just didn't have
I appreciate
time.
that. You're actually, what I want to do is have some of that dialogue here before the people of Los Angeles that you, should you be successful, you'll be serving on this commission.
Yes.
Solving problems is what this commission is about, or should be about, and hopefully would be successful. And one of the things that I just find that is just unfortunate, that cities, all too often here in Southern California, send their homeless to the city of Los Angeles. And then the vast majority of those individuals, those people, end up in Jan Perry's district, on Skid Row, in those few blocks. So what is it that you can think of? Give me an example, if you would, please, what you could do or would do as a member of this commission to try to solve the global issue, at least the Southern California issue, that faces the city of Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles specifically.
I think there are several things that can be done. I think that
please.
Well, I think litigation to end that problem may be necessary, and it may be one tool. There may be some ordinances that the city and surrounding cities have to pass or adopt. So I think there are ways of solving that problem, and I would be dedicated to seeing that other cities bear the brunt and the expense of this problem.
Well, the one thing that I find very unfortunate about commissions have the ability and the forum in which to address these issues and notify participants or non-participants, for example, other cities, about what they're doing or what they should be doing or what they're not doing. But the problem is, what happens with commissions all too often is, since they don't have any authority over those districts, over those communities, they can be ignored. If the commission is ignored, do you think it would be appropriate that the commission or commission members who have the ear or ability to talk to organizations like the ACLU find out if it's appropriate or it's time that we have some lawsuits once and for all to actually clarify and get the courts who have authority to demand of jurisdictions that they addressed their problem, their issues of their constituents?
I believe that problem of dumping homeless people onto Skid Row can be solved, and I am dedicated to solving it. I think that the people who are on the authority, the members of the Homeless Authority, can do lobbying with the City Council, can see that lawsuits are brought, can work on ending that problem.
Well, one of the things, I'll give you an example if you want to talk about city councils. We got a letter in City Hall, and I got a copy in my office, where the city of Santa Clarita, the actual council, drew up a letter and gave us a letter that they are not able to cite a facility for their homeless. That has got to be one of the most pathetic, appalling excuses of any elected body, to say that they cannot cite a facility. With all due respect, they are the actual body that has the ultimate authority about what is site, where they can find a site or not, where they can actually zone it, where they can put it, where they can approve it and permit it. And they're saying, admitting in black and white, that they haven't been able. No, the problem with the city of Santa Clarita, with many cities, is they don't want to cite them. They do not want these people in their community. And because they don't want these people in their community, then they send them to us. I represent the San Fernando Valley. We have an issue in the San Fernando Valley where we are not able to address something that I think the ACLU lawsuit has something to do with, and that is this. If, for example, there's a shopping cart, and that shopping cart has some material in it, other than groceries, which is what a shopping cart is made for. Say it has some clothing, say it has some old bottles and cans or what have you. The police or any city authority cannot move that item off of the street. They cannot either confiscate it, put it away somewhere. They have to tag it and wait a certain period of time and come back, and if it's still there, then they can do that. That's a big problem. That's an interference with the quality of life of everybody in the community, and I would think the homeless in general. Maybe not that one homeless individual who thinks that they own that cart, which actually belongs to somebody else, but their personal items are in it. What do you think we can or should do about that?
Well, to begin with, that was not an ACLU lawsuit. I think if shopping carts are stolen, then they should be returned to wherever they were stolen from. But I do believe that the belongings of a homeless person deserves to be respected. It may not be the kind of belongings that you or I have, but whatever a homeless person has is his or her property and deserves to be treated in that way. So I think that it's a complicated problem, but I think that it should,
Well, I agree with you that everybody's property should be respected. Human beings are human beings, whether they live in a home or live on the street. But still, you can't conceive of or give me an idea of what a solution would be to that particular issue facing that community on that sidewalk at that moment with those items, with that shopping cart?
I haven't thought about that problem. I'm sure it is a problem, and I'd like to think about it, and that's what I would expect to do if I am appointed to this commission.
Well, the reason why I wanted to have this dialogue with you is because the problems of the homeless aren't just in downtown, they're everywhere. Unfortunately, they're concentrated in downtown. They're concentrated in the city of Los Angeles, unlike other places. But I wanted to have that dialogue with you before the people of Los Angeles, because I think it's important that the people of Los Angeles understand that you are passionate, you are compassionate, you do believe in what you're doing, and I do believe that. But the thing that I'm struggling with is, are we creating a commission that has the right balance overall to address these issues that are citywide? Do we have enough balance where people have actually faced the issues of the shopping cart, faced the issues of homeless outside their business, faced the issues of homeless in their family? Those kinds of things. That's the thing that I'm struggling with, the entire makeup of this commission.
I believe that there are different kinds of people who have been nominated, some of whom have been agreed upon by this council. I think we bring different perspectives to the problem, and I think talking about these perspectives, weighing them, and trying to solve them. I am dedicated to solving these problems. I want to solve the problems of the homeless. I don't know all the answers this morning, but I have begun to do a lot of reading. I've already been down many, many times to Skid Row. I've been down now at night, and believe me, it's a scary place. I want to do this. I want to help. My entire life has been devoted to solving civil rights problems, to making this society better for all people, and that includes homeless people. And all I can pledge to you this morning is that I will do my best. I want to solve the problems, and I think that I have the experience, the managerial experience, the persuasive experience. I think I can help, and I hope that you will agree with me.
Well, I appreciate that answer. One more point, Madam Chair. I appreciate that answer because in this country, where we have a constitution and a democracy, unfortunately, the struggle is between the quality of life, civil rights, human rights, and where those things blend together, that's where we get the conflicts, and that's where we get the tough problems that need real solutions. So hopefully we can arrive at that and put our minds and our hearts together to do that. And like I said, what I'm struggling with is this makeup of LAHSA and who's on it, and do we have enough of the extreme perspectives of it. And one of the extreme perspectives is people who actually have either lived on the street themselves or have that issue close to them and that has affected them at the core because of their personal experience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, that item is now before us, the confirmation of Ramona Ripston. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes. Sorry, 10 ayes, 5 no.
Sorry, let's try that again.
That was 10 ayes and 5 noes.
10 ayes and 5 noes. Okay. Thank you.
you.
That item's been approved. Next order of business.
Thank you. Next item is item number 18, and that's confirmation of Mr. Ref Rodriguez to the Rent Adjustment Commission.
Thank you. Please come on up. Mr. Rosendahl, Ramon, and we need you to. Thank you. Mr. Garcetti, we were before, this is the Rent Adjustment Commission?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, colleagues, recommend strong approval. Mr. Rodriguez, we had him in committee, had a very good discussion, and think that his service on the Rent Adjustment Commission is something that will serve this entire city. So I want to congratulate him on the nomination and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I just rise to support Mr. Rodriguez. I have seen him work in the neighborhoods of Northeast as a teacher back in the early 90s, was an aspiring principal, wanted to create high schools, learning institutions. In the process, has learned about the plight of the working families, how families struggle to put together a quality of life that allows their kids to learn, to actually stay in school and advance in this society. He has been very successful, has an incredibly successful charter school, as well as a support system that affects families. So I applaud the mayor for identifying and placing this gentleman before us. I think he will do a lot for us in terms of dealing with these issues of quality of life. We've been hearing over and over again how working folks today are working just to stay in a home with a roof over their heads. And we need the type of person that can understand that whole dynamic in a comprehensive manner. So thank you, Mr. Rodriguez, for everything you've done. And hopefully you continue your success as an educator, administrator, and now as a commissioner. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, that item is now before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
Item's been approved. Next commissioner we have on our agenda.
Next items are 54 and 55, and those are confirmations to the Board of Civil Service Commissioners, Mr. John Perez and Ms. Sylvia Drew Ivy.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Zine.
Good morning.
Good morning.
20 more minutes, it'll be the afternoon. I'm glad you got here at 10 o'clock sharp. Don't ever be late. Now, you learned that in school, right, John? I met with both of you. We discussed the issues, the importance of the commission. If you can just briefly explain to my colleagues in our audience what you're going to help with the Civil Service Commission.
Well,
I've been a resident of the city for a long time. My children were born and raised in the city, went to the city schools, and went to a university in the valley, San Fernando, Cal State Northridge, which is a public institution. And my background in education is that I want to make sure that all the employees of this city get a fair hearing if they happen to come before a disciplinary board. It is important that both the city and the employee be represented and that their interests be represented and heard honestly and fairly before the commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember, I'm delighted to be here this morning to participate in the new administration. I had the pleasure of working during the Bradley administration in the city attorney's office, and I worked closely then with the personnel department. I'm familiar with a lot of the issues that come up, and am happy to be part of the team that will help the city work with its workforce and work with its workforce so that it represents fairly everyone's rights.
Thank you. And when it comes to the testing process, it goes before Civil Service Commission. When it comes for the disciplinary process, which many times there'll be cases, there'll be the business agent that'll defend the employee and the city management that is there. And sometimes employees don't measure up to the standard that we have here in the city of Los Angeles. And sadly, some people won't continue their employment. And that rests on your shoulders, that opportunity for them to remain with the city. But we maintain a high standard with our selection process, with our testing process, and within the boundaries of the 40,000 city employees. And as the chair of the Personnel Committee, we want to make sure that we're giving the public the best service, and those dedicated employees are there. And there'll be cases that are tough decisions to make, but it's in the interest of public that we all serve. And all those employees, whatever department it is, Recs and Parks, police, fire, you don't see police and fire, you'll see many other departments. They have a separate process, except the civilian employees from the police department you will see. So the bulk of the 40,000 and all the testing process goes through that commission. So it's very, very important. And that sets the standard for the delivery of service to the people of Los Angeles. So I welcome you both. I invite my colleagues to support this. I think you both have great backgrounds for this, and it'll be a wonderful addition. Again, the mayor's done a good selection in filling these different categories of the 300-plus commissioners that he has to assign. And Sharon's there. She's still going down that path, trying to get them all filled, and it's going to take months before we complete that task. So highly recommend both of you, and it was a pleasure meeting both of you also.
Thank you, Mr. Council.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Wisar.
Thank you. I've seen both your backgrounds and say that the mayor has made excellent recommendations here. I do want to commend Mr. Perez. I worked with him at LAUSD when I served there as a school board member, and he represented over 35,000 teachers.
45,000.
45,000 teachers. And I think you did an excellent job there. And aside from all that, I think you've always been a fierce advocate for children and this public education in this city. And I know you have a broad background, and even now as you serve as a commissioner for the California Post-Secondary Education, I know you're doing a fabulous job there. So welcome aboard, and I appreciate all you've done for the school district. You've served there how many years?
36.
36 years. One more year, and I've been around. But welcome aboard, Mr. Perez, and on behalf of the children of LAUSD, when we both served there, I want to thank you publicly for the work you did there and welcome you here to the city, and again, serving this great city of Los Angeles. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Councilman. I want to belated congratulations on your election to the council. I know you're going to do a very good job. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. We do have one public speaker card, Sylvia Lynn Hawkins.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ms. Sylvia Hawkins. Again, related to the appointment of Mr. John Pizarro and yourself for the Board of Civil Service, new commission, hiring your new judges, attorneys, and lawyers, principals, homeless shelter leaders from other African countries to work in the United States, 50 states, is not in order at this time. There is not money in their country or money here for public people and policyholders gain. For all these job positions from their university and private schools, trades has been canceled this day on all talk shows, radio stations, and all the United States of America. People that are from out of state, from the East, disaster problems. California of the West is now running out of food and Medicare for hospitalization coverage for the homeless people. Thank you very much. My name is Ms. Sylvia Hawkins.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you for your interest in serving. Nice to see you here in council chambers, and congratulations. Councilmember Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank both of you for all of your commitment to the city and the wealth of knowledge and experience you bring. I want to make sure the people of Los Angeles understand, is this a paid position or is this something where you're volunteering your time?
It's voluntary.
Volunteer.
Yeah.
So you're not getting paid $50 an hour or what have you. I'm sure you're worth more than that. I just wanted to clarify because we do this all the time, and sometimes some of the public don't realize that you are going to be an official of the city in an official capacity, but I just wanted to make sure that people understood that you're donating your time. John, you and I go way back. I know where your experience lies, and I think that you're going to be a wonderful asset to this commission, and I think it's wonderful for you to volunteer your time. I know you're not busy. I know you have nothing else to do, but thank you so much for all you give, and thank you for your friendship. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Councilman.
Thank you. Colleagues, that item is now before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
That item is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you
Look forward to
very much.
working with both of you. Next item. Commissioners?
That's all for the
All the commissioners for today?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we do have another item. Ms. Hahn is asked to be taken out of order. Ms. Hahn, items 21 and 60. That will be followed by item number 59, and then we will take public comment. I know Mr. Rosendahl has some representatives here today that need to speak, and we will do that immediately following. So item number 21 and 60, is that correct, Ms. Hahn? Those are the items you called special.
Yes, thank you. And I thought we might have public comment first. What's before us, members, is we have two ordinances that, in my opinion, will improve the quality of life for residents in Wilmington by declaring certain areas. We're going to prohibit container storage and junkyard storage. So I'd like to hear from the public on this first, and then I'll make a few closing remarks.
Without objection, we will hold public hearing. We do have 4 cards. I'd ask Dan Huffman, Patrick Wilson, Skip Baldwin, and Lucy Mejia to come forward. Oops, sorry. I dropped her, sorry. Sorry. Please, go ahead. Just state your name for the record, please.
My name is Dan Hoffman. I'm the Executive Director for the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce. Madam Chair and council members, thanks for listening to me this morning. I'll be very brief, but I wanted to thank particularly our Councilwoman Janice Hahn for the 15th Council District for being so diligent and seeing this through to create this balance between business and community. And on behalf of the Chamber, I'm really happy to say that we support both of these ordinances. That's 05-1224 and 1225. That's the full support of the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce. And we would also be remiss if we didn't also thank from the Planning Department Jeff Poole and Connie Polini for their due diligence in going out in the community, talking to community members, both residents and business. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, you must be Patrick.
Yes. Madam President, members of the City Council, my name is Patrick Wilson, and I'm President of the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce, a member of the Port Community Advisory Committee, and Treasurer of the Wilmington Neighborhood Council. But I come today to speak before you only as representative and president of my company, Fastlane Transportation in Wilmington. We are in the empty container storage and transportation business. Container storage is a vital service for the customers of the Port of Los Angeles, but it is a business activity that has the potential to adversely affect the residential community. After years of working toward a solution to, if not eliminate, the negative impacts to the residential community of Wilmington, Councilwoman Hahn has courageously pushed for regulations addressing empty container storage. The amendment to the Los Angeles Municipal Code before you today is the first ordinance that specifically addresses cargo containers in the code. Like all business activities, container storage should be subject to regulation regarding safety and zoning, and this amendment to the municipal code will balance the needs of the industry with the needs of the community. I would like to thank Councilwoman Hahn, who has doggedly pursued this issue since shortly after her first term, the election to her first term, her staff, who has spent countless hours with the industry and community to facilitate a resolution to this issue, the Planning Department staff and the Department of Building and Safety staff, who worked collectively on this problem, difficult problem, and the City Attorney's Office for their review and recommendations as well. I urge you to pass this motion, which will once and for all create an environment where container storage will be restricted to only those areas where this type of activity is appropriate, namely in the M3 zoned areas, heavy industrial. M3 zoned areas are generally not immediately adjacent to residentially zoned areas. Therefore, there will be a physical separation between homes and container storage, and ongoing land use conflicts can be avoided. Thank you for your consideration to this very important matter to the community of Wilmington.
Thank you. Ms. Mejia, would you like to go next? We can pull down the microphone for you as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I want to thank you, Janice, for helping us in Wilmington. I'm one of the persons that live next to junkyards, next to the containers, and when Janice came to us when she was running, she asked, how could I help you? And I says, you could help us move the junkyards and the containers. And I want to thank her a lot, and all of you people, because what Janice Hahn does for us, I know that you learn it to do for your people in your area. So, and what I see you guys on TV, and when you fight for your people, I said, there you go. I like these people. And I want to thank every one of them, and thank you for being on TV. And I would like to invite you to come to kick a soccer ball Sunday. Janice Hahn's going to be there. I think she is.
She's gonna kick a soccer ball?
I don't know, but I would like to invite all of you and bring your kicking shoes, because you're going to see all her people who really want her to be there, and she has really helped all the people from Wilmington. So I want to thank you very much, and thank you for the containers being moved. If it wasn't for all of you helping Janice, we would have never had them move out of Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Baldwin.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't write a speech for you today. I'd like to introduce myself as Skip Baldwin, Wilmington Citizens Committee, Neighborhood Council, and Port Advisory Committee. And I want to thank Janice, naturally, for all the hard work she's done on this over the years. And I don't want to get too far off the subject, but I'm particularly proud of her for bringing more park space to us. We've just been so thrilled about that, and that was one of the things that Lucy was inviting you to this Sunday. And we were down here a while back, and we got terrific support from the City Council itself on the park areas. So thank you so much, and I don't want to take too much of your time. I think that's enough. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Did you fill out a card?
Did I forget to put my name on my slip again?
You may have. Why don't you go ahead and fill out another card? But go ahead and make your comments.
Please forgive me. My name is Esther Lofton, and I just have a short statement, and I'm sorry about that. I'll try not to do that again if I have to come back. When an average citizen can be subpoenaed to serve on a jury to decide matters of law.
Madam, is this on this item? Is this on?
Oh, no. This
It's
is
not.
public comments.
We have not gotten to public
I'm
comment
very
yet.
sorry.
Okay, thank you. That's all right. We'll be able to call your name. So you probably did fill out the card. Thank you. Okay, we've closed public comment on these items 21 and 60. Acknowledge Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you, and thank you to the community members who have come down from Wilmington to testify in this. And again, colleagues, this is an ordinance that I've really been trying to implement since I took office in 2001. And as the community member said, I have doggedly pursued this ordinance, and still it takes a long time in the city of Los Angeles to accomplish something. But the community of Wilmington has historically been neglected and stomped on over the years, mostly by port activities. And one of the most unbelievable and negative impacts of port activities in Wilmington has to do with the storage of empty storage cargo containers. These cargo containers are stored at various locations throughout residential Wilmington. Residents in Wilmington literally walk out their front door, and kids walk to school past these storage containers stacked up to 40 feet high. And I don't think you will ever find this kind of industrial blight in any other part of our city. This community has also been blighted by junkyards. Did you know that there are over 400 junkyards in the city of Los Angeles, and 1/4 of those junkyards are located in the community of Wilmington? And I think that's just plain unacceptable, and that's just plain environmental injustice. In 2002, I introduced a motion to ban any new cargo container storage facilities and any new junkyards in residential Wilmington. We've had an interim control ordinance banning these facilities, and what we have today before you is to approve this permanent ordinance. It's interesting because when we first looked at how to make this ordinance a reality, we found that cargo containers were not defined anywhere in our city's municipal code, which explains why they've gone so long unchecked in this neighborhood. So this ordinance before us defines what a cargo container is, mandates that they are only stored in heavy industrial zones, and provides for various conditions on new storage facilities throughout the city. This ordinance will also prohibit any new junkyards in the community of Wilmington forever. And I ask that you join me today in taking a stand for the residents of Wilmington to once and for all say, we care about Wilmington, we've paid attention to your blight. And colleagues, I want you to take note of the fact that we had business members. We had the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce. We had the president of a Chamber of Commerce whose business is storing containers. And I want us to take a lesson from Wilmington, that just because it's a business, and just because it provides jobs, and just because they're a good member of the Chamber of Commerce, the fact that it has a negative impact on the quality of life for people who live in the community is unacceptable. We do not have to choose between economic development, jobs, businesses, and the quality of life for people who live there. Let's throw those arguments away forever. We can do both. We can have businesses, we can have a strong Chamber of Commerce, we can have jobs, but we don't have to trample on people's quality of life to achieve those goals. Stand with me today for the community of Wilmington. Stand with me for finally creating a line between industrial blight and residential neighborhoods in Wilmington. Thank you.
Cards on 59. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Labange.
Yeah, Madam
followed by Ms.
President,
Hahn.
Ms. Hahn, stand up. I think we're all going to stand with you there, and we thank you, Ms. Hahn, for your work. Thank you. Give her a hand for that. Remember the meeting that we had in Wilmington, that you brought us down and you told us some of the challenges of Wilmington. And here it has taken time, but it has to be done legally, and you've done it. We thank you. Especially thank all the people from Wilmington who came all the way to City Hall for testifying, which is so important. So, and let's push more. I know when I was down there, you had an aggressive program for tree planting, you know, to green space it, because some industrial zones, we need industrial, we do need the Port of Los Angeles, but it could cohabitate if there's that great green balance. And I see your Chief Deputy, Mike Molino, over there smiling. Mike, we got to plant some trees down there this spring. Thank you, Ms. Hahn, very much, and thank the people of Wilmington for coming all the way here.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Now, you can stand up, Janice. Okay. I too remember that, I think it was when we had that first neighborhood council meeting at the name of that place that we had it? Banning. Banning's Landing. I remember that. And I said it was San Pedro. I apologize. It was Wilmington. I remember making that comment. Because everything south of Santa Monica freeways, I can get into San Pedro, but I know Wilmington is separate. Anyway, I remember driving around with you and seeing in the residential area how they had all of those trailers. And it was a backyard of a residence where you see the piles and piles of trailers. If you haven't seen it, it's really a sad sight. So I saw it personally, totally support you. It's sad it's taken this long for us to get around to this, but I know you've been persistent in making it happen. So the people of Wilmington, your council member has been very tenacious. She's been tenacious on this, determined on this, and hasn't given up. We apologize it's taken so long, but finally we'll come to the pass where we'll be able to bring back a semblance of order and quality of life for that beautiful community of Wilmington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Congratulations, Ms. Hahn. This will be a model, I think, for the city. We'll all be looking to you for that leadership. So thank you. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
15 ayes.
That item's been approved. Congratulations, Mrs. Hahn. Next item is item number 59. Mr. Padilla. We do have a number of public speaker cards.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, this is item number 59, something most of you are very well aware of, a proposed grocery worker retention ordinance in the city of Los Angeles. What I'd like to do, Madam Chair, is maybe first go directly to public comment here from members of the community who are here to speak on the item, and then ask our city attorney to come forward and make their presentation as to the substance of what's before us, the legal grounds of what's before us, respond as appropriate to anything that has come up during public comment, and then I'll make my statements after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Padilla. We'll now open public comment. I will call up the following speakers. First, Margot Feinberg, followed by Roxana Tynan, followed by Alex Lopez, followed by George Milston.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Margot.
Good morning, council members. I'm here today as counsel to United Food and Commercial Workers Local 770, along with many others here today to lend their support for the passage of the Grocery Worker Retention Ordinance. As you know, there are hundreds of grocery stores in the city of Los Angeles. These stores are cornerstones of our community, providing vital commodities. Many of these stores are staffed by the hard-working members of our union. We are heartened by the fact that the council has taken up the important issue of the impact on these workers and the community when stores changes hands and to summarily discard their longtime workforce who have ties to the neighborhood. We too, like the city attorney, have researched the concept of a worker retention law for this industry and find it to be good policy and good law. Like the worker retention ordinance that the city now has in effect for its city contractors, we believe this ordinance would withstand any legal challenge. The District Circuit Court in D.C. upheld a comparable worker retention ordinance passed by the District of Columbia in 1994. The state of California has adopted a similar piece of legislation protecting job security of janitorial employees of private contractors throughout the state. New York City and San Francisco have also adopted displaced worker laws for building service workers, which have withstood legal challenge. Other cities are following suit. This will be the first ordinance to apply to grocery workers, and we are proud that the city of Los Angeles recognizes the role that these workers play in the economy and health of our city. We believe the ordinance will help small businesses in the grocery industry by giving them a trained workforce and will not force them to hire more workers than they need, only those from a preferential hiring list. Please act today so that workers who take to heart the neighbors' wishes, the cleanliness of the stores, the importance of well-stocked shelves and good service are not replaced as if they were cartons of milk whose expiration dates have expired. Thank you.
Thank you. Roxana Tynan.
Council members, my name is Roxana Tynan from the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. We were big supporters of the city's worker retention ordinance, and we're big supporters of this new adaptation of that ordinance. And I think coming on the heels of Councilmember Garcetti's press conference recently, the Economic Roundtable just did a study, it's in the press today, talking about how 16% of workers in Los Angeles are working in the informal economy without any benefits of wage protections, safety protections, and it's precisely protecting workers in an economy where they're increasingly being dislocated. This ordinance feeds directly into that. It does not damage the businesses who need to make changes, but it does protect those workers and gives them a fair opportunity to keep their jobs. So we encourage your support. Thanks.
Thank you. Alex Lopez, followed by George Milston, Dan Garcia, Linda Sabor.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
members of the council. My name is Alex Lopez. I'm with the Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 36. Unlike construction workers who, once they complete their projects, they move on to another project and they have adapted. However, when a store just changes ownership, you've got a trained workforce already in place, and because the owner wants to bring in a new crew or something, he displaces these workers, and most of these workers are usually residents from within that community where this new owner is going to set up shop. So you already have a trained workforce, I believe the owner should have some type of probationary period, as this ordinance pertains to, and give these workers from within the community a chance to prove themselves on the job. After all, the jobs don't change any. If you're a cashier or a box person or whatever, that's your job duties. So the Painters and Allied Trades are in full support of this ordinance, and we hope you will be too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Real quick, I just want to share my experience. I worked for Hughes Market, and at the time it was purchased by Rouse Market. Before the purchase went through, when the rumors were being spread, myself and my coworkers were in fear of losing our jobs because we didn't know what was going to happen. And once the purchase went through, the owners and management actually came and talked to us and said they would love to keep us in order to show the community that nothing was going to change. They wanted to express to the customers the loyalty of their employees. Also, because we had the experience and the knowledge of working in the stores, we knew how to run the store. We also knew what it would take to make the store successful. We knew, being a stalker at night, we knew how to order what items sold and which items to keep low in stock, so it would also be a profit to the company. So in support of the ordinance to pass, we would hope that the City Council take into consideration that a lot of the employees do live within their community, and this is the money that's used to feed back into the community and hopefully keep it running smooth. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Sabor, followed by Lisa Payne, followed by Sylvia Lynn Hawkins.
Good afternoon. I myself was able to experience two change of ownerships. I was originally an ABC employee that the company was purchased by Boys Market, and then from there to Rouse. But as an ABC employee for 30 days, myself and my coworkers had to work under a 30-day probationary period where we had no type of security. I had many friends of mine that lost their jobs after the 30 days. They were let go with no reasons or anything like that. And these were not just jobs. These were people's careers. I was lucky to be kept aboard and work in the same store and in the same community. But it is very important. I think people, the associates and people that work in the grocery business should have an opportunity to prove to new owners, that they can be the type of employees that they've always been. A lot of employees that were let go during the sale of that store were very close to retirement. And like I said, they lost everything. It's something to consider. It's something that I think that this council can let the members that work in these stores prove to new owners that they can be the type of employees under new ownership and continue the type of service to the public. The public deserves Class 1 service, and these employees do provide that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa Payne, followed by Sylvia Lynn Hawkins.
Hi, my name is Lisa Payne. I'm the Director of Housing LA for the Southern California Association of Nonprofit Housing. We all know there's a severe housing crisis in Los Angeles, and there are two sides to this housing crisis. One is the high cost of apartments and homes. The average two-bedroom, one-bath in the city rents for about $1,360 a month. and it takes a household wage of nearly $26 an hour to afford that. The other side of the housing crisis is that many employers, even large employers, in this city do not pay their workers enough to afford decent housing. Many working families live in slums, overcrowded homes, and garages. Supporting quality jobs is a crucial tool for dealing with the housing crisis in Los Angeles, and the proposed grocery worker retention ordinance does just that. Not only do grocery store worker families earn more than most retail workers, they also have better family health benefits and pensions, which free up household funds to pay for decent and healthful housing. LA needs these type of jobs. Also, the high cost of housing mean worker families are living paycheck to paycheck, and the sudden loss of a job can easily mean not being able to make the next monthly rent or mortgage payment. At that point, their options aren't that good. LA needs to protect itself from the public health problem of having more and more people without good housing options. We need this grocery worker retention ordinance to have healthy and stable communities and to keep us from falling even further behind in our shared goal of ensuring that Angelenos live decently. Thank you
very much. Before we hear from Ms. Hawkins, if I could again ask everyone in the council chambers to please keep their conversations to a minimum. Thank you. Ms. Hawkins.
Good morning again. On number 59, when establishing these grocery stores, transit action control agreements, all public people must be aware of these businesses can't no longer be inherited by with their family last name of a man that is now dead. No more can families or their families live in the building under the floor as we, the customers, are walking on the floor after business hours. Can no longer be their kitchen. All workers and owners must go home. We cannot support the style of Africa leader Will Chambers of 1,000 Women's Villages to take care of after working hours, whom has been spotted alive and not dead, Will Chambers. We can't take care of a tribe or ancestors, a people with only 2 fathers, 1,000 of women's. These businesses and grocery stores in all 58 states must be licensed, bonded, and assured.
Thank you,
very
Ms. Hawkins.
much. My name is Sylvia Hawkins.
Thank you, Ms. Hawkins. Victor Franco, followed by Peter Larkin, followed by Brendan Huffman.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Victor Franco, Jr. I'm with Central City Association here in downtown Los Angeles. For several business reasons, CCA would not be supportive of this ordinance. Today, I'm here to talk about the process in which this ordinance has now come before you. Obviously, City Attorney released this ordinance last Friday, and then it was waived out of the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. Our request, which we feel is reasonable, would be a discussion of all the facts and particulars of this ordinance. Namely, this is a precedent-setting ordinance. This is the first time a municipality is using its police power to regulate the private sector. Also, that the CLA and the CAO have not weighed in on the fiscal impacts of this ordinance. Could the city lose sales tax if indeed a market shuttered and there was no follow-up or a market that would come in after them? Would there be instances of blight because no markets would follow the closing of another market? These questions can be answered during a discussion, during a committee hearing. There is no reason here today to rush this through. A discussion at committee is where a reasonable discussion can take place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larkin, followed by Brendan Huffman.
Thank you and good morning. My name is Peter Larkin. I am the president of the California Grocers Association.
We are a statewide trade association representing the grocery industry. We have over 500 retail members, translates to over 6,000 stores in the state, ranging from the largest chains to the smallest independents. I have several of my members here with me today. Let me just introduce them briefly. They're not planning on speaking. Butch Stark with Unified Western Grocers, Brenda Sardi, Unified Western Grocers, which is the largest grocery wholesale company in the state, Jody Solanke with Big Saver Foods, Pete Perez with El Super, and Carl Middleton with Northgate Gonzalez Supermarkets. We too would like to ask that this ordinance be given a full hearing and an opportunity to air all of the issues in the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee. Failing that, we too would oppose the ordinance and ask that you vote no. Just a little bit more on the process. Mr. Franco did address some of our concerns. Let me just say that we have been aware at CGA, and our members have been aware of your interest in this issue since last summer. When we learned of your interest, we opened dialogue with members of your staff, some council members. We have had opportunities to talk to the city attorney to try to provide input and guidance and our expertise regarding some of the issues and concerns. We saw the ordinance, frankly, for the first time yesterday afternoon. And here we stand today talking about it. We have not had a chance to have many of those questions and concerns addressed or answered. We would love the opportunity to do that. Who is covered? Why are they covered? Why just supermarkets? Why just the grocery industry? What is the purpose? What if the employees do not want to stay with the store? If they stay, do they forfeit pay and pension from their previous employer? Does the city have legal authority? Speaking of legal authority, we asked our General Counsel's office in Sacramento to take a look at the ordinance last evening because we got it yesterday afternoon, and they did produce a letter, which you should all have in your possession, calling into question many of the legal concerns that they have. We would like an opportunity to sit down with you, talk about those concerns, and fully address all of the issues before we move forward. Finally, we are concerned about the economic impact on the city of Los Angeles. I do believe that if this ordinance were to go in effect, much of the capital that would be available for investment in supermarkets in the city might indeed flow elsewhere due to the lack of this type of ordinance in other municipalities. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Mr. Huffman.
Good morning, council members. I'm Brendan Huffman with the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. Like the speakers before me, the Chamber's a little concerned about the process here. This is a very significant and new precedent, groundbreaking motion that has been made affecting $1 billion industry in the world's 17th largest economy. And it seems to us we need a little bit more discussion about it. This is not the proper forum for a discussion. And the Chamber understands the concern of the workers who are here today. And let me say, Councilman Weiss, I love the Checkers at my Ralph's in your district, Coldwater and Ventura. Very friendly people. This could be a win-win situation, but we're not going to get there if this is pushed through today without the benefit of a hearing. There are also a lot, besides economic concerns, there are also a lot of legal concerns. The courts have spoken at a local level, but they haven't spoken at a more federal level, and we don't want to see the city exposing itself to legal costs down the road. In any event, we urge you to please have a real hearing about this in a committee so we can have a dialogue and get some feedback and try and make this a win-win situation for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Julie Butcher, our last speaker. Ms. Butcher?
I'm sorry. Thank you very much for this opportunity to stand up and speak in favor of positive, forward-looking change. We typically measure time in the city in dog years. So this has been a long time coming. Many things are not going to please, excuse me, please everyone. But there's some champions, and a couple of you are among them, Wendy being kind of the leader of that pack, pardon the animal pun. We looked at how many agencies in the city were responsible for the same work, and how little sense that makes.
Miss, you know what, Miss Butcher? They had you as 59. You're actually 50. You're talking about the Office of Public Safety? Yes.
Oh, good.
So,
Do over.
Yes, so we'll get you on the next one. Sorry, but I liked your comments. They were okay, we'll keep you on item number 53. Okay, that closes public comment. I'd like to acknowledge Council President Padilla, followed by Councilmember Smith, and followed by Councilmember Hahn.
Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. And if I can ask the City Attorney's Office to please come forward. And as they come forward, and I ask them to present the ordinance before us and the legal grounds for the council considering what's before us, let me just say, colleagues, since there was a resounding theme from some of the public speakers about the process and this being moved very quickly and being waived out of committee, just a reminder that I introduced a motion that started this back in July. And the motion was sent to committee. It was sent to the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, where it was heard, where there was public input, people for the proposal, people against the proposal. The proposal was actually amended in committee in part due to public comment and in part due to Councilmember Parks, who sits on the committee, that wanted to narrow down the specifics of who this applied to, who this didn't apply to. That motion, as amended, came to this full council, was, I believe, unanimously adopted back in July, instructing the City Attorney's Office to draft an ordinance that said some specifics. And now that ordinance is back before us. So this isn't anything new. This shouldn't come as a surprise. Let me pause for a second and allow the City Attorney to make their presentation, and then I have a few additional remarks.
Good morning, council members. My name is David Michelson. With me is Adrian Corsani and Teresa Stamus. We're all with the City Attorney's Office and pleased to be here today to answer any questions that you may have. The ordinance before you is rather straightforward and simple. It, if adopted, would require that grocery store employers transitionally retain, which is measured by 90 days, existing workers in the event of a change in ownership. And that really is the nuts and bolts of the ordinance, quite frankly. If you have any questions that we can answer, certainly we'd be pleased to do that. We believe the ordinance will survive judicial scrutiny. It is more on the cutting edge when it comes to this area of regulation. Other, just so you know, municipalities around the country have addressed similar issues in terms of regulation regarding janitors and building maintenance service workers, food service workers, security guard workers, both in Washington, D.C., New York City, and in Pittsburgh. And the state of California legislatively has dealt with the issue concerning janitors and provides a 60-day retention period. This would, however, I believe, the first time a municipality has addressed the issue with respect to grocery store workers.
And just a quick comment on the legal grounds for applying to grocery stores?
Certainly. The legal basis by which the city would be adopting this ordinance would be found in the city's use of its police powers. The city can, in using its police powers, regulate businesses that are within the jurisdiction of the City of Los Angeles in order to promote the health, welfare, and safety of its residents. And in dealing with grocery store workers in a transitional period basis, the concerns that would be focused on would involve sanitary procedures, the proper handling of food, possibly knowing the maybe unique clientele and customers that might frequent a specific grocery store. So again, it would be focusing on police power, regulatory use in terms of health, welfare, and safety.
Thank you very much, colleagues. And for those of you who may still have some remaining legal questions, I'd encourage you to press your button and ask them. But as the City Attorney mentioned, the idea of worker retention ordinances is not new. We have a worker retention ordinance here in Los Angeles, New York City, Washington, D.C., Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Even San Francisco and Santa Monica have enacted ordinance similar to what is being proposed here today in the Grocery Worker Retention Ordinance. The Office of our City Attorney has provided in its opinion that the ordinance is not preempted by existing state or federal laws. And it's actually important that you read that City Attorney's report where they include, quote, that the city may impose worker retention requirements on grocery store or superstore employers, and that the ordinance falls within the city's police powers and is constitutionally sound. What the ordinance does not do is important. The ordinance does not prevent new owners from hiring new employees. This ordinance does not prevent new owners from firing employees if there's just cause. The ordinance also does not apply to small mom and pop stores, only to stores above 15,000 square feet that sell primarily household foodstuffs for off-site consumption. What this ordinance is really about, colleagues, is the health and safety of the residents of the City of Los Angeles. When this council unanimously approved the motion instructing the city attorney to draft this ordinance, we all recognized and went on record as valuing the health and safety of our citizens and recognizing the unique relationship that the grocery store industry plays in our communities, and therefore the role that grocery store employees play in the proper handling of produce, meats, and poultry. The question before us is simple. Is it appropriate or not to impose a 90-day transition period when a new owner takes control of a store? I believe it is. It is when it comes to recognizing the safety and health interest of our residents, and it is when it comes to recognizing the significance of the stability in the workforce. These workers ensure that our food is safe and sanitary, and that's nothing to be taken lightly. So, colleagues, I ask that we reaffirm the position that this council took when we first approved the motion to draft this ordinance. This ordinance now will allow us to implement what we have previously acted upon, and I ask for your aye vote.
Next speaker, Councilmember Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the record, I have asked Mr. Padilla what prompted this, and he told me the story about one market buying another, closing them down, laying off the employees, and then opening up a new market a few months later, which I think is reprehensible, and I certainly would join you in that. My problem here today is we were presented an ordinance yesterday afternoon. It takes us very far afield of our police powers where we've never gone before. I have some serious legal questions, and I'm not an attorney, I don't pretend to be, but I need to have these vetted out. And I've started underlining these issues. I'm not an attorney, I haven't had time to really even think about them in less than 24 hours since we've been presented this. Also, there's questions about the economic impact. What are those economic impacts on the city's treasury, for one? What can that do to us? None of this has been vetted, and it is always my feeling that that's what committees are for. I know this council had passed the motion. I know the committee looked at the motion, but nobody has ever looked at the ordinance in a committee structure. Nobody has asked these really tough legal questions in a committee venue where we really vet those issues out. And so I am really very reluctant to charge out into a field where we have never gone before. It's questionable whether those other cities have really gone that far, because my understanding is some of those cities you mentioned have not gone as far as this ordinance goes. And so I would like to suggest, members of the council, that the appropriate way to do this is what we've always done around here, particularly on major policy shifts, that these things are vetted in a committee structure first, and I would move that this goes back to committee for the proper vetting that it deserves. So with that, I make a motion, Mr. President, that we send it back to committee.
Is there a second?
Second by Councilmember Parks. Okay. Next speaker is Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Greg, I mean, I respect that. And if that's the will of this body, I certainly don't have a problem with that at all. And there are a lot of questions I think people would like to see answered. I, however, am in support of this ordinance, and I think it is exactly the right thing that we should be doing right now in the city of Los Angeles. You know, far too often, those who work for companies in this city, those who live here, those who are neighbors, those who wait on us, serve on us, have a real uncertainty in their lives. And we experienced that just now with the cable transfer. And while it wasn't a part of our ordinance, which maybe it should be, we had to broker a deal up in my office that Time Warner would agree to offer jobs to all those who currently worked in the cable industry. Because we have seen numerous acquisitions, mergers, buyouts, corporate headquarters leaving. I mean, workers today are probably more insecure and more unsure of their livelihood, of their benefits, than at probably any other time in our history. And I, for one, want them to be protected. I was just in Albertsons a couple of weeks ago, and I know you guys can all relate to this. I mean, everywhere we go, we're public servants. I mean, we work 24/7. I have people coming up to me in Starbucks, and, you know, when I'm getting my hair cut, and when I'm in a dressing room, sometimes I've had people ask me about a pothole. But I was just in Albertsons the other week. I had a grocery clerk literally follow me down aisle 7 and say, "Miss Hahn, I am very concerned because the rumor is that Bristol Farms wants to purchase Albertsons. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen to our jobs. I'm worried. I have a family. I've lived in this community. I've been your neighbor for all these years. Please help me." This is a good way, I think, is to protect our workers in an age where, you know, we just went through a couple years ago a lockout and a strike by workers. You know, many of us stood with the employees of certain grocery stores only to find out later that their health benefits were slashed, only to find out later that, you know, we've got more self-checkout aisles now than we've ever had before. I just went into my Albertsons. They've installed ad cameras. So now when you're standing in line to check out, you have to be bombarded by advertisements. And I wonder how much that costs, and shouldn't that have gone to our workers and our employees? You know, so frankly, on this issue, I'm on the side, and I think it's a good way for us to protect those. And to me, economic development and economic health is about those who work in the city and those who pay back into our economy. I actually would like us to go further someday, and I would like to see us protect workers in the cable industry, in the hotel industry, all of the industries where we know there are buyouts and corporate mergers. Let's protect the people that serve us. Let's protect the people that are really loyal, because corporate America is not loyal. It never has been, and it never will be.
Councilmember Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was a part of the Housing Economic Development Committee, and I think in concept, I don't disagree with the approach. I think there's some landmines in the ordinance itself, and those are the issues that I have in the sense of reading the ordinance over the last few hours. But some of the things that are of concern, because in my community, we do not have a large number of franchise or chain stores. We have a lot of mom and pops. And so with those stores, and we're talking, I don't know how many employees, but those are the ones that would generally be purchased in the 8th District. The dilemma is, as people have advised me, from the Mexican-American grocers to a variety of people, what do I do generally if I buy a store? I'm going to bring in a transition team, so for 90 days I may have 2 employee groups. I'm maybe purchasing this store on a string. Can I afford to stay in business in that regard? Totally different issue from dealing with the large stores that we deal with that are chains. The other issue is in dealing with, why are we putting all of the emphasis on the purchasing partner? Shouldn't the people that are selling the store have some responsibility of a transition plan, of a notification to the community, notification to the employees? We've seen very recently, in the last 5 years or so, a large retailer, Macy's, left without telling their employees, left in the middle of the night. We've seen just recently a Ralph's left at Broadway in Manchester, where not only did they not notify the community, they left and then leased the property to a 99-cent store and not give even the community ability to look for another grocery store. And that's a community that has the largest per capita loss of grocery stores in the city of LA. The other issue that comes up is in dealing with the economic impact that Mr. Smith, when you're dealing with a community that has few grocery stores and then few retailers, do we create another dilemma as to why a company comes up with a reason not to come into the community? The issue recently, the Los Angeles Economic Development Corporation just did a major article of why businesses are moving out of LA and why businesses are expanding outside of LA. And it indicates a variety of things that are policy decisions and issues in which drives business to other communities. Just this morning, in Housing Economic Development, the Milken Corporation came forward with a study that talks about how business is growing in other counties that surround us, but we're dropping significantly. At some point, we have to figure out what are we doing that's self-inflicted that may be causing that. But I think that in looking at this whole issue, particularly if we're dealing with stores as low as 15,000 square feet, generally that's not dealing with chains, that's dealing with independents, small stores, mom and pop. That's the cornerstone of some of our community's grocery business. They require some special attention of how we address that may be totally different from the chains. And so also the other issue of cause. There's real no an explanation in the 90 days. What does cause mean? Do I have to find something they did wrong while we're going through the 90-day period? Is it something that I may have requirements of hiring that they don't meet, and I know that almost immediately? Is the 90 days far too long? Can I make those decisions within 30 days? Those are the kind of things I would hope we can get resolved before we put forth a ordinance that nails everybody down to a process that doesn't take in consideration the size of the store, the number of employees, whether they're a chain or not a chain. But those are the things I would like to see as we move forward, that they can be explained, because there's a great deal of anxiety among small business owners that are the fundamental cornerstone in some communities as far as groceries, that say this does not help them. It makes them reflect on whether they will buy or continue to stay in the community. And again, when you have a community that has little or no grocery outlets, the last thing we need is another hindrance as to small companies coming in and taking up that challenge.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Zine. Mr. Zine.
Just holiday greetings to Councilmember Hahn. Thank you. A question regarding change of ownership. Today, it's a name brand market. Tomorrow, another market comes in, and all they do is switch the name. Everything's the same except they switch the name. Does that qualify under this?
Probably need to know more facts, but more than likely it would. If the store is falling into new owners' hands, which is what I'm assuming might be the case if they're changing the name, then this ordinance would apply, right?
Well, you're changing one of the corporate names, because we have a number of stores in the valley that they're emerging markets. They're becoming supermarkets. They start with one, and now they're starting to grow additional markets, even building markets. I don't think they're union, and there's a number of them. In one particular case, there was a major market that closed, and a couple weeks later, another market opened up in the same facility, same shelves, with a new name. That would require that they hold those employees for 90 days.
If there was a change in ownership that was consistent with this ordinance, and more than likely, again, it would be, we'd have to look at the individual facts, but that would then trigger the applicability of this ordinance, and it would require in essence, the new owners, the new corporate entity, to offer employment to the existing employees for that 90-day period. And during that time, they could only be terminated for cause, as that phrase is commonly understood in sort of the world of labor law. Beyond the 90 days, they would not need to be retained.
And that doesn't seem to be a very long time. I mean, people have mortgages and car payments and other responsibilities, and 90 days is a very short period of time to rearrange your life and maybe go out and find another job. And I'm looking at the picture of this. The chains, the major chains that we have, I understand, are union chains. The new ones that are coming in are not union. And is that the focus of the change of ownership, to do away with the union employees, the union benefits, the union salary packages, and to come in, because they're going to have people working in those supermarkets. They're going to have cashiers, they're going to have the folks that stock the shelves, the produce department, meat department, et cetera. And are they basically swapping out and pushing off the union folks and then bringing in people at a lower salary and benefit level?
I would say the ordinance is blind as to whether there's union whether there's union involvement or not, either with the store that's being sold or the with the previous owners or the new owners. The ordinance, again, because the city council would have to be using police powers to adopt this ordinance, has to focus on health, safety, and welfare. And the 90 days was perceived as an appropriate period of time to ensure that the workers who are going to be there during that transition have have familiarity and an understanding of sanitary procedures and other health and safety issues when it comes to grocery store and handling food, and possibly knowing, again, the clientele of that community. So that's where the 90 days comes from, again, is this concern over health, safety, and welfare. Do we have employees early on in this change of ownership who really know how to deal with health and safety issues pertaining to that type of business?
Okay. Just one step out of that. Good Guys, for example, they're going out of business. Their employees are being displaced. Would this apply to anything other than the supermarkets?
This particular ordinance only applies to establishments that are, I believe, greater than 15,000 square feet in size and that are primarily engaged in the selling of food and things sort of related to sale of foods. Is that right? Yeah.
It's the primary sale of food, goods, and daily necessities.
Okay, so the other operations that are closing and emerging, they wouldn't be included. I think Councilmember Parks mentioned one of the department stores that closed. It would only apply to this. And you mentioned earlier in your comments security officers, et cetera.
The other cities around the country that have also ventured into this area of regulation have focused on not grocery workers at this juncture, but they focused on building maintenance employees, building security employees, I think food service workers in Washington, D.C., janitors.
And is that 90 days also?
I don't know if those specific municipalities have 90 days, but they would have a period of time somewhat similar. Maybe it's 60, maybe it's 120. And those municipalities also would have had findings that delve into the police power regulatory issues such as health, welfare, and safety.
Okay, and what do we currently have, worker retention? I know there's some worker retention programs we have within the city of LA. This isn't the first one. Which ones do we currently have in place?
The city of Los Angeles has an existing ordinance, which I believe we call the
Service
worker retention ordinance, which only applies to those employers who have contracts with the city of Los Angeles. In essence, we've told via ordinance those certain types of employers who have contracts with the city of LA, personal service contracts, what have you, that they have to have certain policies within their employment of their own employees. But again, that's by virtue of the fact that they have a contract with the city. In those instances, we're using our proprietary powers, not our police powers.
So then this is the only branch outside of that arena into this. And there, down the road, we may come up with some additional, as you mentioned, in other cities where they protect those workers for a period of time.
Correct. I think here in the city of Los Angeles, this particular ordinance dealing with grocery workers would be one of our first where we've gone beyond just our contracting abilities, where we've contracted with employers to provide services to the city. The other municipalities I mentioned, though, are municipalities who have adopted ordinances that go beyond employers who just have contracts with those municipalities. It applies to all the businesses in their jurisdictions.
Okay. And my final comment is that many dedicated people in the supermarket industry have been there for many years. They used to get the retirement, the golden watch, the handshake, the retirement, and now it seems that in this transition, all they want to do is give them the boot and then send them out to fend for themselves. So, Councilman Padilla, a good measure, strongly support it, and I think we'll probably be seeing more come forward for more worker retention in some of the other entities that we have here in the second largest city in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosendahl, followed by Councilmember Garcetti, Labange, and closing by Mr. Padilla.
Good afternoon. This ordinance, if we move forward today, does what?
This ordinance, if we move forward today, if there's less than unanimous vote, it will, but at least 8 votes, there'll be a second reading. Ultimately, if City Council adopts this ordinance, I believe, after 30 days, it would become adopted. And at that time, it would be applicable to the change of ownership in any grocery stores in the city of Los Angeles, again, those that are larger than 15,000 square feet in size.
And what protection does it give the workers?
Well, again, the primary focus is to protect the residents of Los Angeles in terms of health, welfare, and safety. In terms of the workers' perspective, it would require the new owner of that grocery store to offer continued employment in that specific store for at least 90 days on this transitional retention basis. So for an additional 90 days, they would have to be offered continued employment.
So this is a time-sensitive matter. If we move on it today and 30 days it becomes law, any particular mergers, acquisitions that are in the play right now would fall under this?
It would apply to, it would apply prospectively to new mergers, acquisitions, change in ownership that would occur after the ordinance was adopted.
Mm-hmm. In my district, I have a Albertson that has been bought by a Bristol farm. Bristol Farm is a non-union group. The possibility of that existing would be that these people would be let go, period, if we don't put this ordinance in place?
I mean, that's a decision between the two private parties engaged in that transaction, and if the transaction has already occurred, this ordinance was adopted after that were to occur, this ordinance may not actually be applicable. We'd have to actually consider that issue in terms of the application of the adopted ordinance applying to a transaction that has occurred in the past.
When you look at the community that these mergers and acquisitions happen in, what impact does it have on that? People who shop and go to the stores, and so on. Anything?
And that really gets to the primary focus of the ordinance, expressing concern for the communities that these grocery stores reside in, and that the city would want to be protecting health, safety, and welfare of those communities, of the residents who go and shop at those grocery stores, to make sure that at least on a transitional basis, there are employees working there who understand the needs of that community, understand the sanitary procedures and other sort of health and safety issues that go along with selling food and food-related products.
Mm-hmm. Well, it seems to me to be very clear that there's 2 issues at stake. There's the community and its health and safety issues, which this ordinance will continue to protect community. And second is the reality of what Ms. Hahn had said earlier in her most eloquent statements about the working men and women and the rights of working men and women. There is a big concern. I'll never forget the strike a little bit ago when I went into my Vons, which I didn't go in when the strike was on. When the strike was over, there were a lot of temporary workers in there that were pushing out the rank and file workers that were there. A lot of good people were hurt, and I don't want to see more good people hurt by any of these mergers and acquisitions. So for both reasons, health and safety of the community and the workforce, I certainly would like to see us move forward on this today. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Councilmember Garcetti.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to this crack team of lawyers that's put this ordinance before us. As chair of the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee, we're glad to hear the testimony, and I know each one of the members of the committee was able to share his concerns and sympathies with the destabilization of our communities and what can happen, especially in such a critical industry such as that provides us with food here in Los Angeles. And I rise, you know, privately I may have opinions about workers and what's happening in the city and the gutting of middle class, but I rise today as a public policymaker with a very clear intent about the health and welfare of communities. And I want to emphasize just what motivated, I believe, Mr. Padilla, and then as we talked about in committee, certainly what motivated me as the chair to move forward with that, and making sure that we are on secure legal ground in doing this, because as public policymakers, we can't just go with where our hearts are. We have to make sure that we go too guided by our heads. I have a legal question for our lawyers. How would you answer in looking at your brief, the rational basis test in other cases? What would be the answer for a rational basis here as to why this particular industry and this particular ordinance is moving forward?
It's a legitimate government concern to want to protect the health and safety of residents, since grocery establishments are main points of distribution of food, which have to be handled in accordance with OSHA, county regulations, FDA regulations regarding distribution of specific kinds of raw meats and produce. The city has an interest in making sure that those standards are maintained. The rational basis then is to keep the industry knowledge for a transition period when the establishments change ownerships, so that that knowledge isn't lost when the personnel changes.
Okay. Just a couple quick last comments then. I appreciate that, on putting that on the record as well. I live in Echo Park. We had a grocery store, Pioneer Market, which many are familiar with on Sunset Boulevard, change hands. It's no longer a supermarket. And I can tell you what the effect has been on one community of that, especially for elderly and seniors who, folks who have disabilities as well, who aren't as mobile. People always say the market will somehow magically adjust and that stores will go where people need them to be. And talking to seniors in my community and people that have physical disabilities, that's not the case. And even though they have grocery stores or markets that might be 10 blocks away, to them that's the difference of what sort of quality of food they are having and the quality of life. And it certainly has been destabilizing in the community that I live in. Also, I want to say one last comment that when we worked on the Superstore ordinance together with United Food and Commercial Workers Union and the grocers, I think that was a model of cooperation. I was proud to be there with our grocery stores to make sure that they have the sort of stability they need as businesses, and also with the workers to make sure that they have stable lives that they can plan for and contribute to our middle class and the stability of Los Angeles. I would hope that we could have that partnership together as well. This is something that will strengthen our communities, strengthen our businesses, and strengthen our workers together. As the grandson of two members of UFCW, I know that they've always focused not just on narrow interests, but on making sure that we have stable communities, and this ordinance does that too. So congratulations, it has my support.
Thank you. Councilmember Labange, followed by Councilmember Cardenas, and then Councilmember Padilla.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I could. Mr. Chair of the committee, Mr. Garcetti, is it possible you could hear this next Tuesday? And because if somebody walks in and says, we don't feel we've had a fair shot at it, it's worth holding. I think Ms. Hahn said that when she made her eloquent remarks. So if it's possible to have this heard in committee next week and then come back, you could have this done within this calendar year if there's some issues that are there that are important. You know, you spoke about the Pioneer Market at Sunset and Echo Park Avenue, which was a great store, which was a family-run store, which had super challenges, which always tried to make those challenges, and then they're gone. It is disappointing. I just wanted to ask, is it possible to do that in the representatives who spoke of the fact that they wanted to have some discussion? Because as Mr. Smith said, he just saw it this morning on the ordinance. Is that possible?
It may be splitting hairs in that my suspicion is this will not go through unanimously, so we'll have to go to a second reading anyway of the ordinance, which will give us some time. It'll be held over for a week, correct? Or one meeting? Second reading would be a week. So it's the same amount of time either way to have those discussions.
What's most efficient?
For me, I'm not in favor necessarily of bringing it back to committee because I feel like the ordinance, which is what was directed, is representing.
Let's just switch the tables. What if the owners came in and said, we want this ordinance, and the workers didn't get to seal and feel it and didn't get that opportunity?
So my only point is that either way, there will be a week.
Yeah, but I think a committee structure gives it. I mean, I want to be fair to everybody, and that's why things stand. So I just think if you go back to committee, because if the owners and probably past city councils would come in here and probably get things done. that probably they railroaded through. And if someone comes up and says they didn't get an opportunity to speak to it on the ordinance, I think it's fair to have it speak. And I think Ms. Hahn said it very well. And I also do believe, members, I think we should develop an office of employment or focus on this, because this is one very important industry that affects neighborhoods throughout, as Mr. Park spoke about his community and the type of market that is there. It should be in all communities that have an excellent market, and trying to find that out. But I think I should ask the city attorney's office for a little help on that, maybe in a conversation, in a phone call, of creating some office that focuses on other industries. Members, I just want both people to have a shot at it. It's taken a long time to get here. It's taken 10 months. You introduced the motion 10 months ago, Mr. Padilla? 6 months ago. So that's, it got here faster than the containers did from Wilmington. So we could ask that it would go again to committee so that everybody could put it up, because then it will stand taller and tougher if you have it go through that whole process. So that's what I stand to rise for.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Councilmember Cardenas, followed by Padilla, and then Mr. Parks.
Thank you. I think it's important that we as council members express our concerns, whatever they are, and also look to the rules and regulations and requirements that we have when we pass ordinances. And one of the things I'd like to point out, if I remember correctly, there is a motion on the floor for it to go back to committee, right, by Mr. Smith. So the council members are going to have an opportunity to weigh in and vote on that, Tom Labange, and find out if the council as a whole wants us to go back to committee. But at the same time, I want to point out that this is going to easily, with one no vote today, it's going to be put over for a week. So that means people are going to have a week to read the ordinance, people are going to have a week to bring up their concerns, et cetera. And I think that if people still have concerns next week that can be vetted or done in committee, then that'll be brought up next week. Right now, I would like to see this go forward because, as Council President Padilla pointed out, this ordinance, this matter, this political discussion, this policy discussion, whatever you want to call it, it's been going on for the last 6 months in this venue of the City Council of Los Angeles already. So I just want to make it clear that this is not something that's brand new. This is not something that these professional lobbyists can come up here and say that this is the first time they've heard about it. This is too soon. They've only got to read the ordinance for 1 day. They've only got to read the ordinance for 1 day, but they do know the elements of what's going on. They understood the elements of what the objectives were. They understood and could have gone to committee and probably were in committee when they were discussing this in committee already. So when it comes to the policy discussion, there has been plenty of policy discussion on this matter. So I want to make the public aware that this is not something that's being rushed to the degree that was expressed by some of the speakers, but this is something that is being that we are following the rules and requirements of this body. In addition to that, I wanted to say that I'm very proud to say that I know people who work for grocery stores. I know people who are very proud and tell me and have told me over the last few decades, since I used to work for Safeway grocery store, that by the way is no longer in Southern California, and when I was a box boy, that I know them and I used to work shoulder to shoulder with them, and I go to those supermarkets and I talk to them, and every now and again we talk about family and how things are going. And one of the things that they're very proud of is they work for a place that actually has benefits. They work for a place that gives them a respectable wage. This is a government matter. This is a public policy matter, because when people are disrespected and not given a respectful wage, they can't buy the housing, as one speaker was talking to, and can't have be able to afford housing. In addition to that, when people are not given benefits, guess who pays those benefits for them? The public does. When people do not have health care, guess who pays for their health care? The public does. So anything that we can do to shore up the opportunity for responsible companies, to give people an opportunity to transition, to give people an honest look as to whether or not they are good employees and they will be kept, I think this ordinance works through the spirit of that in a legal way. And one thing that I wanted to make very clear as well, one thing that you learn when you learn to be a professional, and I think box boys are professionals. I learned the tools of knowing how to be careful. What goes on the bottom, what goes on the middle, and what goes on the top, so they don't damage each other. This is a process that I think is not damaging. This is a process that I think is in fact careful. This is a process that was not rushed, and this is a process that will continue at least for another week for intelligent people to read the ordinance, for intelligent people to come up with their questions and concerns, and for intelligent people to speak on the public record. As I'm sure Council President Padilla, should this come to next week, we will open up public comment again. This will not be a closed session where the public will not be heard and concerned citizens will not be heard. This will in fact be a forum exactly like today, and that's why I'm voting for the ordinance today, so that we can make sure that this goes forward. And unfortunately, it was pointed out as well, too many of these transitions are happening any given day, any given week in this city, and I don't think we should wait any longer.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just ask 2 or 3 questions. On developing the ordinance, what was the consideration of why 90 days as opposed to a longer or shorter period?
90 days, in looking at the other cities that have done this, seem to be the common transition period. It is a policy decision, so we can alter that if the council would like to, but just in looking at the practices among the country.
Hold my time. Yeah. Okay, the other thing I wanted to ask you is that, was there any consideration of the outgoing owner taking on any additional responsibility as opposed to putting it all on the shoulders of the new owner?
Under the ordinance, the outgoing owner is required to compile a list of the employees that have been working for the store according to job classification and seniority within that classification. The enforcement mechanism that's built into the ordinance holds that employer responsible, so that if that list isn't given as required by the ordinance, or if those names aren't included, the employee has recourse against that employer as well.
Okay, but we've given them the responsibility of the least costly part of the transaction. They provide a list and they provide notification. Is there any consideration or legally that they can be required to pay the salaries for a portion of the 90 days?
Presumably, if the case is litigated, a court in determining the damages awarded to the employee would look at the percentage of responsibility carried by either party, and that is up for the court to decide.
I'm just saying, as part of the ordinance, could that be a requirement, or is that beyond our jurisdiction?
It would probably be beyond, it would be beyond our jurisdiction. That issue really needs to be left in the hands of the 2 private parties negotiating the transaction, the existing owner of the grocery and the new owner of the grocery, as to who would bear the costs or some of the costs associated with the transitional employment. I should also mention, because it goes back to a question you asked a little while ago, Councilman, concerning public notice of a pending a change in ownership. The ordinance does require that notice be publicly posted on the outside of the grocery store that a change of ownership is now pending because the transactional documents leading to that change in ownerships have been executed.
Yeah, but the issue again, the owner has a requirement to make that notice, but it could be done at a very short time before the transition occurs. Or is there a timeline on that?
It has to be done posted within 5 days of the consummation of the agreement to transfer ownership, which could be some date in the future.
Okay. But it has to be done within 5 days, but the consummation of the agreement could be a week later.
I'm sorry, 5 days following the consummation of the agreement, the actual transaction, the changing hands, would presumably occur 30, 60 days.
I know, but it could be much shorter than that.
It could be.
It could be,
Okay.
true.
And then the other issue in dealing with, I think in the committee there was a recommendation that if we're going to look at this, whether it impacts other retailers other than grocery. And is that something that the city attorney is looking at as a separate ordinance, or did it fall by the wayside, or?
To clarify the question, for the notice or for the retention?
For the same issue. I think initially it was talked about for groceries, and I think one of the amendments was with the city attorney research, is it a viable ordinance for all retailers, or was is that still a part of this, or is it going by the wayside?
It's no longer directly part of this. This ordinance speaks to grocery store workers, whether they're working in a grocery store or in a superstore that meets the City of Los Angeles definition of superstore that involves the sale of food at a certain percentage. Other retail establishments are not subject to this ordinance. We would be pleased to look at other scenarios, but again, there would have to be an appropriate finding in order to support the use of the city's police powers for those other retail establishments.
Okay. And then the other issue, and maybe I missed it, did you give a broader definition of what cause was as it relates to
It's a long day.
this ordinance?
No, Councilman, you did not miss it. I did not, and we did not give a further definition other than to say the termination for cause is sort of a well-honed term of art in California and around the country. And there is a body of case law that quite well articulates what makes up an appropriate termination for cause.
Are we talking about cause by the action of the employee?
That's
or are we
correct.
saying, we're not saying cause by the new employer having job requirements that may be different than the current employer?
No, it would be something the employee did that would lead to a termination for cause, a dishonesty, an act of dishonesty, for instance, or not showing up to work, or something along those lines. It has to be a showing of cause.
As far as the process, if the small grocery business and associations wanted to have input as it relates to maybe talking about language of this ordinance, what would be the process? Is that something, without going through committee, is that something that they would just come to council when it comes to the second reading? Is it something they should be submitting to the city attorney for consideration? How does that work?
Is this primarily to address grocery stores that are smaller than 15,000 square
Well,
foot
no,
size?
because this deals with 15,000 or above.
Above, that's right.
But if you're dealing with stores such as that say, we support what you're doing, but we think it should be 30 days as opposed to 90. We support what you're doing, but we think the cost should be shared with the outgoing and the incoming owner. How does that input basically get into the process?
There's probably multiple ways that could be done. Written input could be provided to the clerk over the next few days. They could send it to our office. I think there's certainly a number of ways to probably get that done effectively.
Okay, so I mean, say that, maybe I missed it. You said a variety of ways they can send something to the clerk?
I think they could probably set, if someone had some written comments that, assuming that it's not a unanimous vote today, that they want council to consider on the second reading a week from now, they could submit those comments to the clerk. They could submit them to our office, to the attention of myself, David Michelson, so we can make sure that, that they could be considered.
Okay. The one issue, and I think in addressing from many of the small grocers that have called my office, is their number one concern. After all of this is done, the only requirement of the ordinance is you consider the current employees for a job after you've gone through the 90-day and the posting. Many of them feel that that's an exorbitant amount of time, particularly if you're a small store, not a chain, to be carrying two workforces, or a transition team, an existing workforce, and for that period of time. And so those some adjustments that, again, that you may get more people to agree if they could be adjusted in the language that satisfies both sides in the sense of cost, time, because in the end result, all we're saying is give them a name of the people. In 90 days, you must consider them having a job. It's not mandating a job. But the key is, why would it take that long to come to that decision?
Well, to be clear, the ordinance does mandate the offer of continued employment and that continued employment running for 90 days.
Yes.
Beyond that 90 days, you're correct, Councilman, that the new owner only has to consider more permanent employment for those employees.
I know, but I'm saying, but the key is at the end of 90 days, the ordinance says it only has to be a consideration.
For further employment, that's
further employment. So the issue is, if people are willing to support and have a shorter time, and also whether it's within legal bounds to share that cost, those are the things that have caused people to say they're opposed to it, because they haven't had the ability to get their voice in the process to say, can there be some adjustment in the wording, even though conceptually they may agree with it, but mechanically, when it hits, the rubber meets the road, the ordinance has some landmines that they cannot tolerate.
Sure, and hopefully old and new owners would know the terms of this ordinance and therefore could take those terms of the ordinance into consideration when they're negotiating the purchase and sale of the store, and therefore costs could be shared amongst the new and the old owner, if that's what they were inclined to do.
Yeah. So I think my last comment is that the issue is we have an ordinance that mandates that the new owner shall, then we say it should be within the negotiation of the old owner, and I'm sure they're not going to bring it up if it's more costly. And so there is no string to hold them accountable, even though they have the relationship with this group of employees, and there is no transition for those employees by the existing owners. So they could sell at the high dollar mark as best they can, give a 5-day notice, be out of business in a week, and the new owner takes on all that responsibility as relates to the 90 days, the cost, and all the other things. And that's the unfairness of what many people have brought to our attention.
Mr. Padilla for closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, appreciate the discussion, your consideration of the item before us. First of all, I want to thank our city attorney for the tremendous job that they as a team have done in crafting this ordinance, doing their due diligence and research, and presenting today. And also to the city attorney, Rocky Delgadillo, for his support in getting us this far. I will once again ask for your aye vote on the matter before us today. I believe there's been a motion made to refer this matter to committee. I'd ask that we vote no on sending it to committee. I'd ask that we vote no on continuing this item. There's only been a couple of members around the horseshoe who have expressed reservation or questions. I too will assume that it will either be not a unanimous vote, or if somebody withholds, then the same effect will happen. This will carry over for a second reading, providing a one-week opportunity, colleagues. If you have additional questions or reservations, I believe the city attorney would be more than happy to meet with you, address your questions and concerns. That one-week opportunity would also be the window of time for any additional public input or comment to come in writing preferably, but if my office can facilitate any meetings or discussions to air out policy recommendations, then we can do so. But I look forward to being back here 1 week from today for a second hearing on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Madam Clerk, I know the item is now before us. We have an amendment that is being recommended. We'll vote on that first.
Yes, and the motion is to refer this matter back to Housing, Community, and Economic Development Committee.
Okay, colleagues, this item is now before us. The issue is whether to send this back to committee or not. Everyone in their seat, and as you know, you have to press no if you want it, and yes, you don't have to press anything. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
4 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay. That does not pass. The item is now before us to have this, and it will be coming back for a second reading on which date? Yes, Mr. Labange.
Anticipated that vote, and I would ask those who disagree with what was proposed to work together and come to Mr. Padilla's office, or if I could help in my office, to try to resolve these differences of this important ordinance that is going to help people. Thank you.
Thank you. So the item is now before us, Madam Clerk. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
I think someone had pushed, Mr. Smith had pushed no. Can we have that vote again, please? I don't know if there's something wrong. Reopen the vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the votes.
12 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. That item has been approved.
That goes over for second reading.
Second reading, and that will be coming back on which day, Madam Clerk?
The 21st.
Be back on the 21st. Okay. Next item, order of business, Madam.
Madam President, did you wish to take a public comment at this time?
Yes, we will be taking public comment at this time. If we could ask everyone who is leaving to be quiet as you go so we can continue on with our agenda. I'd like to call up Anthony Morales, followed by Angie Dorame, Loretta Ditlow, And there's another individual who filled out a card that does not have your name on this card from the Gabrielo Indians. Again, if I could ask everyone in the chambers to please be quiet so we can continue. Shh.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience today.
Yes, I'm here to speak on behalf of the ongoing Phase 2 project at Playa Vista. I'll start out with introducing myself. My name is Anthony Morales, Tribal Chief and Chairman of the Gabrielino Tongva Tribal Council, San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, headquartered in San Gabriel. Once again, I stand before you, as I did back on September 22nd, 2004, to oppose the ongoing work on Phase 2 of the Playa Vista project. Our Tribal Council is a signatory to the programmatic agreement as a concurring party for the Playa Vista project, which was signed in October 1991. This agreement expired in October 2001 and was illegally extended for an additional 10 years until October 2011. Correspondence from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation dated December 17, 2001, has instructions that states an amendment to the programmatic agreement and signatures from both the signatories and concurring parties need to take place before such an extension can be executed. This action never happened, nor did we sign any documents. Phase 1 destroyed one of our last remaining burial grounds for 409 human burials of our ancestors were desecrated. This atrocity continues into Phase 2, where several more human burials and a significant amount of bone fragments have been destroyed. Phase 2 continues with cultural, environmental, and legal issues that need to be addressed by this council. We as Native Americans have played by the rules, and with all due respect, we ask this council as a lead agency to do the same by not ignoring our issues. We ask that you impose an injunction or a restraining order on this project so that you can conduct a thorough investigation. This project is a development that is out of control. And quoting Mr. LaBonge's opening statement earlier, we are the indigenous people of Los Angeles. I am of that ancestry that marched out of San Gabriel Mission on September 1781 to come and found Los Angeles. And please, by all means, do not ignore that we don't exist, because we do. We've been here for over 10,000 years. We're still here. We're going to continue here, and we're part of this city. So don't pass us up. Don't forget us. Please, I ask you to once again, if your heart's in the right place, what would you do if your cemeteries were being desecrated, if your grandparents were being destroyed, put away in boxes, in storage in warehouses? What an atrocity. That is barbarism. I ask you to please, please consider my issues, and please do an investigation, especially on the issue that this project continues under an illegal extension of a programmatic agreement that never took place without our knowledge or without our involvement. In closing, Wa'at Guwata Tayi Hanukkah, in the memory of my ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we have our next public speaker, I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Weiss, who wanted to ask for a clarification.
Thank you, Council President. And if I could just ask the folks at the clerk's desk, on the previous item, there was a motion made to send the matter to committee. I want to be recorded as a no vote. I understand there have been some issues with respect to the tabulation on that, but if you could just note that for the record, that I would like to be recorded. I understand that motion failed, but I want to make sure that my vote is also counted as a no vote.
We will, and that does not change the outcome, so we'll record you as a no.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, I feel like an NFL official. Push the clock back up. It didn't stop. You're off. about 40 seconds.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I know some of you are here to speak, those of you that have put in public comment. This item will be considered as item number 80. So if we don't call you, you will be considered as item number 80. Okay. Next speaker.
My name is Angie Dormy Barons. I am a Gabrieleno Tongva Indian. This was our nation. In 1769, we welcomed the foreigners that came to this land. Today, we're still welcoming the foreigners that come to this land. This morning, our city hall was full of people from other nations. They come here because it's a wonderful, wonderful city. They come here to make this their home. But we, the Tongva, we've been forgotten. We have been forgotten by you, the people we voted for. There have been 409 cemeteries or burials desecrated. The biggest burial site in the United States of America has been desecrated because of the insatiable appetite for wealth. That was my backyard. I grew up in the West Side. I've seen the destruction at the VA. I've seen the destruction of the beaches. I've seen the destruction of our Santa Monica Mountains. And now, what little was left of our nation, the Ballona Wetlands, my backyard, that was my Disneyland. That's where I frolicked. I found midden there. I found shells. 1992, there was a pile of midden there. Never in my life did I think this area was going to be destroyed. I've come here to ask you to please remember us, the Tongva. We lost everything. We lost our language, we lost our land, we lost our culture, and now we're trying to get it back. Respect, you talk about respect in this council. I've heard you mention the word respect, I don't know how many, maybe 50 times today. How about respecting us for a change? Respect my people, my chief. Respect our ancestors. Do we go to your cemeteries and dig your ancestors up? No. Every nationality has their burial sites protected. The African American, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Jews. But we, the Tongva, the original people of Los Angeles, no. We don't count. Because people from far away changed those laws to convenience them. So I ask you to remember us, the Tongva, the original people of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Our next, just so you, did you fill out a card on number 80?
Yes, I did.
Okay, because we have a number of other speakers that are going to be here for public comment as well as number 80, so I will call their names. The next is Loretta Ditlow, John Davis, Larry Ross, David Ewing.
I'm Loretta Ditlow.
Good morning, or afternoon.
Good morning. How do you stand all this? First time with being so late and everything. I came here today to be with my people who are the Gabrielino Tongva Indians. And we want that the burial grounds to be not so desecrated, and we'd like a supplemental EIR because of 400 graves that are now in buckets.
Thank you. John Davis, followed by Larry Ross.
Hello, my name is John Davis. I'm a resident of Venice, and I also would like to concur with the Native American peoples who can express themselves much more eloquently than I on the subject. I concur with them wholeheartedly, and I hope that you all take them seriously and listen to every word they say. It's very important. I would like to thank you for your support of those who reside in the historic Lincoln Place apartments in the community of Venice. As a resident of Venice, I have grown to value this community asset. Beyond the homes, I place yet a higher value on my neighbors, friends, colleagues, and their families. In a time of universal giving the developer is taking, it takes the homes of families and casts them aside. I now ask this council to give. Give these families a roof to shelter them from the looming storms. Give their kids a hearth to warm them from the cold winter winds. Give them the gift of your duty fulfilled. Please enforce the necessary permit conditions that will allow them to enjoy the same human comforts you will all enjoy in this season of peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ross, followed by David Ewing, and followed by Esther Lofton and Valinda Jo Wright.
My name is Larry Ross. What I will say today before you won't be anything new. I have been reporting the abuses against my sons, my family, and I since the early 1990s, but I have seen the need to come back to continue from where I left off my last visit here. To inform you, the constitutional and civil rights violations have continued their escalation, with that led up with noticeable degrees of fluctuation from time to time. So let me begin in 1986. Supervisors at my former workplaces conversed upon private family matters which should have been unknown to them. In 1987, my wife then ran away with the children for the first time based upon the subjected premeditative abuses against me. A federal agency was informed of the blatant violations which were occurring frequently against me. In 1988, forced from my apartment when a rain caved in a large portion, a section of the roof that the new landlord refused to repair. In 1989, these subjected other violations against me, and their strand upon the marital relationship continued on the union as well, and my wife then led to my first false imprisonment induced by my enemies. Again, in late 1989, she left with the children, and in early 1990, I was displaced from my apartment by LA police. Then I became homeless, acquired my homeless status. In 1992, subjected to life endangerments by the Redondo police, who had approached me with drawing weapons as I walked along a street and demanded me to lie down faceward on a lawn nearby with my legs spread. Why? I was in the area trying to get a lead on the whereabouts of my family. In 1993, I was arrested for attempting to get information on when I could return to my work. In 1994, I was arrested allegedly for showing up late for a court date based upon a bogus proceeding.
If I could ask you to please
All
conclude.
right. Back to 1993, which that bogus trespass charge was first initiated against me. In 1995, I was subjected to a mock trial. This course of conduct is in clear violation of the Constitution, and on a regular basis have been subjected to such abuses, and have come here before the city council members, which I began in 1997, and nothing has been done. The same abuses are continuing. So I'm wondering how much longer will they be allowed to continue? Because I heard some marvelous thing about the Constitution today, but words are cheap.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David Ewing, followed by Esther Lofton, Valinda Jo Wright.
Honorable council members, my name is David Ewing. I live at 1234 Preston Way, which is a half a block from Lincoln Place Apartments. And I want to thank you all, and particularly our stalwart councilman, Bill Rosendahl, and I do mean stalwart, for hearing us yesterday in large numbers tell you the story of Lincoln Place. And we really appreciate you directing or urging AIMCO to come back to the table. I'm here today to tell you that their response has been to send the sheriffs out for 6 more lockouts this morning. That's the respect that they are giving you. 2 children, 9 adults from 6 households. And how does this create an atmosphere conducive to negotiating a settlement? I don't see how this is moving the process forward in any fair or equitable way.
If I could ask you to conclude.
Yes, I would like to invite you all once again to a walkthrough of Lincoln Place on Sunday titled Why Lincoln Place Matters, to understand a little more about the history, the architecture, the policy issues, and the human issues involved with Lincoln Place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Esther Lofton.
My name is Esther Lofton, and I do know my name. Thank you, Ms. Gruhl. When an average citizen can be subpoenaed to serve on a jury, to decide matters of law, an elected official should be able to make judgments according to the Constitution and laws. Since November the 8th, 2005, I have been waiting for an American response from my city councilman to my petition that had court documents as its enclosures. This wait is in the least insensitive and un-American.
Thank you.
Still waiting.
Valinda Jo Wright.
Hello, good morning, council members. Your loved one's safety, whether it's your 16-year-old daughter with her 19-year-old boyfriend or your mother's physical well-being, are a primal concern that we humans possess. My mom began taking antibiotics for a sudden stomach virus in mid-October and has lost about 15 pounds. Longevity has its place, so I worry when an arson fire at 4507 South Normandy burns even as LAFD lays fire on it for a lengthy period, and it's perplexing when at the former residence of my daughter's play sister Chandrella, who coincidentally co-stars on UPN series Cuts, and whose mother's household was one of 3 that I ever entrusted my daughter at for stayovers, happens to be the address 1629 West 45th Street, 2 doors from my mother's house, that a seemingly vibrant 46-year-old mother of 6 suddenly dies of natural causes. Similarly troublesome was the young African male struck by a car near the corner of 4th and Alexandria Avenue, because on that corner stands the last residence of my brother's fiance's sister, Marcia. I saw that residence in a news clip Sunday before last. I was particularly fond of Marcia because of her kindness towards anyone, and she possessed a physical prowess. She happened to be bi. I visited her last residence periodically in 1998.
Please
until
try to
she
wrap
was-
up your comments.
Okay.
We have more speakers behind you.
Okay, until she was found dead in her vehicle on Wilshire Avenue in Alexandria one Saturday morning. It was determined that she died of natural causes related to sugar diabetes at 34 years old. The day after I spoke up about that, I received a notice from Alan DeShale again for a possible probation violation for crossing the street at El Centro and Sunset Boulevard.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And you guys be safe and enjoy your holidays.
Thank you very much. Tyrone Roy or Reese? Tyrone? I think Tyrone spoke earlier on another item. Okay. Tyrone will pass on that public comment. Linda Samuels?
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Samuels. I'm an attorney with Legal Aid Foundation of Los Angeles. Although I am not speaking in the capacity or as legal counsel on behalf of anyone, earlier today, Councilman Labange made several celebratory remarks regarding the history of the California mission system. For natives, especially in this area, Southern California, the California mission system represents nothing more than a history of genocide and bloody violence. The desecration of the cemetery at Playa Vista is another chapter in that history. As we speak, over 400 burials remain cataloged and boxed under the control of Playa Vista. Playa Vista has refused to allow the most likely descendant, Robert Dorme, and other tribal members to visit these ancestors and the burials to perform religious and blessing ceremonies. Playa Vista has not taken any steps to meet with the most likely descendant to determine the wishes and the recommendations for reinterment of the burials. I've obtained several declarations from Robert Dorame, from another Native American monitor, Greg Dorame, and from Rob Wood from the Native American Heritage Commission, which details very disturbing working conditions as well as apparent violations of the archaeological treatment plan at the site, and I've submitted those to the office of Councilman Rosendahl. I'll close quickly and just state that the conservation element of the city's general plan requires that as lead agency, the city maintain oversight and monitoring of all the archaeological sites within its jurisdiction. This authority was completely surrendered to the Army Corps of Engineers to operate under a programmatic agreement that was never executed. I implore this body to appoint a receiver or some other independent body to investigate the atrocities and the ongoing violations of the archaeological treatment plan at the site, and that receiver continue to report to you until the entire Tongva Gabrielino community has assured you that the atrocity has been addressed to the degree that it can at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And general public comment, we have Frida Marlin. Frida, if you're here to talk on the this Lincoln Place, please come forward. If you're here to talk on Playa Vista, please take a seat. We will get to item number 80. For those of you behind the current speaker, if you're here to talk about Playa Vista, we will get to item number 80 shortly. Please proceed. Frida?
Frida Marlin. And I live
Please pull the microphone closer to you.
I lived in Lincoln Place for 24 years, and we've gone through a lot of battles with the some new owners and now Aimco. It is the most beautiful place that anybody would want to live in. It's grass, trees, old trees. It's beautiful. It was built for the GIs when they came from World War II. And there's so many beautiful apartments there that are empty that could be for the new GIs when they come home. And that's what I want to see too, because I lived that with my husband. When he came home from World War II, there was no place to live. There is so much land there and so much apartments, it's unbelievable. People come there and they can't get over it. And these people want to tear it down and build condominiums for the rich, and nothing for us. We're not allowed to have affordable housing. And I go crazy just thinking of it all the time.
Thank you, Frida.
Okay.
Spike Marlin. Spike, please try to hold your comments to 1 minute. We're already 10 minutes over. Thank you.
I'll keep it as brief as I can.
Thank you, Spike.
Mr. Delvecchio, the attorney for Aimco, the people who would be destroying Lincoln Place and have done pretty well this morning by kicking out another 6 people, are laughing at you. Those people who are He continues to disseminate a particular lie, and he did so here. We were able to rebut it, but what really bothers me is that there were people here that were in on that meeting that don't stand up and say, sir, you're a liar, when he keeps saying that we walked away from an offer that Aimco made us. There was no offer. There never was an offer. It's like my giving you a car with no wheels or engine and saying, hey, don't complain, I gave you a car. There was no offer. All right? Mr. Rosendahl knows that well. He was there. Others were there. There is no offer that we walked away from. These people are liars. They lie, they make fun of you, they're laughing at this horseshoe, they're laughing at the mayor's office, and they're laughing at everybody that has to do with this city in any official capacity. The marshals are coming out and giving illegal evictions. Why are these illegal? Because we didn't get our day in court. The judges don't read the cases before them and they rule on them. What can you do about it? Legally, maybe nothing, but maybe you could just call the judge the way I call on you now and just say, hey, should you be making these rulings? Or call the marshal's office and tell the marshal maybe they shouldn't be enforcing these evictions because, like at Nuremberg, only doing your job and following orders doesn't excuse you from doing something illegal and immoral. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our general public comment cards. We have many cards that have been filled out on specific items. So those of you who are here to speak on specific items, we'll be calling you up when those items come up.
We filled out public speaker cards. I don't know what happened to them.
General public comment
Yes.
for an item that's on the agenda?
Yes.
Hold on, ma'am. Did you want to talk on an item that's on today's agenda?
They want to talk about just public comment. I put down for public comment and 80 because there's two different subjects.
Okay, well, we'll clarify that, and if we have to, we'll open up general public comment again. But otherwise, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we can open it at the request of the council members. Ma'am, please sit down. We will get to general public comment again, and we will be covering item 80 and 82 shortly. Yes, Mr. Rosendahl, did you want to clarify something?
And the three great ladies right there are actually item 82, but they filled out it for public comment, so they'll be there for 82.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. But you can please have a seat, and everything will very likely turn out just fine. Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda?
Mr. President, do you wish to recess this meeting momentarily and go into the special meeting? There are several items for council to dispense with.
Okay, we'll go into a special meeting.
Cardenas, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Padilla, 13 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay, yeah, perfect. Okay.
The first item on the special meeting is Budget and Finance and Arts Parks Committee reports were submitted, and that's relative to the Zoo Capital Program Oversight Committee.
Okay. Any council member want to bring that item special? Okay, seeing none, we'll have a vote on that item. Open the roll. Close the roll, announce the vote.
13 ayes.
13 ayes.
Items 2 and 3 are items for which public hearings have not been held, and those are both track maps.
Okay. Items 2 and 3, open the roll on those items. Close the roll, announce the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay.
And item number 4 on the special meeting is a closed session item. It was agendized as a closed session item. However, the committee met this morning and considered it an open session, and the committee report has been submitted and distributed to the council members.
Okay. Any council members have a need to ask questions in closed session? No? Okay, none. So no need to go to closed session?
And it was for outside counsel. It was appropriation for outside counsel.
Okay. Okay, we're not going to go into closed session on that item as we don't have any discussion for closed session. So open the roll on that item. Close the roll, announce the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay, that item is approved.
And that concludes the special meeting.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes.
We're back in the regular meeting. For clerical reasons, I need to ask that we reconsider item 76. I submitted an amending motion, a technical amending motion, after it was already on the consent calendar, so I'd ask that we reconsider 76 and have the item as amended before us and vote on it.
Okay, we'll reconsider item number 76. Okay, the will of the body to have that item reconsidered. Councilmember Weiss. Councilmember Weiss, that has been distributed, the technical amendment?
Yes, it has.
This item is ready for a vote as amended with the technical amendment. Open the roll on that item. Close the roll. Announce the
13
vote.
ayes.
13 ayes, that item is approved. Thank you, Councilmember Weiss. Next item on the agenda?
Next items on the agenda, Mr. President, are items 2 and 4. Those are both public hearing items, and the recommendation for council action would be to continue the hearings and ordinances to January 11th, and there were public comment cards submitted on both.
Okay.
Let me just add special one forthwith.
Okay, forthwith on special item number 1. We have before us items 2 and 4. We have public comment cards on items 2 and 4. We'll open public comment on items 2 and 4. I'll call the names. First, we have Sylvia Hawkins. And, yes, Sylvia Hawkins on item number 2. Did you want to speak on item number 2, Sylvia?
Again, good morning, everyone. This is on item number 2.
Correct.
We must be aware of the United States of America, 58 states, new laws and order. These black African people here that are from 114 countries are not respecting or honoring ceasefire for your nuclear beginning profile of myself. Again, following your leader, myself, Governor
Ms. Hawkins, we're on item number 2. Please confine your comments to item number 2.
As we
Or 4.
complete Hawkwood 6 to 8, there are 18 races that are here illegally from Brazil, London,
Ms. Hawkins.
Canada.
Okay,
I'm almost
please
finished.
close.
I'm almost finished. Thank you.
Please close.
Spain, Hong Kong, and India. Only to free one person because that is their church building. And this is a true statement. And these countries are faking. They are faking out the electricity shock of Tookie Williams, who was with Russia government here. People, we must be aware that he is alive under
Ms.
El Dorado
Ms.
Hispanic
Hawkins,
Church, a
we'll have to-
Miracle Center Apostolic Church.
Ms. Hawkins, we'll have to move on
We're
to the
asking all
next
people
speaker.
to stand by.
We now have John Davis.
My card was mistakenly submitted, so you can withdraw it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Do we have an applause for Mr. Davis? No? Okay.
Okay, and the recommendation for council action on both those items is to continue the hearings and ordinances to January 11th, and that can be a unanimous vote if council wishes.
Okay, thank you. Unanimous vote to move those items to January 11th, it was?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, those items are approved to be moved to January 11th. Next items on the agenda?
Next item is item number 23, and that was called special by Councilmember Huizar.
Okay. Councilmember Huizar?
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I call the, can I have departments related to assignment, Department of Transportation, and is the Fire Department here as well? Representatives from either? Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I wanted to call this item special, not so much for the ordinance itself. I'm supportive of the ordinance and the item before us today, but recently when we had a red flag day in one area of my district, a number of constituents called and had concerns, and I want to thank the Department of Transportation and the Fire Department for getting a resolution that was good for everyone. So thank you so much. And I want to congratulate you on putting this work out there. I think we're doing a great job in this. But I wanted just to clarify for future incidents when we put up red flag days and put up the signs, because I think my district is not going to be the only district affected by this. What exactly is posted when we have a red flag day? What is a red flag day? And if you could just give us a brief summary of that.
Why don't I describe a red flag day? First, let me, Chief Tim Manning with the Fire Department. Let me describe what a red flag day is. A red flag alert is a day when the wind speeds are 25 miles an hour or more and the humidity has dropped to 15 or less. The city experiences this type of condition somewhere between 6 and 10 times a year. So it isn't a frequent occurrence for us. When we do declare a red flag alert, and we declare this by taking weather in multiple locations in the city, we typically will pre-deploy resources from within certain areas of the city that are less likely to have a wildfire into areas where we're more likely to have a wildfire. So we have resources pre-deployed to attack that fire aggressively when it's in its incipient stage. We've had a lot of success with the pre-deployment of our resources. The announcement of a red flag alert day comes in multiple ways. First, we make notification to each of the council offices indicating that we are indeed in a red flag alert and that we have pre-deployed resources, and we indicate the exact location of that pre-deployment. Each of our fire stations, and we have 103 different fire stations within the city, are also notified of our pre-deployment and the fact that we are in a red flag alert. And most importantly, 311 is also notified that we are in a red flag alert. And that is the system that we're really pointing the public to, is to call 311 to know whether we are in fact in a red flag alert or not. Additionally, we posted on our website, so an individual who may be a little more computer-oriented can go to our website and know whether we are in a red flag alert or not. And I think I could go to for the description of the signs.
Okay. The signs that the Department of Transportation has posted is primarily a custom-made design that through symbols indicates that it's a tow-away, no parking area, and it says in words, red flag days, and then call 311 for information. And those are the signs that, according to this ordinance, would only be enforceable on those 6 to 10 days a year. No other time of the year, and DOT's parking enforcement has arranged for special patrols of approximately 400 locations, choke points identified by the fire department in the brush fire areas, the high fire hazard severity zone, where we, on red flag days only, we would go up there and we would patrol those areas and basically look to see if anybody was parked illegally in those tow-away areas.
And this is certainly an issue that I think we should be concerned about in terms of safety in high wind days. The concern that some of my constituents had was that they didn't get any notice that there was a red flag day. And is the posting of the sign the actual notice, or is there any other type of outreach to say it's a red flag day, any other means other than the sign being posted to let the residents know that their car may be towed on the red flag days?
Well, the signs are being posted, and they will be permanent posts within those choke points. And as far as the notification goes, our outreach to the community is, first off, we're attempting to educate the community as much as possible by meeting with community groups and working through the council offices. But that immediate notification that tells the public whether we are or we aren't in a red flag alert is through 311. The constituents can make a call to the local fire station. They can make a call to the local, their council offices, their field offices, because they receive notification as well. And they can access that information via the internet and our website. And, oh, good point, thank you. We also, anytime we're in a red flag alert, make notification to the media. And we encourage the media to make notification to the public as well. Now, oftentimes what happens is a red flag alert is declared by the Weather Service Bureau in the general LA County basin area. And the climates and the conditions that we're experiencing in the Los Angeles area are not consistent with the general county, and we will not be in a red flag alert. So, and we attempt to make those notifications as well through the media, through our internet, through 311, and all the same sources.
I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Alan Willis with the Department of Transportation. I wanted to add that I'm also a member of the city's Emergency Operations Organization, and through that organization, I'm exploring with ITA the ability of having a subscription text messaging system set up where people could basically register, and when a red flag alert is declared in the city of Los Angeles, they would receive an automatic text message on their cell phone. So they get up in the morning, they look at their phone, they'll see that there's a message there telling them that in fact it's a red flag day in LA.
Or through email. That's going to be a select number of households throughout the city who would want to receive this notice. Would it be possible for you to send over a report to us on what outreach and notification procedures are in place so that when our constituents, any other council member who's interested, wants to let their constituents know about what outreach and notification is done, so that when the next red flag days come up, they could look out for those avenues of communication to them? And finally, one of the concerns that was held by some of the constituents was when they did call 311, they didn't know what red flag was, they didn't know what was going on. So if maybe we do a better, or maybe just a few people, but if we could also communicate with 311, because that is who they're going to call when they see the signs up. And if they don't know what's going on, that's some residents don't always turn to our departments or the council member's office. They just don't know what's going on. So if we could also work better with 311 and have them understand what this is.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a newer program to the city. We do need to work more closely with 311 operators so that they're better informed, so that they can inform the public. What we have developed are scripts for the operators that briefly describe what the red flag alert, no parking enforcement program is, and indicates whether we are or we are not in a red flag alert. So that's been pre-scripted out for our 311 operators. And as far as providing the council offices with information relative to the program, I believe we already have something like that printed up. If we don't, we can put that together, and we'll make sure that we get it to your office and the other council offices as well.
Great, thank you very much. And again, thank you for finding a quick resolution to some of the concerns of our constituents in these areas, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss. Our next speaker is Mr. Rosendahl.
I want to thank my colleague, Jose Huizar, for bringing this up. We got a lot of calls in our West LA office because we have the mountains there and the canyons there. And frankly, my constituents saw the signs go up and did not know what to do. So the marketing of that needs to be more effective. Two things we need to have happen. The neighborhood council in the Pacific Palisades is well organized and it's very empowered. Also, the Brentwood Neighborhood Council, which are the two closest to the mountains. I'd like them to be in the loop automatically when we have posted those signs so that they know where they are. Secondly, if there's 7 or 9 red flag days, if it's at all possible when you have a red flag day to call my West LA office, we'll also then notify, because not all of us are watching television to see some newscaster say something, but our community wants to be responsible. They want to obviously obey the law, but they just need to be communicated with, and both those steps would help us. But I want to thank Jose for what he did. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Labange is our next speaker.
I think it's very important. I think Mr. Weiss and his staff was involved with this, as well as our office in early January 1st, I believe, 2002, up Beechwood Canyon. There was a fireman died in smoke inhalation in a fire. The fire truck could only pass this part of the street. The fire may have been where the Public Works chambers or beyond Temple Street. They had to run uphill to try to deal with the situation, the tragedy of the fire. And out of that came the challenge of these narrow roads. And the one question is, how wide is a fire truck, Chief Manning? Do you know how it is approximately right now?
8 feet.
8 feet. And most of these roads are 20 feet or under? Do we have a foot requirement in this? Alan?
The streets are typically 20, 24 feet.
24 feet on this here. Now, some of the streets have parking now on one side only. Do you ever if you have parking on one side only, do you ever have a red flag sign on the other side of the street so there's no parking?
If the fire department identified that as a choke point, that's where we'll be installing the points, the signs.
Any challenges that you may have, because they have posted these areas, work with the local battalion chief and review it. I know there's some in Los Feliz where there's been concerns that people have had, and we will be going out with the fire department to see what the choke points are. But to think that the equipment, and it's not too much wider than what it was when your father was first on the job. It was about 8 feet wide. I mean, it's the same. They're bigger, bulkier vehicles. But what has transpired in all these years is that people have SUVs and vans and larger vehicles, and they make it difficult to be able to swing around. And this is not just the hook and ladder or the truck company, but also the pumper has that challenge to get around, which brings water to a fire. So the only thing I did want to say, too, in this envision of this issue, and I think we still want to look at it, is because this was Beechwood Canyon, so I thought of this, the first street light up from Franklin, that there be a little pole holder there, and if it's a red flag day, they put a red flag up. If there's a red flag, throw the red flag. I don't want to throw the red flag. It reminds me of a story of, I'll tell you, I won't tell you, Bernard, I'll tell you later. Wait a year. But put the red flag like the lifeguards do at their towers at firehouses, or some recognition. And I know it has just started, but I happen to watch early morning television sometimes at 5:36 in the morning. They are announcing red flag days for the first time. And let's just be sensible in all this here, because it does impact people because they lose their places to park in the hillside areas, but we don't want them to lose their life or property because of an incident. Thank you very much, Mr. Weiss and his staff, and my staff at the time for helping originate this. and Chief Fry in Battalion 5, who was the liaison, I believe, for all this, and others who worked on it as well. Chief Manning, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. Our next speaker is Mr. Weiss, to be followed by Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President, and be brief because we only have like 5 other hour-long matters to come. But I want to thank you, Mr. Labange, for what you said. You're absolutely right. Ms. Wedham in my office sort of spearheaded this ordinance and this program and this approach because of the issues we've had in District 5 with respect to getting people out of the way to make room for fire trucks in the event of the next disaster. So thank you for recognizing her efforts, Kimberly and Wedham. But I just want to follow up on one thing Mr. Weezer said, because you're absolutely right. Just about 10 minutes ago, guys, Ms. Wedham called 311 and asked their advice on red flag days, and to put it charitably, they didn't have a clue. So you might have given someone a script, but you know, I'm sure you did that, but I think that's probably where the end of the training occurred. So please take Mr. Weezer's advice and go back and make sure that people answering 311 calls actually know everything they're supposed to know about red flag days.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Zine. Take us home.
Good evening, Mr. President. I say that because it's only 5 minutes to 2, and I want to announce that the Personnel Committee meeting that was scheduled at 1 o'clock is being canceled. So anybody who's waiting for Personnel Committee meeting, it won't be happening today. A question I got from Michael Besson, my district director, is that one of our residents, and I represent that area of Mulholland all the way to Ventura Boulevard, Roscoe, et cetera, so we have a number of those choke points. The resident called the fire department. They said it's not a red flag day. They then called 311. They said it was a red flag day till 6 p.m. Does red flag day have a concluding time and discussion regarding everyone being on the same page? Somehow when we announce this, it has to all be the same, obviously, from the fire station, and a lot of the neighborhood councils have relationship with the different fire stations. But when a 311 is saying one thing and the fire station saying another thing, and then this resident's totally confused and calls our office, so we throw our hands up and say, Chief Manning, what's the answer?
Well, the answer is we need to get everybody on the same page. There's conflicting information out there now. The news will broadcast that the LA County area is in a red flag alert, but we have not declared a red flag alert in Los Angeles. And that's confusing to the public.
Now, when you say Los Angeles, clearly the temperatures out in my district, Woodland Hills, Tarzana, West Hills, they'll reach 100, while in San Pedro it might be 80 degrees. When we do a red flag alert, is it for the whole city, or is it just for a certain region of the city?
When we declare a red flag alert, we'll declare it for the entire city.
Okay.
The valley areas typically experience the higher temperatures, but again, red flag alert is based on 2 components: wind speed 25 miles an hour or greater, and humidity 15 or below. And once that occurs, we will declare a red flag alert, and it is in fact citywide. The duration of that red flag alert will run for the duration of that day, and that will run into the night.
So it doesn't end at 6 p.m.?
No, it doesn't. Okay. So we'll, because a lot of times it's still light out, it's still warm out, and the winds are still blowing, the humidity is still down, and once we declare a red flag alert for that day, it runs for the duration of that day. We'll take the weather again, and we do several times during the day, but we'll take the weather again the next morning to determine whether what our weather conditions are that morning, and whether we're going to declare a red flag alert or not. Regarding 311 and making sure that everybody is in fact on the same page, we need to work more closely with the 311 system to ensure that those operators are well educated on the program, and so that when the public accesses 311, they can provide them with accurate information and make sure that our operators are well informed so that they can make the public well informed. And that starts with whether we're in the red flag alert or not, and some general background information relative to this no parking enforcement program.
Now, do we have, we used to have, we still have the SIG alert, when there's an incident that's going to tie up the freeway for a certain period of time, the CHP issues a SIG alert, and then the traffic radio stations and the other media outlets broadcast that. Do we have any link, do we have any plan, other than 311 to the local fire station, to do something similar to a SIG alert to say Los Angeles City is on a red flag alert, and have we put that mechanism in place? Like through the weathermen on the different channels, or through the traffic reporters, or have we linked that together to have the public information now? Because it's not only English, but it's Spanish and other languages that are going to be affected.
We're working on that.
Okay.
Each day this year that we have been in a red flag alert, we developed media advisories, and we sent out our media advisories. But watching the news and monitoring the success of our outreach to the media hasn't gotten our desired results.
It hasn't what?
It has not achieved our desired results.
Okay.
What we're hopeful for is that we would be able to indicate to the media whether we are in Los Angeles specific in a red flag alert or not. And so that we can use that media to inform our residents whether they need to be concerned with the parking of their vehicles or not. The other outreaches, and just to, I mentioned them earlier, would be the 311 system. Each one of our fire stations is notified whether we're in a red flag alert or not. So a call to our local fire station would get an answer to a resident. We have a red flag that we hoist on our flagpole to indicate, much like it was suggested with the lifeguards, that indicates whether we're in a red flag alert or not.
And those are hoisted at the fire stations only?
Yes,
Okay.
fire stations only. And the local council offices are also informed whether we're in a red flag alert. That's been our outreach thus far. And we're meeting with the community groups, as was suggested, and we need to move in that area even more aggressive as we prepare ourselves for the next fire season and really fully implement this program.
Okay, so I do realize that informing the public is oftentimes difficult if they're listening to their CD, not to the radio, not to the television, and they get the citation. How much is the citation going to be?
It's probably going to be the standard, like I think $45 for the no parking, but then it's a tow violation, so you pay the towing and the storage charges too.
So it's going to be very expensive to the people. Then they'll be complaining to the council offices. Okay, so we have a major outreach program that we got to put together.
Yes, and we are going to be very aggressive with that over the course of the next several months as we prepare for our next wildland season that will really, as this one's coming to an end, the next one will be starting in a few months.
I would just think that the traffic reporters, the weather reporters would be an ideal source for that information, just a suggestion, because I know it's going to be difficult informing 4 million people about something.
Well taken, and we've attempted, and now we need to take another step and be a little more aggressive in this area so that word goes out through the media.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. No one else is on the queue to speak. Mr. Weiss, I didn't see your name right here. We see it now. Computer was slow to the top of the
Thank you. I've just moved to speak because I think I want you all, the people who implement this, to understand at least my vision as the person who drafted this is get the word out, but don't go overboard. Don't waste all your time and resources on that. I mean, on the one hand, you're talking about people maybe getting their car towed every once in a while. On the other hand, you're talking about saving lives in a fire. Their lives, the lives of their neighbor, the lives of their kids. It's not a close call. If you live in the hillsides, you should have figured out by now that it's a dangerous place to live. I live in the hillsides. I figured that out. We wouldn't leave our cars on the street in a red flag day. If it got towed once, well, you know what? Live and learn. So please make sure that 311 and all those other city folks get the right amount of information, but also please, and I think I can trust you guys in the fire department to keep some perspective on what we're trying to do here and why it's so important.
All right, thank you, Mr. Weiss. That has completed the queue at this time. We're going to ask that we vote on this here, but Fire Chief Manning, look over to the Sergeant of Arms right there. There's Ken Draper, who's head of many of the neighborhood councils of the city from Mid-City West. They could get the news out, those neighborhood councils. Give Ken a big hand for all his work right there. Ken, good job there. Okay, neighborhood councils. And also the Committee of the Neighborhood Councils and Education will meet right after this council right here in the chambers. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
12 ayes.
All right, let's move that forthwith. All right, everybody take a step up and stretch real quick. You've been sitting a long time. We're going to call number 53 right now. 53 is before us. We have representatives of the departments here. Mr. John Muckery, General Manager. Yes, I will call you right now. Mr. Alvin Blaine of General Services. I'd like to call on Councilmember Wendy Gruhl.
Mr. Bontes, I call this item special. I'd like, if we could, there are some public comment cards before we hear from the general managers and ask some of the questions, if I could ask for us to be able to hear those individuals that are here.
You betcha. How many minutes would you like, Ms. Gruhl?
I think there's only about 6 cards. I'd ask that we allow everyone to speak and put 10 minutes up there.
Okay, we got more than 6 cards, but we'll do that. First and foremost, Julie Butcher, Local 347, please. And then Joe Tavoya, Park Rangers Association, Local 347. If you could line up in the queue.
We also support item 59. Local 347 encourages the quick, I guess it's too late for that, adoption of this. That means we'd like you to vote yes. It makes sense, change is difficult. This is really about the most efficient way to use the people's resources. I think the future of security and public safety is a tiered response, a response appropriate to what the need is, and I think this moves us much closer to being all one city. I do want to thank Wendy on this item as well, and urge you to vote yes and send us off to other places. Thank you.
Joe Tafoya.
Joe Tafoya with the Park Ranger Association, Local 347. We're just happy that we're finally here in front of you guys to make a decision on OPS. The transitioning park rangers are encouraged and excited about moving over to this new Office of Public Safety, and we want to thank publicly Wendy Gruhl for pushing this forward, and also the public who have really come forward and help us develop a program that's going to benefit the citizens of Los Angeles.
Michael Robertson, please.
I'm just here before council today just to say that we're happy that today we're possibly going to move forward on OPS. I represent the Los Angeles General Services Police Officer Association, and we're happy that you guys are at the crossroads here to make this happen, and it provides a platform for us to actually make this OPS worthy of the time that we spent to study these different proposals. We've had one issue, and that's officer safety, which at this time I'm happy to say that we've begun to address that with the chief. We have discussions on putting together a comprehensive training program so that we can move forward and be ready, hopefully, when this vote is put to pass. Thank you and for all your assistance.
Thank you very much. Rulon Openshaw, Christine Peters, Irene Eaton, if you could line up right now. Yeah. Christine Sabo.
Good afternoon, council members. This is probably the longest doctor's appointment I've ever been at as far as my job is considered. So anyway, thank you for moving this up on the agenda.
Madam Clerk, please issue her a note of good health.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to recognize Wendy Gruhl for bringing this proposal forward and being patient and letting us work on this for now, at least from the Greater Echo Park Elysian Neighborhood Council standpoint, for 15 months. We had our first public community hearing on this in September 2004, and at that time the Office of Public Safety was really just an idea with a lot of room to work on it. One of the many good things that has come out of it is that there will be a civilian advisory board commission that will oversee the Office of Public Safety. With that in mind, I would like to make it clear that the Office of Public Safety cannot and will not be able to replace the level of service that we currently receive from our Recreation and Park Department ranger staff. And to help with that, I would like to comment on that the city has over 394 parks, and 70% of these parks are regional parks that likely will not be served by the Office of Public Safety, but will remain being served by our Recreation and Parks Department's ranger staff. And with that, what we need to see happen is with Council File 042043, which Council has supported but still not addressed, would be providing the city with the appropriate number of rangers in recreation and parks, which I believe is 37, which now we have 19, which means we need additional rangers, that we need to fund and find the funding to staff the rangers so that the regional parks will be served at the same level that we currently expect them to be, and continue to hope and see that happen. We do not want to see the role that the rangers play in our parks be diminished in any way. Currently, a call to the ranger station sends a ranger to Elysian Park, Debs Park, Griffith Park in the northeast area. Immediately, we have cell phone numbers. We have immediate contact with the rangers. If there's a fire, they're the first responders. So concurrent with this adoption, I would like to see the council commit to working on Councilmember Labange's motion to provide us with the proper number of park rangers to still provide that level of service that we expect as a community, and neighborhood councils have fought for over 15 months to make sure happens. So I'm supporting Ms. Gruhl on her motion because I know she has her heart and soul on this, but please don't forget that we, supporters of the regional parks and the park rangers, want to maintain our ranger staff with a full staff, with their ability to issue citations and enforce them, so that they're not there in the parks, people knowing that they don't have that ability and creating more problems. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Mr. Obuchar?
Good afternoon, Mr. Labange. I just want to reiterate what Ms. Peters said. For those council members who do not have a regional park within the boundaries of their district, please don't feel that there's any disincentive to you in your service to your own constituents to vote no on this measure, because the regional parks do draw from without the whole Los Angeles area, and so very many of your own constituents within your district may use those parks, so you would be benefiting them by a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obuchar. Ms. Sabo?
I'd like to thank the council for letting me finally speak on this issue today. I would like to speak with regards to the consolidation as well as the park rangers. Community policing, this city is on record as saying that community policing in our neighborhoods, working with people on individual problems, is important to this city and to the council and to we, the members of the public. Fundamentally, community policing requires the decentralization of forces. That is actually the exact opposite of a one-size-fits-all consolidation. So I'm real concerned that we're losing a community policing section of our city right now. However, the Los Angeles City Park Rangers, as we have them now, are pretty much the working definition of community policing. Solving problems unique to our parks communities by working each individual issue directly with members of our parks communities is pretty much what our rangers do best. Problem solving of this nature lies at the very heart of community policing. Enjoyment of our parks is not just a council district dependent phenomenon. Every Angelino goes to city parks. So when we're talking about parks, we're not just talking about CD4 and a regional park. We're talking about every citizen and all the council members here who represent them. So I think this is important to talk about what the park rangers do for us. Unfortunately, as Ms. Peters mentioned, it's possible that almost 70% of the parkland will not be patrolled by the Office of Public Safety. Therefore, we need park rangers in rec and parks, per the motion that she mentioned, which is 042043, the Labange motion. To be effective in community policing, park rangers must have a full peace officer status to cite and enforce. However, this motion, as I understand it, and Councilmember Gruhl will have to either correct me or explain for me, because as I understand it, this motion transfers all security function out of zoo, out of Recreation and Parks, and into the Office of Public Safety and General Services. I assume via Section 514 of the City Code. If that's true, if all security is being transferred into GSD, it must be transferred out of the other departments. Is that true? By the same process?
Ms. Sabo, just make your comments, please,
Sorry.
and then we'll get that, and we're running down to a
Okay,
minute.
let's call that the broad, is that true? All right. If that's true, then Recreation and Parks will lose the ability to provide any security functions to their own parks. I hope that's not true. I can actually certainly support OPS if, in fact, Recreation and Parks is allowed to continue park ranger functions, continue community policing. That's what we need. That's what the city needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sabo. Ms. Eaton, please.
Yes, good afternoon to the City Council, and hello to my City Council lady, Wendy Gruhl. I would like to keep it to the park rangers, just the history, and when I was in high school, I remember my forestry teacher, and I at one time wanted to be a forest ranger or park ranger. Anyways, but I would like to keep it localized, to keep it community policing, supporting your local police. I remember that sticker on the car, support your local police. Basically, I want to keep it localized to the people. And I feel it's important to have for the police and the park rangers to work together. And I do not want to lose our park rangers. And I just would like to read this paragraph here. The park rangers must remain an independent division of the Department of Recreations and Parks. The Park Ranger Division has a long, proud tradition of frontline peacekeeping, search and rescue, emergency preparedness, law enforcement, crime prevention, firefighting, and fire prevention, and a long history of working closely with park users and communities to solve park safety problems at the neighborhood and regional level. Park rangers must maintain full independent authority as the frontline peacekeepers in our city parks. The peace officer status of current and future personnel must be retained within the division. Full citation ability and arrest authority must be retained to allow for the full enforcement of city codes. Keep the park rangers independent and lift the hiring freeze currently placed on the Park Ranger Division. And I thank you.
Thank you. Keith Geddard, please.
Thank you. I'm here in support of the Labange-Gruhl-Hahn motion that is not being considered today. Basically, my wife is a designer. She's not a decorator. Most people don't know what that means. It means that she has 4 years of college in both art, engineering, and architecture. The same mistake has often been made for our rangers. Most people don't realize that they are different than the standard police officer. The rangers have 4 years of college, whereas the general requirement is a GED. So, anecdotally, I'd like to add that I recently had a chance to learn a little bit from one of our officers. I got a parking ticket in the park. And I thought that it was just for violating the sign, but in speaking with the officer, I proceeded to get an education on the California live oak, its root system, how long they live, how they breed, how they replicate, and also the entire history of that particular tree that I had chose to park on the roots of. You're not going to get that out of just a general officer. It's that type of expertise that we're looking to maintain. So, also I live in the Ferndale area, and Ferndale, as early as 10 years ago, was a horrible place to live. The home that I moved into 7 years ago had been burglared twice prior to me taking it over. All since I've been there, it's been absolutely peaceful. And this all comes down to the actions of a singular officer in that area who moved into a station, brought it back to life, and saw to the peace of the Ferndale area. It's actions like this that we're going to lose if we lose our park officers, our rangers.
Thank you very much for those comments. Last speaker is Bernadette Soder. And for the record, Yolinda Wright will be at it, and Scott Fajak, who had to leave earlier, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Ms. Soder.
Hi, I'm Bernadette Soder. I'm with the Greater Griffith Park Neighborhood Council, and I'm chair of the Parks, River, and Open Space Committee. Because Griffith Park is so very large, it's actually the size of Beverly Hills. 2 other neighborhood councils participate with us in our deliberations surrounding Griffith Park, Hollywood United, Atwater Village. This represents over 80,000 stakeholders. From the very beginning, when we heard about the consolidation, there was a unity of opinion among us that the park rangers performed a very unique and valuable service. And while the consolidation being proposed could provide for some of the safety and security issues in the park, it couldn't possibly provide for all of them because of the complexity of our large regional parks. Our regional parks comprise over 60% of the city's parkland. They have terrain and unique conditions unique to them. Now, in response to our expressed concerns, Council Members Labange, Gruhl, and Hahn presented a motion that would provide for 37 rangers to remain with the Recreations Park Department, who would be focused solely on the regional parks and would be based in the regional parks. And I'm here today just to ask you that as you go forward with consideration of the OPS, that in your minds you link it with funding and allowing the maintenance of the 37 park rangers in our regional parks. So that will be covered by OPS on a patrol basis, but when we're talking about terrain and the complexities of the backcountry of these parks, we will be covered by the park rangers. This is very important to us. We want to make sure that you do understand it, and I want to reiterate what a previous speaker said. The regional parks are used by all the citizens of Los Angeles. This is a very wise investment. The CEO's report of August said only $830,000 was needed to fund this very important service to the community. So what I'm here to do today is to encourage you that as we move ahead and you move into the budget process, that the $830,000 be found, that a permanent corps of skilled park rangers with multiple talents be retained in the Recreation and Parks Department for all the people of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Soder. Jeff Gardner, you're the last person. You came in the door. You got 32 seconds.
Hey, Tom, thank you for the motion for the other rangers. I'd like to address the council. Please support Councilmember Labange's measure to replace some of the rangers. This is an expensive proposition, but reducing security in our parks will be a bad thing because we'll have headlines in just a few years. That's how we got the rangers in the first place. It's a difficult thing, but we need to police the parks, and they're important to the nation.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
I'd like to also ask the Chief Ranger, Albert Torres, to sit at the table as well, and Ms. Gruhl.
Thank you, Mr. Labange, and thank you to the public, thank you to all of the departments and the various unions that have been represented today. I was just sharing with Councilmember Wisar, who has been here a couple of weeks, and I said, this is a project that has been going on over 2 years, and he looked at me and he says, is that how long it takes to change something in government? Well, unfortunately, yes, but there's a good part to that over 2 years. I did say to Ms. Hahn that it was kind of like giving birth, but I'm not sure it's that painful. But it has been a challenge, but one in which we have encouraged public input and participation. As the first speaker mentioned, when we introduced this, it was a concept, it was an idea. Often we do that, colleagues, we introduce an idea and concept, and with public input and city staff and expertise, it becomes fine-tuned and it becomes something that we can be proud of as we're standing here. This proposal has gone to 4 separate committees, 4 separate times. It's been in our budget for the last 2 years. Now, most of you know that when I introduced this motion, my goal was very simple: to improve the city's public safety services and deliver those services more effectively and efficiently to our residents with less money, and to preserve our access and to preserve the quality of life in our parks. Most of you know that the existing system has been flawed. I think everyone would recognize that, and that we needed to fundamentally re-examine the way we provided security in the city of Los Angeles. And when you see the fact that after 9/11 and the Los Angeles Police Department had difficulty being able to coordinate our public safety services, you know that this decision today is critically important in creating the Office of Public Safety. Unfortunately, we live in a time where it is not the same as it was when I was growing up and going into my local park. we had rangers, and we had rangers that weren't there to really keep the peace as far as anything that was going to happen that would be of a violent nature. They were there to describe, as this gentleman shared with us, what kind of tree was there and to make sure that we were safely going through the park and to ensure that the park was somewhere we could all go. We had an instance, and I'll use the park and the library in my district. We had a library security officer the library was actually located in the park, and you had a park ranger, going to the same locations. That was really not an efficient use of our services. But today, I don't need to tell you all of that and go into some of the other issues I brought up before, but I want to talk about what is rumor and what's really happening today in this proposal, because there's a lot of information, and I think just kind of misconstrued what our efforts are. The park rangers that will now be going over to the Office of Public Safety are the same park rangers that I get to see in my Sunland Tahunga Park every day, and then we get to see in Griffith Park every day, or Balboa Park every day. Those individuals will still be the people and still protecting and still have the knowledge base about that park and be able to provide that kind of service. There are a lot of people that say that that really we don't need to make the change. And I think it needs to be clear that under the current system, with the exception of Recreation and Parks, none of the departments formally coordinated with the Los Angeles Police Department. There are no standardized operating procedures. Now, under the Office of Public Safety, and we have LAPD present with us today, there's actually an agreement with the Los Angeles Police Department, whether it be about the pursuit policy, whether it be about training, whether it be about ensuring that there is coordination with the Los Angeles Police Department. In reality, the Office of Public Safety will now provide coverage and respond to incidences affecting city buildings, libraries, and parks 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So no longer in some of those parks is there just going to be one ranger. There's going to be Office of Public Safety officers that will be in the vicinity that will be able to provide the service when we have problems in our park. Some had said that we don't have enough transparency, and these questions were raised very, I think, appropriately. In fact, the Office of Public Safety will have civilian oversight. Under the existing system, that has not existed. Perhaps, I think the one thing I want to make clear, and again, to the people who are here are passionate about the parks, and I share their concern, and that's why I seconded Councilmember Labange's motion, because whether we created the Office of Public Safety or not, we need more rangers in our parks. That is clear. And the two are not mutually exclusive. And actually, as I mentioned, under security consolidation, there will be more security in the parks, not less. Instead of having 64 individuals providing security and naturalist functions, there will now be 85. I want to repeat that again. Instead of 64, there will now be 85. The Office of Public Safety will reduce response times in those parks from the current 12 to 25 minutes to 10 minutes. There has been an issue today, and I want to mention to Kristen that in fact those rangers will continue to have, those that are staying with the Department of Recreation and Parks will have the authority and have the peace officer status and be able to write those citations. They will still be able to do that. We are not taking away from any officer that is currently in the park rangers that authority. That was very important.
And I think that's going to be read into the report later on. We're
I'm sorry?
read into the report those particular code sections that you just talked about.
That will
We read
continue
in.
to be.
Yeah, continue to be.
Yes.
We're 6 minutes into it, Ms. Gruhl.
I apologize. I'm 3 minutes
No
over.
apology
I will-
necessary, just wanted to...
I haven't spoken at all today because I've been up there, so I'll ask for your leeway for a minute. Again, that people have indicated, the Office of Public Safety, that we will lose the generalist functions, fire suppression services, and officers will not be able to locate landmarks in those large regional parks. What we are, again, and that will be created and talked by our departments, special officers will be authorized to participate in fire suppression, and all of them will be trained to locate large landmarks in those regional parks. The fact is, I believe very strongly, and wouldn't be standing here today and supporting this effort if our city didn't win under this proposal and our parks did not win. And it creates a program that is transparent, accountable, and improves public safety. And so I think today, and I urge you to vote on this, and I know many of you heard this in committee, and it's been, although a long 2 years, a very fruitful 2 years to get where we are today. And so I would ask, and I know, Mr. Labange, you have some questions as well, but ask for your support today and thank those people who have sat at the table and had corrective criticism and supported us to make this a reality. Change is not easy in the city, but we're just this close to making it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gruhl. Mr. Smith, please.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy to hear Ms. Gruhl's explanation of that, and I commend her for what she did. And the fact Ms. Butler, Julie Butcher said she wanted to see some rapid action on this, I told her she's in the wrong building. This has been 2 years. This is not certainly rapid, but I'm glad we're doing this. For the comments that were made by some people to me in my community, as well as today, that the loss of somehow 19 or even authorized strength of 35 park rangers is a loss to protection of the parks is absolutely wrong. The fact of the matter is we're increasing police protection in those parks. Right now, today, we only have 19 rangers in the city of LA. At any one moment in the San Fernando Valley, we're lucky to have 2 rangers out there, and I've been out there at night when there's only 1 ranger. A couple years ago, working as a patrol officer of LAPD, which I do, I got a radio call of a ranger needs help in Chatsworth Park. My partner and I drove up. It was about 12:30 at night. There was a park ranger in a group of 100 people surrounding them by himself without a weapon. He happened to walk into a get-out-of-jail party for a gang member who had just gotten out of jail after serving 5 years on his sentence. My partner and I called for a lot of help real fast. Those kind of situations are scary to me that we would allow when we put our people in those kind of dangers. Now we're going to have an office that goes out, and our patrol officers, they're full post certified, they're carrying a weapon, they can protect themselves, and they got twice the backup that they didn't have before. And so we're taking people out of harm's way by doing what we're doing today. But the concept that somehow those 19 that we have now, or 35 that are authorized, that don't carry weapons, are somehow protecting and serving the people of Los Angeles in our parks is really a fallacy, unfortunately. I support the idea Mr. Labange has put forward, but I want to make sure that I understand, because this is not what we discussed in our Budget and Finance Committee, that this is an item that will be coming forth in the 06-07 budget. That's not being discussed today. I think that's important that we look at it in that context, that we look at the concept of creating real park rangers in the traditional mold of the state of California and the federal government, where these park rangers are naturalists. They're there to talk about what the beautiful things going on in the parks are. They're not there for public safety issues. What we're doing today is creating a true public safety office with twice the number of officers out there to really protect the people in our parks and provide a safe environment for our officers who we're putting out there. And I think this is the way to go, and I commend Ms. Gruhl for sticking to it, because this was not an easy one to pull off. And congratulations to you, and this is the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
I have on the queue Ms. Hahn, Mr. Labange, Mr. Garcetti, and Mr. Zine. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, and I don't know if this is a Bill Fujioka question, but several speakers have talked about the motion that Tom Labange and I brought in, which was to guarantee 37 park rangers in this new consolidation. How exactly is that going to work? I know that's not a part of is that a part of what we're doing today, or is that going to be through the budget process, or how can we give some security to the public on, particularly on the park rangers? And I know that's always been my issue with this, is to make sure that we have the kind of coverage with our park rangers that I think the public deserves. I don't think we have good coverage now. I think we need a lot more coverage in our regional parks, particularly on a number of levels, for a number of problems, which I think could be prevented and solved if we had more coverage of park rangers.
Yeah.
So tell me how that's going to work.
Through the course of our the many meetings and with that discussions on the subject, I've consistently said that, while in support of the importance of consolidating this function, we also, and I've also commented on the importance of the naturalist function performed by the park ranger. We've mentioned that we need to complete this consolidation, another bad pun, let the dust settle, and then made a commitment to, in earlier meetings, but particularly to Councilman Labange, both privately and then in a setting like this, that in the context of the budget, preparing the budget for next year, we would absolutely address the need for additional rangers, not only at the large regional parks, but in general. Because there are some in this chamber who say we should focus on the regional parks, and yet our chair of Budget and Finance has said, I don't have a regional, but I have a park that has a need that's just as important as anyone else. But to say, let this go forward, let the dust settle, look at the deployment of the remaining park rangers, look at the deployment of the officers and the new Office of Public Safety, and as they're assigned to the various parks throughout the city. But I did commit to Councilman Labange that we will, I will be recommending resources for the parks in the 0607 budget. I didn't promise 37, but I did say that I recognize the need for additional resources there. But we'll do it in the context of the overall budget.
Mr. Labange.
Mr. City Attorney has a question coming up. Mr. President, I'm working with Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Hahn there. I thought it would be important to have an amendment to this that say that this council go on record for 37 rangers in next year's budget to complement this suggested by Mr. Garcetti and Ms. Hahn and myself. And is that okay to say, Mr. City Attorney?
You just said it.
Okay, good, thank you. I just want that free. Okay, that's number one. So, Bill, I want to go on record because it's real important, because all I feel about is the cupboard's bare. We're taking the clothes off the Rangers.
No,
We're taking the clothes off the Rangers. And we're leaving the clothes off the Rangers. And I don't want to do that, because the Rangers mean so much to us. And it's not just the regional parks. It is the class parks, the 47 described urban impact parks, and all throughout the city of Los Angeles, that these rangers, and it is a ranger that sometimes comes across a young person and inspires them to maybe find nature as a wonderful place to escape from in this city of Los Angeles. Alvin Blaine, you got a big responsibility coming on your shoulders with this Office of Public Safety. Behind you is the representatives of the police department, the police commission, and the chief of police, and a great young, tough lieutenant of the police department who's there watching with that real LAPD smile. The police department has to oversee this, because I think in the discussion was, and some of the concerns of the community were, that this was going down a track, but who's the overseers? And the police commission is the overseers, because there's a chance that this may be a very real situation when you have live power on your hip on that. Members, I also want to say, I believe in efficiency. But again, I don't want to leave the Rangers bare, and I think we've had that discussion. I think we've all got about this regional Rangers, which are so important to us throughout the city of Los Angeles, as we look at the Rangers, because Mr. Fujioka, Runyon Canyon, 90 acres, no public building on it, only limited staff. If we put a building on it, a gymnasium, there would be 9 people there. Why can't you give us just one Ranger? So there's a Ranger, Bill Fujioka, Jr., if I could say that, because I know you're a naturalist at heart, and you would be the king of the mountain, and everybody would look to you to help and preserve that mountain. And the same for Elysian Park, for O'Melveny Park, for Hanson Dam, for Harbor City Park, for Harbor Gateway Park, for the Harbor Regional Park, Griffith Park, throughout the city. Very important to do that. I will thank you. Yes, Mr. Fujioka, you want
one quick comment.
Yeah.
And there seems to be I don't think with yourself, but in general, a misunderstanding. We are not removing a security function from the parks. We're merely consolidating that function with another entity. The security function will, in fact, in my mind, and I think these other gentlemen will confirm it, most of them, will be enhanced at the parks. And the one thing, I know you want to do this amendment, I would please caution you to not commit your resources now for the 2006-2000 budget until you see the entire budget. Because if today you commit to adding 37 additional park rangers to the next year's budget, when in fact you're dealing with the budget, you may have some competing priorities.
But let me ask you a question. We could work to that goal. If this council goes on record to work to the goal of 37, I understand there's going to be very tough times, and the mayor has explained that. I'm not committing to 37, and I've told that I'm going to work to the 37, but go on record that we work to that goal of 37, and we work to the goal of that.
I misunderstood. I thought there was a commitment versus working towards
I think I have to work a little harder to get that commitment, and working with the mayor's office and also asking the communities to energize would be good. I'll conclude my remarks to say this has been a long struggle, and Mr. Muckery, let me stop. In my time, comments from the general manager or the chief ranger on issues that we may have missed in this discussion.
I think over the past 2 years, I think we've covered just about every issue. I think there's a lot of oversight of this group, oversight of the process, and we've also committed to come back in 90 days and look at what we've learned over that time, because we know we're going to have some growth problems. It's not going to be perfect from day one. We just don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. As you know, our parks have experienced a lot of crime recently. Our park rangers are critical. The men and women of that group have done everything from stopping an attempted suicide at San Pedro, attempted kidnapping at Epic, and they were the first responders when we had the train derailment. They're critical to the safety of our parks in this city. I don't want to diminish their role. I think they're all done a great job, but I think we have not protected the environment they're working in either. They're going into harm's way, and some of our urban parks are experiencing stresses we never would have anticipated even 10 years ago. So I think this program will provide, as Councilman Smith said, a better response to the threat in the parks as we face it. However, we still have over 14,000 acres in the park system that we need to have patrols from the park rangers. And that's the goal of getting 37 rangers. I want to continue.
Above and beyond your TO, is that the right term?
Well, there will be 19 rangers that will not transfer.
That will be left in the cupboard.
We're asking to go up to possibly 37. I'm also asking that these rangers that remain still retain, in most cases, in case their peace officer status, because they are the only ones in the backcountry that come across some, I understand, some nonviolent crime, and that they retain the right to cite people. First and foremost, they're naturalists, they're to help the constituents, et cetera. So I think this is going to provide more security to our parks.
Chief Ranger Albert Torres, just for brief remarks, please. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just would like to say that I remain committed to public service. Yes, thank you very much for letting me speak. I'm Albert Torres. I'm the Chief Park Ranger. I'd just like to say that I'm committed to public service in the future. That's been the base of my career, and I hope that the benchmarks of the Office of Public Safety will be the same as the Rangers today, and that you guys will keep us accountable to providing the public service and presence in the parks, because I think that's really what it's all about. Providing an officer in a park to prevent an incident is something that we all agree upon.
Thank you very much, Albert. Members, I thank you. The community, I thank you for this long, not just day today that you spent over 5 hours here, but also the long fight. And the fight's not over, because we've got to fight for more rangers. Need you to join with me in informing the mayor and the rest of the council the need and get the support. And also we got the commitment from Mr. Blaine, the general manager, Mr. Muckery, our chief ranger, and also Mr. Newton, who's the head of the Office of Public Safety, that we work to this goal of 37, that we work to it diligently. Mr. President, I thank you. Members, I thank you. Mr. Zine, I thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. It's been a long day, so I will be short. I'm happy to second that, Mr. Labange. What is the Winston Churchill quote? Everything that needs to be said has been said, but it hasn't been said by everybody. So the one thing, I got a lot of constituent emails and letters saying, vote against this. And I just want to stand up on the record and say that I think the wrong thing to do is to vote against this. I think the right thing to do is to find a win-win and to kind of to plow through some of the myths. Nobody can say we haven't had process on this. I can think of probably a dozen meetings myself, and I'm not on a number of committees that have dealt with this, so it's probably been somewhere around 25 public meetings that we've had on this. And that we've chewed this over, and that this has been painstakingly explained to each one of us. We're not taking away anybody's status as peace officer. We have a clear stated goal here as this goes through that we will all be on the record wanting to expand the number of rangers that we have at the same time that we're expanding public safety in parks. And a lot of us have parks that aren't touched, that aren't regional parks, that aren't Elysian Park, that aren't Griffith Park, that aren't the big ones. And that's just as critical for those small parks to make sure that those aren't overrun with criminal elements. And that's often where we have our homicides, even more often sometimes in some of those parks than in some of our very large ones. So it's time to move this. It's time to move forward. And the fear that is out there, I want to assuage, not only because I'm saying it again, we're passing something that's a friendly amendment on this, but I think that there's been some misrepresentations about what is being taken away when it isn't. And that's, I think Wendy Gruhl will back clean up here and state that one time again. But it's time to finally move forward on this. It shouldn't take this long, but I'm glad it did because we've now aired every last possible scenario here, strengthened all aspects of this, and now it's time for action.
Mr. Zine.
Wendy, it's finally coming. It's like the baby's finally here. You worked on this for such a long time. I know that the comment about the park where you have a library and a park and you had the library police and the park police and duplication of services, I still remember that up in Sunland. How long ago did we start this debate? I don't mean today since it's 2:45, but 17 years ago. Winston Churchill, we probably started with Winston Churchill. September 2003, so it's come a long road. I remember when the rangers would approach me and say the dangers, the hazards in the park, and they wanted to have weapons. And there was a long debate about that, and finally we're coming to the point where we'll be able to arm our public safety personnel, maybe not all the rangers, but the ones that will be in the Office of Public Safety to do the job. Mr. Muckery, you talked about kidnapping, you talked about violence, and some of the other negative things that happen in our parks. There was an issue regarding the pursuits, and I understand that matter has been resolved with the Los Angeles Police Department, that we're now all on the same page. So we're not going to prevent them from doing police work, as they're going to be trained to do police work and have the proper training with the equipment to do what they need to do. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The issue of command staff. I know we have the chief here from the Park Rangers, Chief Newton, the other chiefs that we have in the other departments. What's going to happen with the command staff of the other security operations that are going to be folded into the Office of Public Safety?
Gary Newton, Department of General Services. There's 2 captains that have been added that were non-existent previously, and one will be responsible for parks and facilities, GSD specific facilities, and the other captain will be responsible for overseeing the operations at the Los Angeles Zoo, the Convention Center, library, communications, and administration. Under that, and the former division heads at the library, Convention Center, and Zoo will now be considered section heads. They will retain their positions and will run the day-to-day operations of their specific section.
Okay, for example, the chief from the Park Rangers, will he still be the chief of Park Rangers, or will he convert into something else?
That's a little different situation. I believe that Chief Torres will be remaining with Recreation and Parks as the chief park ranger, but they'd have to speak to that. As for the library, Convention Center, and Zoo, they all do either have chief security officers, principal security officers, or a director of security services. Those individuals will remain in their current assignments, but they will report to a chief special officer 1.
So the command staff will be from general services. There'll be a chief operations.
There'll be a chief special officer 2.
Okay, a chief special officer 2. And then below that, with the different entities, you've got some captains, but you're going to have some other chiefs and remain. I'm just trying to get the chain of command, how it's going to work.
Essentially, from the top down, it will be a chief special officer 2, chief special officer 1, and then either a director of security services or a chief security officer under that.
Okay, have we worked that out yet, or is it still in the mix?
No, it is all worked out.
Okay. So they're all going to be the same uniform, just different stars on the collar?
That is correct. The peace officers will wear one uniform, and the non-sworn will wear another uniform. There will have 2 total uniforms.
And the Rangers will be in the traditional uniform that they have? So there will be 3 different uniforms that we'll have. Will be more?
He's talking about the Office of Public Safety.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, our Rangers, the remaining Rangers and any additional will be dressed as you see them. We will have a Chief Ranger. They will be still dispatched from the same dispatch center in Griffith Park, even though that dispatch center will be operated by General Services.
Okay.
So the public, for us in Rec and Parks, there will be no difference. They'll still have Park Rangers in the Park Ranger uniform.
And then for the other entities at the convention center, the library, around City Hall, are we going to see a change?
You will not see a change in the peace officer uniform. In the non-peace officer uniform, you will see a change in shoulder patch and a minor wording change on the non-sworn badge.
Okay.
But essentially, there will be no change.
So the only thing that we really have unresolved is this issue about how many Rangers for the parks, the regional parks. Everything else has been set.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And Wendy, I want to, again, congratulate you and also acknowledge the police department for negotiating that issue about the pursuits, which I was very concerned that we do have the authority to do the public safety that they're going to be paid to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Before recognizing the next speaker, Mr. Weiss for a brief announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want you to know, not in the interest of making this meeting go any longer than it already has, but at 3 o'clock, we thought that would be a convenient time to schedule it. Oh, well. Rabbi Kunin, the head rabbi of Chabad, west coast of the United States, will be in the rotunda unveiling a menorah, which will stay in the rotunda during the holiday period. I'm going to duck out at 3. If any of you can, while someone's asking questions, we would love to have you join us, and I apologize that council is still going. We had no idea that.
Just no more than a couple members at a time. Don't want to lose a quorum. And since we're making announcements for those folks who are interested, the Rules Committee has been canceled for today. Mr. Rosendahl.
Mr. Padilla, just on transportation that's supposed to meet at 3 o'clock, it will meet immediately following the council.
Okay. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just on that, the neighborhood council groups that are here for education. Neighbors will meet right after this meeting, and I want to thank everybody who's been patient waiting for the other issues which have to do with Playa Vista. But I just want to say 1 second to Wendy Gruhl. Thank you, Wendy, for your leadership in putting this together. It's a great consolidation, great efficiency, and it works well. Congratulations.
Mr. Labange for a second time, and Ms. Gruhl for a third time.
Just to make it sure that drinking and alcohol in the public will be able to be enforced by Albert Torres and the Rangers. The leash law, vandalism specific to park ordinances, trespassing, camping and lodging in parks specific to the park ordinance 6344 LAMC, illegal parking, amplified sounds, permit violation, illegal fire specific to the park ordinance, and numerous other specific ordinances will still be able to be enforced by park rangers, correct?
Sir, that's correct, and my understanding is that the peace officers that do remain will have the flexibility to enforce all laws under the state of California Penal Code.
And is it conceived too, Mr. CAO, that any new rangers will be the same as Albert Torres, meaning peace officers but of limited status and same qualifications, where they have a college degree and they're dedicated naturalists, correct?
You're correct.
Good, and then also lastly, these are the maps. Just want to make sure the maps of GSD, Office of Public Safety, correspond with the maps and boundaries of the Recreation and Parks Department, so there's not over any overlapping, so it's truly efficiency. Again, I say thank you, Winnie, at this time, but I'll really thank all of you next time when we're able to get the Rangers at the full force that is necessary to develop a senior lead ranger program throughout both the urban park, the natural parks, the regional parks, and any other park that's out there, because there's nothing like a representative from Los Angeles who wears that ranger uniform who could stand there and say, welcome to the park, let's take care of it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hahn for a second time. Ms. Gruhl to close.
Thank you very much, and this has been a team effort, and we're standing here today again. I think, Mr. Garcetti, as always, you were very eloquent in your comments, which was that we are not taking away any presence in our parks, that we're going to be adding to the presence in our parks, that we're all committed to, and I seconded Mr. Labange's motion on increasing the number of park rangers. And you know what? We probably wouldn't be talking about increasing the number of park rangers if not for the Office of Public Safety. And so I think you're right, Mr. Fujioka, you would not be coming in saying more rangers if we hadn't had this discussion. And so from every crisis, sorry, you would have been talking about, my apologies, but not to the number. You have to admit that we would, the kind of issues that have been brought up helped us make to that next level.
And I won't speak again, but our park rangers have been understaffed for
Yes.
years. You ask those people, we need more park rangers.
Yes. All I'm saying is that this has helped the discussion.
So it's helped the
Okay.
discussion.
Thank you. That's what I meant, is it helped the discussion to bring it up to the forefront that the park rangers perform a critical role here in the city of Los Angeles. So again, thank you to all of the constituents and to the departments that have been here. This makes, I think, again, providing public service at another level and makes government efficiency not a contradiction. Thank you.
Now, I think we're ready for a vote. Any final questions, comments?
And there are 3 reports on the file. Council can adopt all 3. In fact, that would be the recommended action. And there is an amendment to work toward a goal of 37 park rangers in next year's budget. And also, just to let council know, after this is adopted, there are 2 ordinances on the file, and those will be agendized on Friday's continuation agenda.
Okay. Without objection to the amendments, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Okay, those are approved. Next items, please.
Next item is item number 28, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Mr. Labange, item 28. Okay, anything further on item 28? Seeing none, let's open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Before proceeding to the next item, colleagues, there were 3 individuals who requested to speak under general public comment that were not afforded an opportunity to do so. Without objection, let's return to general public comment for today's meeting and hear from Linda Gonzalez, Delia D. Dominguez, and Dal, is it Basil? Please come forward at this time. Please come forward.
My name is Dee Dominguez. I am Katanamak Yalamni Tejon Indian, and I'm here to speak regarding the dissection and destruction of the graves and cemetery at the Bayona wetlands, a place that the Native people call Saagna. More than 400 people from this cemetery were taken from this grave, from this cemetery. They were not carefully and with sensitivity moved from the earth to be taken somewhere else. The earth was opened, the graves were opened, the bodies were taken from the ground, their clothes were taken from each of them, their wedding rings were taken from their bodies, all of their jewelry was removed from them, and their bodies were taken away. There was one mother who had a baby in her arms, and they took the baby from her arms and separated them. Some of the graves, some of the people were buried in caskets that were made of baskets. Because in California, the Indian people we weave baskets for many different reasons. These baskets were broken open, and the bodies that had adhesed to the basket were broken apart and taken from the baskets. This is not right. This is wrong. People don't do things like this. You authorized this to happen. You should not have done that. You are people that have been voted to do a public service, to care for people, to ensure that their needs are taken care of. You were voted to represent all of the people, not only a select few. Every single one of you came from somewhere else. And on this land, before any of your ancestors came here, there were Native people living here for centuries. You need to respect these people. You must learn to do that. As a lead agency, you have a responsibility to make sure that things are done right at this development called Playa Vista.
If I can ask
Do
you to
your
conclude,
job
please.
and be responsible. You have not done that. And you must make amends to these people who you have harmed greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dell will not be speaking. She went home.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Netuanya ne Linda Gonzalez, none sangravialvet tongvet koyaki. Hunukvetam ne hinkame maran hunar kor kusil, kime ko mikrana ke chekna. I'm Linda Gonzalez. I'm Gabrielino Tongva Nyaki. Tongva from the village of Komikrana in the Santa Monica Mountains. My ancestors are Maran Hunar and Kusil, born in 1760 and 1765. In the 1840s, laws were passed in California legislature for a bounty on our heads. Prices ran from a nickel to $5. In his January 1851 message to the California legislature, California Governor Peter H. Burnett promised, quote, "A war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race becomes extinct," end quote. California government had adopted a systematic policy of genocide. In 1868, the U.S. Surgeon General issued a military order to collect native skulls for study. In 1906, a law was passed stating that all Indians found buried on federal land were federal government property and considered an archaeological dig. No culture should have to undergo this morally reprehensible treatment of their people. It is repulsive to all humans for their loved ones to be uncovered and separated from their graves and the land in which they were interred. And the insensitivity of the development companies comes across as superiority. All land is sacred. When an ancestor is uncovered, the land is even more sacred. With these finds, we have a moral responsibility to speak for those who no longer have a voice. For you who are here, brought up here in the Los Angeles Basin, and for you who are new to the area, the Gabrielino Tongva are still here. We have always been here, and we always will be. Our spiritual concepts connect us to the living individuals, the future generations, yet unborn, and the ancestors. Please stop the irreverent desecration of our graves, the grave goods buried with the ancestors, and our cemetery. Ehe, tuhuko ami'i. May all good go with you.
Thank you very much. This once again concludes public comment for today's meeting. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, item number 29 was called special, and an amending motion has been distributed to council, and there is no need to call it special any
Okay, any
longer.
further discussion? Item 29, seeing none, let's consider the item as amended without objection. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item 35 was called special by Councilmember Hahn, and she has advised that her questions have been answered and the matter can be voted on.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Item 35 has been answered. Next item, please.
Next item is item number 51, and that was called special by Councilmember Labange.
Yeah, staff here from the MTA to come up, and as you do come up, you're going to agree that we could try to work in the interim to get parking in the NoHo area of North Hollywood and Lankershim and Chandler. DOT, get up here. The lot was a lay-down yard for construction. Now we need more parking for the orange line and the red line and all the other lines that go down Lankershim. You're committed to letting us move forward in this, right?
Art Henry, Los Angeles County MTA.
Art Henry, who saw the Giants play their last game in the Polo Lounge and the Mets play their first game.
Just the second one.
Okay.
James.
James Okazaki, City of LA DOT.
Staff has started work on Councilmember Labange's motion looking at creating a temporary parking lot. We're working to be prepared to come back to report to the Transportation Committee in January.
In January. And you're ready, James?
Yes, we are.
Could use parking meter money for the area temporarily?
I do not know.
You could look at it, though.
We could look at it, definitely.
Look at it. Let's get it done. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I ask for an aye vote and move forward, and let's make parking happen.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. This is item 51. Let's open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 81, call special by Councilmember Gruhl.
Ms. Gruhl.
On the sub-region, you know what? With the time of today, I'm going to just say let's move that forward. I don't need to talk about it. It's a great thing, creating the sub-region, and ask for your support.
Okay. We're moving along here. Any further questions or comments? Let's open the roll on item 81, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Item number 82, call special by Councilmember Rosendahl, and there is an amending motion that has been distributed.
Mr. Rosendahl is out of chambers for just a minute. Can we come back to this item? Do we have any housekeeping items?
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Motion shall be posted and referred.
There is an excuse on the desk. Councilmember Perry requests to be excused Friday, December 16th to leave at 11:45 for city business that meets council policy.
And that excuse is granted.
And that concludes any housekeeping items.
Okay. Let's give Mr. Rosendahl a minute to get back into chambers. Actually, in the meantime, colleagues, there are, I believe, 3 closed session items that, unless there are specific questions on, I'll ask the city attorney to make a brief report, and we may be able to dispense with prior to going into a closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 77 is regarding the Time Warner Cable settlement of franchise fees. The city attorney recommends receipt of $350,000 in settlement of that matter. Item number 78 is the case of EMC Mortgage versus Steve Milner. City Attorney's Office recommends the city entering into a stipulation of non-participation regarding the priority of the city's lien on a property in a quiet title dispute. And item number 79 is Jorge Hernandez versus City of Los Angeles, an allegation of violation of civil rights, false arrest. City Attorney's Office recommends payment of $300,000 in settlement of that matter.
Okay, colleagues, is there any desire to discuss these items in closed session? This is item 77, 78, and 79. Seeing none, let's open the roll on those items, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. We'll send those matters forthwith. Coming back to item 82, Mr. Rosendahl. Item 82.
I'm sorry, item 82? Oh, boy. Item 82. I think Ms. Gruhl will start with it.
Ms. Gruhl.
You sure? Okay.
Sure.
We'll be cordial, and I will also be brief, since our transportation meeting is almost ready to go. Colleagues, you have an item before you, and this was a motion that was introduced by Councilmember Rosendahl. And as we've talked about, we have a traffic crisis here. Nothing impacts our community more than, and quality of life more than traffic. And we must look at public transit alternatives for Los Angeles residents to reduce our city's addiction to our automobiles and to gas and emissions that are so harmful for the environment. The Wilshire Bus Lane has been a very important step in making public transportation more desirable. The pilot program has in fact demonstrated that the bus lane allows them to move much faster. And imagine getting from the west side to downtown in 20 minutes faster. And that is something I know the important part for Mr. Rosendahl is that it is from the west side to downtown. downtown and not just in his district. But as in any pilot program, there are bumps in the road, so to speak, in a process like that. And today, what has been recommended, I know we have staff, and I want to thank Mr. Rosendahl for his leadership on this, that we're asking to suspend 2 blocks that are most heavily impacted by that temporary pilot program. We are not canceling the project. We are not ending our commitment to the bus lane. We are temporarily suspending it so that we can get the other pieces of the puzzle lined up and make this bus lane a reality. And so I'm very, very much in favor of this before us today. As the county finishes its portion from the location there to Sepulveda, and we move through Westwood, and we move through Beverly Hills and the other cities, we will be able to reinstate, but we're only talking about the county's portion, and we'll look forward to having this. Now, we are going to keep in our committee this item to have in every 30 days a status report on the progress that we are making on the rest of the bus lane from the Santa Monica to downtown, so that we continue to, as we've said to MTA, which I know the representatives are here, to keep the pressure on and the heat up on every individual and organization that's responsible for this project, because we must see it come to fruition. It's critically important. When you see the effects and the importance of the Orange Line and what it's created, and to have a bus lane, we support that wholeheartedly. So that would be the order that we have before us today, and Mr. Rosendahl may have some questions of MTA or the department, but they stated in committee their agreement for that 2-block suspension.
And thank you, Wendy Gruhl, for your leadership in the transportation issue and the committee that you head. This is a serious issue for all of us. We need mass transit, be it light rail, be it bus-only lanes, be it subways, be it connecting them all together, getting us out of our one-person automobile into mass transit. We are in gridlock. Our quality of life is in serious jeopardy. So everything you said is great, but I'd like to have MTA and DOT come up for a quick second. As you folks might know, that I have called for the suspension of that 1 mile, frankly, because for 20 months it was just 1 mile. As some folks found that controversial, the point of the matter is to get both DOT and MTA together with Tom LaBonge and myself and Jan Perry and Jack Weiss and now Herb Wesson, and with the city of Santa Monica and the city of Beverly Hills, so the 15 miles actually happens. Not just a lot of talk, but real action. So bring us up to date, folks. Where are we in looking at the rest of the 14 miles in the 15-mile bus-only lane?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm Jody Litvak from Metro. I apologize. We are committed in this fiscal year to making some improvements to the on-ramps to the 405 freeway at Wilshire, which should improve mixed flow traffic through this area. Also doing some preliminary engineering in that area for some additional mixed flow improvements, and to get ready to extend the bus lane in the next fiscal year into the VA property. Supervisor Yaroslavsky also held a meeting 2 weeks ago. Thank you. And well, I don't know, you were there, Councilman. Do you want to talk about it? I was there. There was a commitment made. Councilman LaBonge was there. Councilman Weiss was there. Vice Mayor Steve Webb from Beverly Hills was there. DOT was there. Various staff people were there. And there was a commitment made that to work together to have the bus lane from Doheny in Beverly Hills to Fairfax in the city of Los Angeles, and to try and get that done by June. So we're putting together the plans now and working with both the city of Los Angeles and Beverly Hills to make that happen. So that's all the recent progress.
That's very good news. Anything else DOT would like to add?
No.
Your name?
My name is James Ogazaki. I think the MTA is taking the leadership role. We're there to support them and to implement it in the portion in the city of Los Angeles.
Well, I just want to say in concluding that we've raised the temperature in the room. We've raised the awareness that we all need to get together. Talk is cheap, action speaks. So this will go back to committee, and I want to thank the chair for putting it in a bifurcated way back to committee, that's suspended bus lane, and once a month, you'll come before us and you'll give us an update on that. And I want to applaud Supervisor Yaroslavsky for showing leadership on this, and I applaud my colleague Tom Labange for being there in the room, and the other councilmatic districts that participated. And I challenge Santa Monica again to come to the table with you all and look at their Wilshire bus lane part. So maybe someday in the next year or two, we can have an entire bus lane from the sea to downtown that can make traffic less congested for us and give the bus the right space it should have in our transportation infrastructure commitment. So I second Ms. Gruhl's motion on this, and I ask my colleagues to go forward with this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. Other members wishing to speak on this item? If none, then let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
That is approved. Next item, please.
Next item, Mr. President, is the closed session item, item number 80, and I believe there are some public comment cards on this.
We do have speaker cards on item number 80. We thank you for your patience. For those of you who are still here, please come forward. Patricia, is it McPherson, followed by George Milston, Sabrina Venskis, Jeanette Vosberg, Marcia Hanscom, Jack Neff, Kathy Knight, Delia D. Dominguez, David Steffen, John Davis, Linda, is it Simels? I'm not sure, and Sylvia Hawkins. And if you would form a line behind the podium, that would help expedite our hearing. Go ahead.
Hello and thank you. My name is Patricia McPherson. I am president of Grassroots Coalition, one of the lead plaintiffs in the SEIR lawsuit, which we recently won at the appellate court level. You may have seen me. We have been giving out these DVDs, which are a series of NBC shows that are an expose of the problems at the Playa Vista site regarding extreme health and safety issues. Since I discovered the gas issue, and we worked with the city to set precedent by bringing in out-of-state independent peer review for the Playa Vista site, the city has recognized the extreme oil field gas hazards at the Playa Vista site and the region. The city's own consultants have called the area the largest oil field gas seep in the country, and that it's unique because Playa Vista resides over and adjacent to an active oil and gas storage facility owned by Sempra Energy's Southern California Gas Company. But it's also unique because it lies within the Ballona wetlands, which is a delicate marsh area with a very high water table and a daily tidal influence, and the underlying aquifers make the entire area a liquefaction-prone area. We've been asking for an SEIR for many years, and the lawsuit has taken us 4 years. We provided the evidence, and the court responded in agreement with us. 7 out of the 8 key issues, the court ruled in our favor. And the court ruled that the City Council must now comply with CEQA by evaluating the complex health and safety issues brought on by the dewatering needs of the gas mitigation systems, which includes evaluating the cumulative effects of Playa Vista and its neighbors' dewatering needs. The court ruled that there are no studies in the court record that provide any information regarding the dewatering needs of the methane systems and the impacts upon the environment. There are no studies that evaluate the cumulative dewatering needs of what's known as the pump and treat for the decontamination of the Howard Hughes toxic plume. There are no cumulative evaluations of the dewatering needs of Playa Vista and its neighbors that have dewatering needs for their own gas mitigation needs. There are no cumulative evaluations for dewatering needs that include the oil and gas field dewatering needs of Sempra Energy SoCal Gas, who currently dewaters 200 barrels a day from the oil field. And we only need to look at New Orleans and the catastrophe there to understand how serious subsidence issues are that are caused by fluid production, especially in our coastal zones. But what do we do know about dewatering? We know from the court record that there are many, many areas at the Playa Vista site that must be dewatered. But we also know that some of these dewatering systems have failed. And we know that from people that work at the site. We know that because we have recorded some of this information, including on video that will show up on shows that are coming forward,
Just to let you know, there's about a minute left, just to...
All right. that show that the waters, this high water table has already inundated the gas mitigation systems and the bottoms of these buildings. So our goal is simple. What we want is an SEIR. What we want is full transparency and the public process regarding a highly sensitive and controversial issue, which is highly critical health and safety issues of the gas and dewatering. This ruling gives us the opportunity to create transparency and get rid of the controversy that has shrouded this project and have openness and accountability. I mean, and this is so especially important because the homeowners have been asked to maintain these systems. And it's imperative that the public has an opportunity to take part in that process. Please help us and rule on getting us an SEIR. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is George Milstein. Yeah, just, we aired and didn't put up a clock. We're going to put a 3-minute clock. Please come forward. We're going to put up a 3-minute clock so folks know how long and they can watch and follow along how much time they have. Mr. Milstein.
Honorable Council members, George Milstein, Latham and Watkins. The item before you is a closed session item where the city attorney will brief you on the Atina case that is the case that has been recently decided. Although there is no action on this item, I'd like to make a couple of points if I can. There are currently 1,000 housing units, homes being built at Playa Vista, and hundreds of construction workers actively engaged at Playa Vista. As the city attorney will tell you, the Atina decision is a very highly technical and limited legal issue. The court simply wants the city council to make a determination with respect to groundwater dewatering associated with methane systems. The city, in fact, has made that determination in connection with the Phase 2 EIR, the village at Playa Vista, where the city concluded there were no environmental impacts associated with the groundwater dewatering for methane systems. And in fact, a recent Superior Court decision in the city's case in which they were sued by the same group of opponents largely, upheld the Phase 2 EIR, and the court concluded there were no impacts associated with this groundwater dewatering associated with Phase 2. In fact, the court, I will read you very quickly, the court noted in his tentative ruling, Judge Heiber wrote, the court does not believe the Atina's holding dictates that its SEIR, a supplemental impact report, should have been required in this case. The judge went on to say the court finds that it is likely no EIR was even necessary as to the methane issue, and in any event, the court finds that the city fully addressed and considered this issue on the record and addressed feasible mitigation efforts. In addition, I will note that the Court of Appeals in the Atina case found that there was substantial evidence to support the conclusions of the city that the mitigation measures are feasible and that we will reduce methane mitigation concentrations to an insignificant level. We ask that you follow the advice of the city attorney that you will hear in closed session today. I would also like to give to the clerk today petitions signed by 1,000 residents, 1,000 of the 4,000 people who now live at Playa Vista that concur and they want this project to continue, want Phase 1 to continue, and certainly want Phase 2 to continue. We ask you to listen to your city attorney and move forward with this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments today. Sabrina Venskis is next, and then Jeanette Vosberg.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Sabrina Venskis. I'm the attorney that litigated the Playa Vista Phase 1 SEIR case that we just won at the Court of Appeal. I just wanted to clarify a few things from George Milstein. He was wrong in his commenting from the Phase 2 tentative decision, which is not yet final yet. In that decision, the court did tentatively find that an SEIR would not be required, but for the Native American issue. That question of whether an SEIR was required was specifically for the Native American issue on Phase 2. I think he was trying to he got it confused That SCR issue has nothing to do with this SCR issue, which is specifically regarding the gas mitigation measures and the dewatering that's required. So just to clear that up. This is not a technical issue that the Court of Appeal ruled on. This is a fundamental issue, and that fundamental issue was whether or not the City Council had to comply with CEQA when it approved the new methane mitigation measures for Playa Vista Phase 1. The city attorney unfortunately gave bad advice to the City Council, told them that they didn't have to comply with CEQA, and the Court of Appeal specifically overruled that and said, no, you do have to comply with CEQA because this was new information of substantial importance that would change the development by these new methane mitigation measures. So just to point that out. I think it's also not a technical issue because the Court of Appeals expressly stated that the methane mitigation measures that were approved on June 12, 2001 by your honorable council have to be unapproved. Those approvals have to be vacated until the City Council complies with CEQA. And we want to help you comply with CEQA because we think CEQA is a great law. It provides public disclosure. It provides everybody to have input. And I think that we can, we want to help you. We want to work with you. We've done it before. We continue to do it. We want to see the public's health and safety protected. We want to see the environment protected, and that's really what we're about. We're not about stopping Playa Vista. My client is not about stopping Playa Vista. My client's about public health and safety and environment protected, and we're ready to work with you on that. Thank you very much.
Jeanette Vosberg.
I'm Jeanette Vosberg, and I think she's taller than I am. In 2 days, we received 200 letters, and we also have 500 other letters that were sent on the subject of a supplemental EIR. So that means that we have a total of 700 letters. This problem is not going away. You need to do the right thing. Our lives, and the lives even of the Playa Vista residents, we believe are at stake. Thank you very much. We call for a supplemental environmental impact report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Marcia Hanscom. So probably Jack Neff will be next.
Honorable Council members, my name is Marcia Hanscom. I'm with the Wetlands Action Network and the Coastal Law Enforcement Action Network, CLEAN. As you know, the State Appellate Court has ruled that the approval of the EIR for Phase 1 is illegal. So you have an opportunity now. And none of you were on the City Council in 1995 when the last version of this EIR was approved. So I'd like to provide you with just a little bit of important history. I'd also like to ask you that the City Attorney's Office obtain outside independent counsel to advise you on this matter. City Attorney Rocky Delgadillo was often the developer's chief spokesperson promoting Playa Vista before he became city attorney. I have a videotape here. If anyone would like to view it, I'd be happy to come to your office and show it to you, of a Life and Times episode from KCET, hosted by LA Times columnist Pat Morrison, where Mr. Delgadillo and I were the two opposing sides related to Playa Vista. And this is not the only time that that happened. Please ask him to recuse himself and obtain outside legal advice for this matter. In April of 2000, Dr. Victor Jones published a report for the city declaring what Patricia McPherson and others had long been investigating and asking the city to pay attention. This was the first time the city had ever received independent advice on methane and other dangerous gases on the Playa Vista site. Please read this report yourselves before you decide what to do about the appeals decision. The contents of this report caused former council member Mike Feuer to take a leadership role and ask the council to refrain from issuing Mello-Roos and affordable housing bonds unless and until the safety issues had been fully addressed. Playa Vista spent more than $1 million in lobbying fees that next year and got the bonds approved, in spite of remaining questions and the fact that the consultant reports were paid for by Playa Vista. Then Playa Vista hired Dr. Jones, so his voice lost its independence and everything at Playa Vista was deemed fine. Well, now the court says differently. So I wanted to speak to Councilmember Parks, but he's not here. I will speak to his chair and hope that he hears this. When you were interviewed for mayoral endorsement by the Sierra Club, you sat next to me, and I showed you a photo of the remaining wetlands in the area where DreamWorks wanted to build their film and music studio. You told us you'd visited Playa Vista several times, and you looked at the photo and studied it, and you said, "I hope I haven't been deceived." Well, please use those trained police detective instincts you have. As having been involved with this massive development for 11 years, I can assure you all, deception is something you need to be concerned about. I urge you to order a supplemental EIR, and while the First Nation issues on the cemetery were not litigated in this lawsuit that the court has returned to you, you have full authority and obligation to order a supplemental EIR for the Native American burial issues. These 400 burials on Phase 1 are new information since 1995's approval, and the California Environmental Quality Act requires you to study this further. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Neff will be our next speaker, and then Kathy Knight.
Jack Neff had to leave.
Oh, he did, okay.
I handed in his letter to you.
Okay, sure.
My name is Kathy Knight. I'm with Biono Ecosystem Education Project.
Okay.
And I didn't get to tell you on your public comment, but I brought posters that are in the back of the room. I guess I can't show them to you, but they're of an artwork by students from Los Angeles City Schools when Catellis Development Corporation, who owns Union Station, bulldozed the registered sacred site on the Biono Bluff. A sculptor was so upset, she started this art program. So I just want to show you that because I didn't get to say it in public comment. Regarding this legal issue, I think you need to, we gave you a copy of the court decision, and the court saw through the note and file subterfuge that was used in 2001 to avoid CEQA. They saw through that. And they said there really was a discretionary decision. And they said in the decision that you can read, it says use the California Environmental Quality Act. So we want full disclosure. And I entered this letter into the record. There's things such as in your bond documents, you have documents showing that somebody, I don't know who, gets to store gas underneath Playa Vista. And they get to pressurize it, they get to remove it, they get to put it back in. You know, who is that? And are they storing any of their gas underneath Playa Vista? Could that be why there's such a huge gas problem over there? It's one of the worst in the world. So these kinds of questions need to be answered. Is anyone storing their gas there? Because they're allowed to, according to your title documents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Delia D. Dominguez. She departed as well, I believe I heard before. D. Dominguez? Yes, okay. David Stephan? And to be followed by John Davis.
The Romans said, public safety is the first law. Our jurisprudence comes originally from Roman law. You, as the elected representatives of the people, have no higher duty than the safety of the people. As we speak, gas is seeping into the buildings, causing permanent and irreversible brain damage to the children and the residents. Methane, hydrogen sulfide, benzene, toluene, xylene, colorless, most of them colorless, odorless, noxious, and toxic. These mitigation measures that have been vaunted, that have been hyped, these mitigation measures, they are untested, untried, unproved. The court has seen that they do not work. After 4 years, it's back in your laps again. It can go up to the Supreme Court, it can go back to the trial court, it can come back at great cost to the taxpayers of this city. At this time of year, I think of the law and the prophets. The prophets would come from the wilderness and say, "How long, O Israel, how long?" They will be saying that to you in the judgments of history. And there is a biblical phrase, "How often would I have gathered you to my bosom, as a hen doth gather her chicks under her wings, and ye would not, ye would not." The time has come for this city council to protect the people who live in Playa Vista, who have been inadvertently and erroneously lured there. The Phase 2 that has been authorized when it should not have been before Phase 1 was done. These mitigation measures will be inundated by a tsunami, by subsidence, by tectonic shift, by temblors, by the natural processes of the land. Gas chromatograph mass spectroscopy will show the signatures of the helium from Texas, Oklahoma, and Louisiana that Sempra and the gas company have been pumping. And there are hundreds, maybe thousands, of natural chimneys with concrete plugs around which the gas perfuses. Ross was a firecracker. Playa Vista will be Hiroshima.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Davis, to be followed by Linda Samula. Excuse me if I have that wrong.
Yes, my name is John Davis. I'm a resident of Venice. I'm one of the prevailing litigants in the case. I am also the vice chair of the Airport Marina regional group of the Sierra Club, and I speak for both myself and the club in this respect. For me, methane explosion is not an abstract issue. Growing up as a child in Richmond, Indiana, there was a methane release in a basement of a sporting goods store, and it blew the downtown up. It killed people, it maimed people. This is not abstract to me. This is about real public health and safety and the reduction of risk to the public. I'd like to read a brief statement into the record. The Sierra Club will support the City of Los Angeles in the preparation of a supplemental environmental impact report for Phase 1 of the Playa Vista project. Without such a timely review, the Sierra Club believes the City of Los Angeles may place an enormous fiscal liability on taxpayers and the residents of the city. Questions have arisen that must be answered in an appropriate manner as described by the California Environmental Quality Act. The original report was prepared in the early 90s. Since that time, as evidenced by the city's chief legislative analyst report, it is now necessary to prepare a supplemental environmental impact report to protect human health and safety and the environment. New and substantial evidence has been discovered showing that much larger concentrations of potentially explosive methane exist in the soil and groundwater at Playa Vista. There is also evidence apparent that to show that in some cases the project is not in compliance with certain permits and the city may have improperly approved others. There is clear evidence apparent that required dewatering mechanisms designed to vacate groundwater from the methane removal systems are not functional at the site. Groundwater is an important public resource and is protected by state and federal law. For this reason, the Sierra Club is deeply concerned that removing groundwater from the site will contribute to the migration of contaminated toxic substances into public aquifers useful for drinking water purposes. Finally, the club has grave concerns regarding the potential of subsidence or ground sinking at the site, which could cause further injury to the occupants of the project. The Sierra Club trusts in this respect that the City of Los Angeles will fulfill its legal obligation under the California Environmental Quality Act to protect the environment and human health and safety. Therefore, we urge you to take on nothing less than a supplemental EIR. There is no substitute for your due diligence. This council failed to do its due diligence before, and it is now necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, excuse me for mispronouncing this. Linda, looks like Samula. She left as well, okay. And Sylvia Hawkins. Is Sylvia Hawkins here? Okay, that finishes our public comment for this. We'll now, in accordance with California state law, go into closed session to discuss matters with council. Thank you all very much, and we will clear the council chambers now. All right, welcome back. We had an issue before us. Madam Clerk, will you please announce publicly the action that we've taken on this?
On item number 80, the matter was continued after discussion to Tuesday, which is December 20th.
So we will take up that issue on that lawsuit next Tuesday. For folks who are just coming back in, we have continued the item until next Tuesday, pending some further information. Okay, next item of business, please.
That clears the desk, Mr. President.
Colleagues, do we have any announcements? Mr. Weiss.
The special meeting of the Public Safety Committee will just start literally 5 minutes after the council session, and it will be a brief meeting.
Okay. Mr. Smith, anything?
I would just suggest that ITA, for a matter of public safety and health, put on tonight's replay of this, that it's a 6-hour meeting, so we don't distress our citizens watching
And
it.
for anybody at 2 a.m. right now watching us, thank you for
And
your
just
great
the
stamina. Yes, Mr.
trans-
Labange.
Oh, excuse
I'm
me.
sorry. And then Ms.
Ask
Grue.
if the city attorney could repeat or the city clerk, what went on or what is public. A lot of people walked in the door.
Just to announce one more time, we have continued the item that we were discussing in closed session until next Tuesday, following our discussion and asking for some more information back. And I think legally that's as far as we can announce, but next Tuesday's meeting, we will be taking it up again in closed session. Okay? Ms. Grue?
Just to let you know, it is 4:15. Transportation, Mr. Smith, and hopefully Mr. Parks, we're going to start immediately following.
Okay. Mr. Cardenas, you have an announcement?
Yes, Commerce, Energy, and Natural Resources will convene at 4:30. It was scheduled for 4 o'clock, so we'll convene at 4:30 so that members can prepare.
Mr. Rosendahl, on the Education Neighborhoods Committee, is there anything to announce there?
Canceled. It was canceled.
Or no? Do we have anything to announce about Education Neighborhoods Committee?
Bill?
Back to school. Back to school, Bill.
All right.
Education and Neighbors has been continued. We met out on the hall, and the majority said, let's do it another time.
Okay,
So we're not
great.
meeting this
I
afternoon.
will not meet today. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Labange.
President, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, you'll join with me and the great Assemblyman Dario Frommer to dedicate the walkway around Silver Lake, around the Silver Lake Reservoir, which promotes good health and exercise and accessibility, and the great cooperation with the City of Engineer and the Department of Public Works, as well as the Department of Water and Power. So we look forward to all the public to come out at Silver Lake Drive, West Silver Lake Drive in Tesla tomorrow for the dedication. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Labange.
your staff.
We look forward to that, and for everybody to enjoy that. Any other announcements, colleagues?
Yeah.
If not, can we please rise for adjourning motions?
No, I just walked.
Do we have any adjourning motions, colleagues?
Yeah, doing Friday.
Seeing none? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Is this a record?
For a non-budget,
when
for a
we have long
non-budget.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in and for being here and for being patient. This meeting of the Los Angeles City Council is adjourned, 4:20.